Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Nvda earnings? Oh, yes, the jitters are in the air. Everybody's talking about it. Some people, I've already heard it 5 times this morning. It is just right now 6 a.m. They are calling it the most important company in the world. Everybody's getting ready. You got the minutes at 2 p.m., but the market is not that concerned. You got DraftKings going up crazy right now. What the hell just happened right here? Hold on, you even just got DraftKings popping. Oh, my goodness. What do we have right now? But all in all, it's all about Nvda. China did a little bit good. Europe not as hot. We're kind of right here a little bit on the lower side. Bonds and nothing else got a bid. We'll see how it plays out. Apple Sports available to download in App Store in U.S. You think that'd make them go down? Very interesting, but all in all, It's about Nvda today. We have a little bit of data everywhere around the world. We're trying to get cues for the rally off of Nvda, trying to get cues for monetary policy off of the minutes. It's going to be an interesting one. We have no idea which way it's going to go. This might be our third day of down day, believe it or not. So we'll see how it all plays out. But for the most part, it is all towards the end of the day. Get ready for all of it, Chad. I hope you're ready. But Chad Adonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? We back, open face. Tell them. Good morning, Kelvin. Tim Whitman, baby. Humble Business. Battleborn. A Wise. Good morning. What's up, Mark J? How you living, Caballero? Good morning, A Wise. Pirelli, Camden, Juice Trays, baby. Candy Upton, RJG, Wide Style, Ari, Chris. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. What's going on, Joshua Harris, Jerry Woods, Colt 45, Devlin, baby, Victor, Echo, Carson, Stanzel, baby, El Chapato. Good morning. What up, Jesus? What up, Cold Pizza? What up, Esoteri? Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Story Wine, Christian, Jesse, Christina, Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Gunnar? What up, Najee Wolf? Oh, my goodness. Nathan Evans, Canelo, Peso, Johnny Benz, Waka, Gary Avari, baby, Allen, Esoteri, Jay Saucier, the Furakar. Good morning, baby. What up, Jai? Winning Loser, Straw Hat, Chris Flores, Jordan Kelly, baby, Sam, Alex Lozano, Jesus, Mr. Wallace, Youngblood. Good morning. Oh, happy Wednesday. Yes, it's not Monday, Tuesday. Now it's Wednesday. Good morning. What up, Tex? What up, CT? What up, Andy, Apostle, Kevin, Luigi, Jay Star, baby, Bon Vigilante, Wallace, Jason Milnes, Josh Herrera. Good morning. Lucky Soldier, baby. How you living? What about the Twitch? T-Toxie, Anza, 8012, Miguel, Mr. Mooney, Vong, Young Pickle, Blizzy B, One Wheeler, It's Mom, MG Well, I4X Jaw, Sidonian, Jeremy, Destroyer, KJ Lemur, MG again, S. Jones Jax, Avanske, no Step on Snack, Mavis, baby, Good morning, El Coyote, Jeremy, 333, Danny V, Blowing Dough, Sim Race Review, Pre-Forbes, Most Dope Andy, Sasha Gray Matter, El Coyote, and Robo Hand Tech, and Blazing Bob, and I don't see a Blazing Bob. I thought he'd be there. Good morning, baby. Yes, and hit that like button. The like button is good for you. It's great. It's great to start off the mornings. But Chad Adonia, let us get into the news. U.S. stock futures slip ahead of Nvda earnings. Worries about whether Nvda can deliver another blockbuster earnings beat have sent U.S. equity futures lower on Wednesday, with investors questioning the durability of the frenzy over artificial intelligence. The company described Goldman's trading desk as they described the stock as the most important stock on earth, could shake up markets given its high weighting in indexes. Nvidia is at the heart of the AI revolution, boasting the best performance in the S&P this year after more than tripling in 2023. S&P futures slipped by 0.3 and NASDAQ contracts lost about 0.6, suggesting that Wall Street may be in the third day of declines. Nvidia retreated 1.7 pre-market after sliding 4.4 on Wednesday. The company is due to report later after the close. It feels like the earnings today are a barometer of whether we are in the global cycle, said Justin Onakowski, Chief Investment Officer at St. James Place. Concentration in the stock market has got to levels where one company earnings can have a big macro effect. It's gone beyond just a portfolio construction issue. It's a macro challenge which you can't get away from. In other notable pre-market stock moves, Palo Alto Networks slumped 20% after the cybersecurity firm cut their revenue forecast. Amazon rose 1.2 after replacing Walgreens in the Dow Jones. Walgreens fell by 2.8. The 10-year Treasury slipped 2 basis points, and the gauge of the dollar was steady. Meanwhile, European stocks benchmark retreating from a near record high amid disappointing earnings from some of the region's biggest companies. Stoxx Euro 600 gauge edged lower, still about 4 points from its January 22 peak. Banks were among the leading decliners as HSBC tumbled more than 7% after reporting an 80% plunge in the fourth quarter. Weak earnings from commodities, Glencore and Rio Tinto, or the world's biggest iron ore, weighed on the biggest resource subindex, which slumped to a 4-month low on a positive side. Carrefour SA gained after the French grocer announced a share buyback. Positive economic surprises have buoyed European stocks, even as traders trim bets on rate cuts by the European Central Bank. Volatility measures are at historic lows, suggesting complacency has crept into the market, still facing potential headwinds, including rising bond yields, according to Bloomberg. European stocks consolidated recent gains in the near term as investor sentiment looks overheated. BI strategists Laurent Duelet and Tim Craighead have wrote in a report, rising government bond yields haven't curbed enthusiasm so far, as highly leveraged companies slightly outperform and remain a key to 24 risk for equities. Elsewhere, China shares rose after policymakers took steps to revive investor confidence, defying broad weakness in Asia following a tech-lived retreat on Wall Street. A gauge of Hong Kong-listed Chinese firms jumped as much as 4% after pairing gains, while the CSI 300 shares rose 1.4%. Property developers led after the banks ramped up funding to help the troubled sector. A fresh crackdown on trading by quaint funds also reduced concerns of short selling. In the commodity space, aluminum surged on the speculation of the fresh wave of sanctions against Russia, which may target metal, potentially disrupting supplies. Iron ore hit the lowest since October after a volatile session have flipped between gains and losses. Eurozone consumer confidence on Wednesday, Nvda on Wednesday, Federal Reserve minutes on Wednesday, and Atlanta Fed President Bostic on Wednesday. Let's see. Nvda in focus. The most important stock on the planet, at least according to Goldman Sachs trading desk, is the main topic of conversation in the market today as investors of all types await earnings from AI poster child Nvda. Investors have almost $200 billion in market value riding on the outcome, with options implying at least an 11% move in either direction following the results. A move like this could have big consequences. The company is at the heart of the AI revolution and a potential bellwether for the short-term outlook for the stock. It boasts the best performance on the S&P this year of more than tripling in 2023 and is responsible for more than a third of the benchmark's year-to-date gain. Fed minutes, the huge focus on Nvda means the Federal Reserve is in a rare position of playing second fiddle today. Policymakers are set to release the minutes of their latest policy meeting, which might show how confident they are in the need of rate cuts in 24. Anna Wong from Bloomberg says even though inflation and jobs data of the last meetings have surprised strongly, we expect the minutes will suggest officials are likely to discount those prints heavily. Wednesday also sees remarks from a trio of Fed speakers, Bostic, Barkin, and Susan Collins. HSBC slumps the most in a year in London after the firm reported fourth quarter profits fell by 80%, taking unexpected charges on holding in a Chinese bank and selling its French retail operations. While rising its rates have boosted HSBC's earnings to a record, profit fell to $1 billion. Stocks dipped. The disappointing results from HSBC, along with weak earnings from Glencore and Rio Tinto, took a toll on stocks on Wednesday. U.S. equity futures, alongside European shares of Palo Alto, plunged 22% pre-market, setting up for the biggest decline since March 2017 after the company cut annual forecast. China tightens grip on stocks. Chinese officials shares advanced after policymakers took more steps to revive investor confidence in the nation's $8.6 trillion stock market. The boost came as the nation's two stock indexes vowed to tighten supervision over quantitative trading after the freezing of major accounts in the fund for 3 days in unusually harsh punishment. Don't worry, there's a couple more. Yeah, we got to warm up. It's good in the morning, but once I start yelling good morning, I just get a little excited. You know what I'm saying? You got to, So S&P futures, they're down by 0.4 Wednesday pre-market, near the worst level. Comes after U.S. equities finished mostly lower on Tuesday, with AI plays, big tech, semis, and small caps among the worst performers, while staples outperformed. Pullback was flagged largely as technical rather than fundamental in nature. Treasuries narrowly mixed, dollar flat with little movement on the major crosses, gold flat, and Bitcoin down 1.8, and WTI is off by 0.3. Market focused on FOMC minutes this afternoon, and more importantly, Nvda earnings after the close. Minutes expected to tilt hawkish, fitting with the Fed speak that they need to get more evidence on inflation moving closer to target. Market also, interestingly, getting more color on initial conversations surrounding QT. Nvda, the biggest beneficiary of the AI proliferation growth theme, has been a key driver of megacap outperformance. However, AI proliferation theme has run up against concerns about stretch positioning and sentiment, along with some scrutiny surrounding heightened competition, outsized investment, and uncertain productivity benefits. When it comes to broader market narratives, still a lot of discussion about the moving pieces and something for everyone dynamic in terms of the Fed hawkish repricing through 24, and the market still pricing in more than 3.5 rate cuts this year. On the earnings front, 24 revisions running ahead of historical trends, and Street looking for LDD growth, though big tech tailwind keeping concentration in play. In addition, disinflation flagged as a drag on top line growth. Original efficiency push providing some offset. In terms of economy, firmer macro data has helped us support no landing and soft landing. Amazon to enter Dow Jones. Palo Alto down big after cutting revenue. ADI guidance light across the board said they expect customer inventory rationalization through Q2. CSGP guidance disappointed. Keys guidance missed and said overall demand environment remains constrained. VRT organic growth and guidance disappointed. Garmin guidance mixed. IFF guided below with bigger drag from pricing. CE missed and guided Q1 below, implying steep ramp through year. Toll Brothers beat and raised, noting strong start to spring selling session. SEDG guided Q1 revenue above consensus. Caesars fell in line with pre-announcement. FLS segment EBITDA missed. Teladoc down big on soft Q1 and mixed full-year guidance. And then RNG Q1 and full-year revenue guide a bit light. Fed expected to keep shrinking balance sheet at reserves. Fed Daily reiterates that patience and fortitude may need to finish Fed's inflation work. Options data shows investors are hedging outside chance of a rate hike. And again, slim majority of economists expect first Fed rate cut in June. Bank of England to start cutting in Q3. Bank of Korea expected to leave rates unchanged. Nvidia options positioning implies 10.6% move following earnings. Nvidia faces high earnings bar following stock rally. Hedge funds pair exposure to Magnificent Seven. Thomas Bravo weighed sale of JD Power and deal valued at $8 billion. FTC and multiple U.S. states posed to file lawsuit over Kroger Albertsons deal. Occidental considering sale of Western Midstream for over $20 billion. Japan export rebound tops forecast underpinned by shipment of autos and chip making. Japan manufacturer sentiment deteriorates sharply amid domestic consumption. Germany's economic advisors plan to reduce their forecast for economic growth in 24. South Korean exports weaken over the first 20 days of February. China quant funds face crackdown in China authorities as efforts to halt equity selling intensify. China LPR cuts show lack of option availability in Beijing. EU and Biden set to impose major sanction on Russia for Navalny's death. Ukraine outnumber, outgunned, and on the ground. by relentless Russia as war turns to Putin's favor. U.S. tells allies that Russia may develop nuclear weapon or mock warhead into space as earlier as this year. Trump likely to consider two-step process to lifting China tariffs, and China circumvents U.S. tariffs by shipping more goods via Mexico. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. That's it, man. We fought through that one. We made it. It sucks because I don't even feel like it's clapped, but if it's clapped, it's clapped. But Chad, I got a couple of plays, so let's get those up. What do we have? Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right, you got a lot of pre-market movers, but I'm going to have to give you guys these guys in the meantime. We're going to have to stall a little bit. I'm going to need me a water a little bit earlier. I think it's time. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I do have a couple plays. I will be watching Amazon, Walgreens, Palo Alto, Toll Brothers, Nvda, Global Foundries, Intel, SMCI, and then NEO. Other than that, I think watch the minutes and then Nvidia sympathies. Those are probably going to be the number one plays. But Jadadonia, I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and I'll be right back.
It is tightened because this is what can give some impulse to the curve to steepen.
That was a Monday's Monica Defend with Danny Berger and myself a little bit earlier today, unveiling her rate cut expectations. This as investors count down to the Fed minutes. That's at 2 p.m. Eastern. Hoping it further sheds light on the policymakers' thinking. Mike McKee is with us. He's in D.C. for the day. Mike, how important will these minutes be? We've heard some criticism about Powell and his flip-flopping, so the minutes are perhaps a little bit more exacting?
Well, they will be a little bit more exacting, except that they are 3 weeks old. They will tell us what Powell and company were thinking then. But the problem with these sets of minutes is we did not know at the time what would happen to the economy. We'll probably see in the minutes that they agreed March is too early. Powell said that in the news conference, and they'll restate the idea of 3 cuts in 2024. Maybe conditions for beginning cuts. That could be the important thing today. We get their assessment of the economy and inflation, but remember, on January 31st, they did not know, we did not know, that CPI was going to turn around and go up during that month. That came a couple of weeks later, and so the Fed is maybe having to recalibrate. Certainly the markets have, which is the important thing. The minutes sometimes are edited to steer the markets. They don't need to really do that this time because the markets have taken March and pretty much May off the table at this point. Now, do we get something that will point to when they do it? We get a couple more inflation numbers before the March meeting, even PCE inflation, CPI, and then we have the Fed meeting. So we've still got a long way to go here, but probably people are going to look at these minutes and say, we knew what they're telling us.
Yeah, and as you say, a lot of water has passed under the bridge last week, specifically CPI, PPI, and UMich, although a lot of people have been disparaging about the politicization of University of Michigan data. Mike, thank you very much. Mike McKee. We'll bring those minutes to you a little bit later on and parse through the detail. Bob Dole, Monica DiCenzo is with me as my guest. Monica, let me bring it to you. Job done for the Fed. They've brought the market to heel.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the market just wants to see this last bit of it come to fruition. A little more clarity on when the cuts are coming. The market's obviously pricing them in mid-year. I think that makes sense. But I do think that there's still that lingering question for some people out there. Will they actually start to cut by midpoint of this year? So I still think we need to see a little more directionality towards that.
Bob, it's a bifurcation, isn't it, between a Fed panel, presidents, who are scarred in many ways by a number of events in history. 1998, LTCM, long-term credit, go Google. It was a bit of a touchy moment in the hedge fund world, but it was 1998, cuts followed by hikes in 1999, and there were other incendiary devices of policy mistake. Isn't that the issue here, that we have a market which has very little retrospective reference in a bond market and a Fed that is fundamentally frightened of their own shadow of mistakes?
So true. The dialogue is all about, today, tomorrow, the next day, maybe out to June and a possible cut, but the perspective is lost. Most Fed cycles, the Fed tightens until something breaks. Well, other than for a day and a half last April, we had that banking crisis. Nothing's really broken. Is that still a risk? The Fed is twiddling their thumbs, marking time, probably wishing they didn't have to say anything from now until, late second quarter when they come back up for air. So we'll all be watching the statistics. As Mike pointed out accurately, we didn't know anything about the uptick in inflation. We didn't know we'd get a bad retail sales number. Are these flashes in the pan? Are they beginning of new trends? We'll have to watch. And so will the Fed.
So then I presume you saw Larry Summers' discussion on Wall Street Week where he managed to ignite a 6% possibility of a rate hike. So, Bob, is that a healthy level of concern to have, an outlier risk like that? It's not consensus. It's a 6% probability. It's random walk theory stuff. But is there enough then to justify cutting?
Well, the Fed's certainly unlikely to cut when people are saying maybe rates are going to go higher. It just means there's a lot of uncertainty out there. We still have to see inflation behave itself. Look, the Fed has successfully brought inflation down. I'll use core numbers from round numbers, 6 to 4. That's the easy part. 4 to 2 is much, much harder. So there is more work to do. Have they done enough and just needs to work its way through the system? And I'm sure that's what Larry Summers is looking at and saying, we're not going to get to 2 with what we've done already. So there's.
So literally, today there's a couple of comments on people pricing in rate hikes again. There's a couple of lottos out there. So Chattadonia, we got a couple of minutes. I got a couple of plays. Again, Garmin, they're up by 5%. Toll Brothers, they're up 3.3 off of earnings. Let's see. And yeah, I turned off the Twitch. They told me to rest my voice. So I had to end it there. I got to rest my voice. So God bless you. Good morning. EQT up 2.3. EKC up 2.0 off of earnings. CRBG up 1.8. PSA up 1.0 off of earnings. Amazon 0.7 to replace Walgreens and Dow Jones. Nokia is up by 0.6. Collaboration with Nvda for RAND Solutions. NEO up 11.7 off of earnings. CSTM 5.5 earnings. IONS 5.4 earnings. Wix 5.3 off of earnings. SGML 4.9 nothing. CRSP 4.5 earnings. NVTS 4.1 nothing. JBTI or JBT 4.1 off of earnings. LPG up 3.2. Bros up 3.1. KRB up 3.0 earnings. VCIG up 24.1, agreement with Wutzano, 21.0 off of Hollow, nothing. Lunar up 20.9, moon landing expected Thursday. What? They're actually going to land? EVGN up 14.8, licensing in collaboration with Bayer. Where did it go? Where was Bayer? EBS up 13.2, appoints Joseph Papa as president and CEO. Gas up 8.5 earnings. OCGN 6.7 nothing. VYTX or VTYX 4.3 off of nothing. Prime up 4.1, closing of upsize offering. RAPT up 3.5, bounced 74% loss yesterday off downgrades. China ADRs all trading higher. Palo Alto down 23 off of earnings. VRT down 10 off of earnings. CSGP down 10 off of earnings. IFF down 8.8 earnings. Regen down 8.4 off of earnings. HSBC 7.6 off of earnings. Keys down 7.2 earnings. FMS down 5.6 earnings. Dino down 4.0 earnings. Palantir down 3.5 nothing. ARM down 3.1. Walgreens down 2.9 being removed from Dow. Snow down 2.9 nothing. PHG 2.5 nothing. Okta down 2.3. Datadog 2.3. Path down 2.3. Now down 2.1. Cameco down 2.1. GEHC down 1.8. Nvidia down 1.8. AMD 1.7. Shopify down 1.8. CFLT down 1.5. Stifle initiates buy. VRSK down 1 off of earnings. And then ADI down 0.7 off of earnings. AMPL down 20 off earnings. Teladoc down 20 off earnings. Globe down 14 off of earnings. Plab down 12.5. 2.5 off of earnings. SSTK down 12 off of earnings. ALIT down 8 off of earnings. SPT down 7 off of earnings. SBSW down 6 off of nothing. UEC down 4.6 off of nothing. Ring down 4.5 off of earnings. WING Wing down 3.8 off of earnings. RPD 3.7 off of nothing. Cava 2.7 off of nothing. Manu down 2.4. Ratcliffe completes minority investment. Wendy's down 1.0. JP Morgan downgrade. ISPR down 15.6 off of earnings. CYH down 10.9 off of earnings. And then Pump down 5.5 off of earnings. And crypto stocks all trading lower. Wow. Mike, that's a lot. That's a lot. Chattadonia. That's a lot of plays. You only got 30 seconds. What's your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Bop. First play, baby. What do we have? QQQ. Fubo calls. Palantir puts. Eyeing Nvidia. AMD puts. More puts. AMD puts. Intel. Baba. MTW. Palantir. ADI puts. Bud. IWM. Eli Lilly. Costco. Walgreens long term. Boyle. Tesla. Buying Pfizer. Long term calls. ADI puts. Baba. Nvidia. Eli Lilly. 690. Amazon call. Pfizer. SMCI. Hold until PHILO. Sox. Long. RKLB. Sox L. Josh calls. Beyond. Utah. Ulta puts. Home Depot. Said Utah. ARM. Amazon. Spy calls. Holden SO. Amazon, Spy calls, Walmart, CME, Amazon 190s, SMCI, SMH Butterfly, Nvidia, SMCI shares, Teladoc puts, calls on Twitch, UNG, Pfizer long, Just Learning, Nvidia, Microsoft, Boyle, Josh puts, Holden Mara, chilling today, God bless, and the final plays. ARM calls, Amazon to 175, Peach, ARM 125, Spy, and Spy calls. A lot of Spy calls. My goodness. Chattadonia. We have a lot of Spy calls, but we have something more important. It does not matter what's going on, whether we have a voice or not, whether there is Nvidia or not. There is something more important, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, before we chase a dollar, before we try to do anything, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed what most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you. Thank you for holding it down. We love all of you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who made that sacrifice. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. Way to keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, we still did it, baby. What's going on, Chattadonia? Are you ready? On Nvidia Minutes Day. My goodness. That one wasn't, honestly, there's been others sending the jets that sounded like deer were dying. So that one wasn't too bad. I've had worse. So I'll take it, baby. I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. All right, we got 30 seconds. Like the video. I got to do this, though. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Yeah, you guys are you're a lot to deal with in the morning. Even some of the members, I gotta clap y'all a little bit. No, there's no amount of likes today. Y'all already got we already got the Twitch down. Y'all did not come through. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Oh wait, did I already send out the plays? Yeah, I did. All right. Again, Intel, GFS, even SMCI. We'll see where that one takes us. You're down by 0.65 on the NASDAQ, though. Dow down by 0.5, and then Russell down 0.5, and then S&P down a quarter. Damn, DraftKings already went negative. That thing was up earlier. What's the other one? There's Palo Alto, Toll, and then even Neo. That Neo one was up a little bit more. I know we had a play, but I don't know if that one's going to actually hit. I flipped out of the Fubos yesterday. VIX is up 4. It really is. Tesla's up a little bit. Well, where is it? GFS, I have those shares from yesterday. They're down now. TTD on the high, but they're in the red by 1.4. Yeah, Square is pre-earnings. Even Nvda is down 1.2. Intel down by 0.6. You don't really have the pre-earnings. Very interesting. Cart going up. Let's see. SMCI. Damn, they're down 50. So 5%, but down almost $50. MDT trying to catch a bid. Those Twilios are holding. Twilios you got 200% on. They were in the money early in the morning. Snap on the high. They're in the red. I think everything's mainly red. Holo going. That's the one from the other day. Damn, that one's up 40. That one is still running. Oh, those CMEs are trying to move. Cart near 28. Airbnb still barely red. Baba, again, all the China stocks did good. Baba's up 1.8. Yeah, Palo Alto is like really bad. I'm mad if you play 2 standard deviations, that one ended up hitting. VRT, that was another one. Veritiv, they were down a lot more. I think we only went calls on that one. When I had Palo Alto to the long term, I think it has to go a lot lower. So remember, beginning of last year, it was at like 130. So they're literally still up 100% from that. I do not know about that. And then SPY down 0.3, JD on the high. Again, China names are running. Eli Lilly, they're going up. Square just got a candle. Again, Baba, they're up 2.5. Nvidia is after the bell. Palantir's going up. They're down 3. Still trying to climb, though. Oh, those Neos went up 30 cents to 70. Kind of a, what's our strike price? 20 for March. And then those Pinto Duos, damn, those went down. 21,000 on Palo Alto. Thanks for the ghetto standard deviation. That's what I'm talking about. Good work, baby. Beyond. Yeah, they had earnings. I think it was good. And then MPW, they're selling some buildings, but their earnings were really bad. But then the plans of selling buildings were good. Surprisingly, it's been like their smallest earnings reaction. Those Neos came down a little bit. Let's see. Intel, that's down. Even the SPY coming down. Pfizer's trying to climb. Am I going to sell premium on Nvidia? Maybe, but probably not. I'm going to try to stay away from it. Card above 28. Baba's going up. Yeah, Baba at 75. Has it been this high? Yeah, she hit $78. Yeah, Palo Alto is still holding down there. Tessie. Nvidia's down 1.4. They're just barely moving. Marriott on the high, and then AMD. AMD's still red, but that one's climbing a little more than Nvidia right now. Tesla's doing good, 1.1. Can't complain. And then again, Ford had that EV price target stuff changed the other day. They changed the Lightning and the Mach-E. Palantir pushing. They were down 2 last time we checked. Yeah, they're going up. And then Holo up 35. Wix. So we had the really far at the money cheap play. I don't think that one went up. Yeah, the Wix is just holding on there. What is that? Where's Disney? Disney's at 108? Come on, Disney. Pinduoduo's climbing. Starbucks on the high. On Vail. It could be good for the travel season. Again, I think most of the travel names did good, but Vail is travel, right? Isn't it like ski resorts? I think they might do decent. We could double check when we get to the earnings preview. Paying the plug for Palo Alto, baby. God bless. Amen. Amen. You like the oil play? I do, but the same thing still, I just don't like the price it's at. So I'd like if you could get small exposure with a higher upside, I'm down with it, but I don't like the $78 price, unfortunately. MPW, they're getting rid of guidance, but nothing negative on their dividend for now. So they're holding up. I mean, I don't know, unless people want to take it as no news is good news, but pretty much nothing got worse. And then they talked about selling some of their buildings. They sold I think $100 million or $15 million worth of buildings, which isn't that much, which kind of sucks. Cart about to get to 29. Palo Alto climbing up a little bit. JD, China name still going. All of those are holding up very good. Holo halted. Yeah, Meta's on the low. SPY coming up. Let's see. We're at 49.64. Damn, you barely went over yesterday's low. So sadly, you're still in the CPI range. Again, 49.52, that's still the level. And then all the way down to 49.20. Otherwise, we start making a move back up to the 5,000s. VTYX halted. That was moving in the morning. The Fed minutes shouldn't be too hawkish. They are expected to be hawkish. The only thing is that maybe the market is expecting hawkish, but they should have a hawkish tilt. Roblo. They're up. Nvidia. Again, AMD was running Tesla. That's still in the green. 1-2. SPY near the high of the day. Walmart kept coming down. Boeing, they're down 0.8. About to go to 200 flat. Oh, doesn't Redfin have earnings? They're down 2, but they're starting to move up. Bonds are in the green. Where is the dollar? Dollar break even. Toll Brothers, they're still up 5. GLD on the high. Disney's starting to go up. Again, Disney was just down there a lot. They had a green shoot, still down a quarter. SMCI is waking, but they're down. Dude, they were down 5 in the morning. So SMCI moved up a lot from the bottom, but they're still down. Procter & Gamble 160. They got a pop. GM on the high. 1-2. I think Ford Only automaker down, but they're about to go green. And Lucid and Rivian, don't they have earnings today? Walmart price target raised to 228 from 210 by Piper Sandler. Meta, they were doing good in the morning, but then they kind of gave up. Yeah, Meta's down 1.7. Google's down 0.6. Honestly, big tech isn't down that much. Amazon's up a ton. Honestly, all of big tech is doing good. What time is it? It's only been 10 minutes. You're not getting that same negativity out of everything else. Tesla's still climbing. Domino's on the high. Chipotle. Mickey D's. I don't know. It seems like everything's matched up. NASDAQ the worst on the day, right next to Russell, but seems like a lot of the bigger names are still holding on quite well. ADI earnings, I think they already reported. They pretty much cucked. They didn't do anything too groundbreaking on either end. Nvda, TNL. I'm in on the Neo plays. They're up a little bit. They're up like 100%, depending on where you get filled. ENVX. Didn't they run a lot more than that? Powell on the high. POWL. Pfizer came down. Walmart holding. China names. Baba making another move. That Baba's actually holding. Save that last all day. If Nvidia is bad, it'll tank the whole market. It can. That's what people were talking about today. They're pretty much saying Nvidia is so concentrated in the market, it's hard for it not to be a macro event. Nike on the high. Where is healthcare? Palo Alto maintained at buy. Cut to 350 from 400 at Cantor Fitzgerald. Albemarle up 2. VKTX. That one keeps running every day. Yeah, they're up 2% at 36. And then SPY coming down. You hit a new high of the day, but we are still near the lows. Again, 49. It's like 62 or 52. 49.52. So we still got to go 10 points lower. That was the level from yesterday. ACGO, LNG on the high. SPY coming lower. High ticker is still pretty active. That's the weird part about all of this. And again, Baba, China names, they're still going. Some more than others. NQ low of the day, down 0.6. Damn. So that's starting to pick up now. NQ is down now double, almost the Russell and double the SPY. Yeah, healthcare is kind of holding up. I think China probably has the best bet of rotation right now. Again, even Nike going up, SPY near the low of the day. $49.16. MPW is holding up. They're up 7 now. So again, selling properties and just no real bad news, even though they got rid of guidance and they missed on earnings because of one-time charge-offs. Solar, wasn't it ENVX? There was one of the solar names the other day that reported. Chewy on the low. 2.5 were airlines. Airlines did good yesterday. They're coming up. Roku's starting to come up. Remember, we had those plays. They were up yesterday. I think China is going to be interesting. And then we'll see the breakdown. It's only been 15 minutes, though. It's still pretty early. And we barely moved from even yesterday's level. Dollar's not doing much. Bonds are pretty much break even. And then SPY and equities are the only thing that have moved so far. Oh, SCDG. Yes, you are correct. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, they're down 15. Interesting. Some other solars were going up. That Apple on the high. Yeah, Apple is in the green. And Tesla, too. And then Nvidia is down 1.7. SMCI down 3. Intel down 0.8. And then AMD down 1.45. GOBE, they reported Microsoft on the low. Toll. Tesla's still going. And then again, bonds catching a bid, SPY near the low of the day. But it looks like big tech on it. I don't know. NASDAQ, probably more names down, but NASDAQ is still holding up. MDT. All right, I sold out of the Neo call from yesterday. I got back 45. And then I'm selling out of the Twilio. Sold out the Twilio for 41. So NEO and Twilio I got out of. Got about $80 back. Both of those had a gain. Alrighty. Oh, and then the Roku. So Roku's dropping. Those plays are still holding up. I think we had a little bit more on those yesterday. We'll see where those take us. Coin new low. Nvidia down. Tesla up. You got a couple of flushes there. Damn, I got 95. I sold out of the Roku for 95. That one was like 300% or $20 into 100. We went over MPW briefly, but I'm sure later in the day we could get more in depth into it. It wasn't bad, though. So that's kind of why I think they're going up. Just nothing got worse. No news is kind of good news. They did talk about selling buildings, and they're in the process of that right now. And then they are getting rid of full year guidance. So, yeah, we got rid of Neo. I just sold out 3 plays. So, again, getting some money back. Roku, Twilio, and Neo we got out of. Tesla's still at the high. Boeing still near. It's hugging that 200. It's either going to bounce from here or flush. MPW getting a candle at the high. MDT, come on. Amen. Oh, those Caesars didn't move. The Walmart, the Intels are kind of holding up. Well, those are still down 20, and then Celsius is still going up. Cody's up 4. Where's Global Foundries? Now, Global Foundries getting knocked. Yeah, Cody is up 4. Bonds slipping. They are. Good call. I didn't even see that there. Bonds are finally going red on the day. I feel like they were break even all day. Yeah, even pre-market. Bonds did nothing. So they are finally slipping. SPY near the low of the day. EKC on the high. Yeah, bonds getting a little bit bigger of a candle. Meta at the low as well. Apple still staying pinned. McDonald's going up. Alex Harshbarger. Welcome, my friend. Good morning. Yin is up 10. Well, China plays are doing really good. Again, even Baba at 76. JD, Baidu on the high. Even Pinduoduo starting to play along again. The dollar's just doing nothing. Now it's barely red by 0.01. Otherwise, it spent most of the day doing nothing. Tesla, it's near 200. SMCI flipped to the downside. Tesla. Where's Lyft? AMAT still down. The Oatly, I forgot about that. Be careful because that stock barely moving. That could just be the spread. Burke on the high. Birkenstock. So is the IPO. It's starting to run a little bit. Getting a random pop. I don't see anything on Birkenstock. But 4% candle. Honestly, they've been holding up pretty good for an IPO. Yeah, Burke. 4% pop. Keeps going. No news. Yeah, I don't see anything on it. Crocs following. Good call out. A little bit. That's big for them, though. NVO even at 120. Mara going up. Watch the crypto names. Natural gas up 10. We were just talking about that yesterday. MPW still climbing. So that's holding up decent. Cart right below 29. No Zillow. What's the other one? Was it VRT? They've recovered. They were down like 11 earlier. Birkenstock reader interest increases. Trading volume high. Yeah, there's something up with it. It's up 5% on 3 candles. But there's no news. I think people are trading it or there's just news about to come out. But yeah, Birkenstock moving a little bit. And then Crocs kind of, but Birkenstock definitely an outlier, 5%. ACAM starting to go up a little bit more. VRT, again, that one recovered nice. We got out of Neo. We got out of Roku. I'm glad we got out of Roku. That's it. China plays. They're kind of coming down a little bit. That's the next one. Beyond Meat unveils 4th generation of core beef platform. What the hell is a core beef platform? I want nothing to do with that. I mean, core beef play. You make food. Did they dump off of that? I know they looked halted, but they're not. EXR, extra space. They're up 2-4. MP Dubs came down a little bit. Macau got an update. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. I mean, core beef. Y'all are insane. Fiverr's moving. Somebody was asking me about that yesterday. And then Birkenstock keeps going up. Nvidia near the low. SPY near the low of the day. It's been 25 minutes. We still need 5 more minutes for the first 30, man. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. I hope this is a commercial. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, and get ready for Fed Minutes in NVIDIA. BRB.
Through to Friday, you've got Warner
Citi.
Brothers and Discovery
They're
reporting
flushing
their
on the low.
earnings. That's state of play on the markets. You've had Tesla manage to turn it around from a pre-market tank. We're up at 198.06. We'll leave it with you. Nvidia will define perhaps the next leg of risk on the Nasdaq, as it has put on nearly $500 million in market cap since the start.
At Roto-Rooter, we've tried everything to address plumbing emergencies faster, like the sink siren.
I'm not going to lie, I like these Roto-Rooter commercials. I thought they were going to get into it. I didn't know that was a commercial break. I thought that was like the start, you know?
Bond markets have.
Oh, you get more Jim.
Fewer Fed cuts,
more Jimmy.
but stocks have not.
No,
There you
and that's,
go, Jimmy.
look, I don't think there'll be any cuts. I think that.
Wait, are you saying there'll be no Fed cuts this year?
I think if we keep up, if we don't have employment above, unemployment's got to go to 4 and change. Or else I think that Jay's going to say, you know what, we're watching. And I think that they're very worried about the thing I asked Brian Moynihan. They want to see something come down in price other than natural gas. That's their game. So, let's not get ahead of them.
We'll see. Maybe the minutes will be instructive, but they are dated, Jim.
Yes, they are. Very dated. I've got realty income, which is letter O. That's monthly income. I love it. And then I've got Brent Saunders from Bausch & Lomb.
Nice.
First time. Wow, what a show. And load up your sports app. Do not pillory Nikesh too much. There's a real company there, Palo Alto. And Jensen Huang, if you decide you're going to sell them, then why don't you go sell Taylor Swift?
We'll see you at 6. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Quick break here with the Dow down 118. Back in 3.
All right, good timing. My goodness. The monthly rate cut, I haven't checked, but I think right now we're at 3.5. I don't think March odds are up there. Let's see. But I know December odds have calmed down. March, we are still not pricing in a rate cut. There is an 8% chance of a rate cut in March. And then June, honestly, we're still kind of holding up June as well. June has almost odds of a rate cut. So you're still kind of pricing in a rate cut for June, July, ironically enough. So we're definitely not as bearish as we were just a couple days ago, but it is still, again, maybe the minutes, maybe Nvidia changes that around a little bit. But yeah, didn't Kramer literally just said he doesn't think we have a cut this year? So how does the whole do the opposite of Kramer play out? So does that mean we're getting a cut? How do you guys feel about that? I feel like that's very controversial. I agree, no cuts. You agree with Jimmy Kramer? They're cutting tomorrow now. So I don't know. June is later. June is like the middle of the year. So kind of July would be more second half, technically. But June is like the halfway point. We're 100% getting at least one cut this year. 100%. So you disagree with Kramer? Cuts are happening, but later than June. All right. Look at that. I like Kramer, but he got his buzzers off. Powell said cut. I believe Papa Powell. Well. Let's see what the minutes say. Burke is still going up. This thing, nobody traded it. It's moving. ARM is going up. Again, didn't TSMC, they sold like $800 million worth of ARM this morning. Belander on the high. Garmin, Burke going up. ARM, bonds trying to bounce off the low. SPY right at VWAP near the low of the day. 3M filing of Form 10 registration planned. Is that for the spinoff? Powell also said no cuts through full year 24. How can you trust him? Yeah, but then he switched it. All right. So up until end of 24 or end of 23, he didn't talk about rate cuts. Good point though. Euro area consumer sentiment for February negative 15.5. Estimate negative 15.5. Crypto falls after Bitcoin slips nearly 2%. Marriott on the high. Birkenstock still going up. ARM on the high. They're about to go green. Dude, that thing's still going. Hilton now, too. Hilton and Marriott were both on the highs. Again, is it booking today or tomorrow? I think booking's tomorrow. Yeah, ARM is going up. ARM is in the green now. Tesla's holding up great. Uber. Remember, Uber got clobbered yesterday. Yeah, booking's tomorrow after hours. Okay, good. We'll see how that plays out. Still nothing on Berg. That one's going 7% now. 7%, no headlines. Card is going up still. MPW came down. And then SPY getting a green shoot. Again, right back up to open now. Lunar unhalted. So they said they're landing on the moon on Thursday. That headline kind of tripped me out. SPY, a big green. So literally that one candle now, high of the day. Interestingly enough, you fill the gap at like another 10 points. Cart breaking 29. So it was the first time doing this one. Oh, no, wait. Why did you say 29 on the high ticker? I think, was that car? I'm tripping. Yeah, Tesla's doing good today. Honestly, all of big tech. Let me get you guys the breakdown. Right now you have Dow Jones, 13 names in the green, 17 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 62 red, 39 in the green. And then S&P 250 red, 250 green. So you're literally 50-50 right now. And then a slight tilt red on the SPY or on the NASDAQ and then the Dow. And then Walgreens is factoring that in too. Tesla breaking out now. Still not at 200, but getting close. And then SPY still going up. Burt came down. Still don't know what's going on with that one. HD about to go green. No, you didn't miss anything on the video. We're going to go over the preview a little later. But also, it's very important. Everybody is, again, the last 48 hours, everybody has made it a very big deal. They are calling it the most important stock in the world right now. Google running, SPY just ripped. Yeah, Google just woke up, red to green. SPY literally, 8 points off of the low, but that's a new high of the day. 6 points off of filling the gap now. Uber going up. High tickers is gassing. Even Team and a couple of others on the high. Biogen, Tesla. I want to say everything's going. China names kind of calm down. Uber's climbing nice. Lazy Boy on the low. Someone asked me about that for earnings. They're down 7.9. Where's Nvidia? Nvidia is not even moving. Nvidia is right at open, which is down another 175. Let's see. SMCI didn't move much. I think ARM and AMD, those are the chip makers moving the most. Intel's kind of doing the same little pin too. Global Foundries got murked, Lunar. So again, they're landing on the moon this week. They're trading lower. What's the other one? Holo. That one came down. Keys on the high. Iova's going up. That's another 15. Keys is down 8. And then VRT, that one recovered like 10% from the low. That one's kind of crazy. CPOP. That was the one from yesterday that went nuts. Yeah, Amazon above 170. That could definitely get interesting. So usually after getting added to the Dow, there is a good follow through. And then that takes place February 26th. I think Lucid does report. Lucid and Rivian today. Elf on the high. Again, Cody's up 2.5 or 4. Aloha from the island. Charlie, baby. Good morning. Yeah, CPOP. CPOP. This one went up from like a couple dollars to like $9 yesterday. Why no Twitch? They told me to rest my voice, so I listened. That's it. I was reading the chat this morning, and I think 90% of the messages were about my voice. So I was like, all right, I'll rest it. I'll do what they say. So I don't know. Y'all get mad at me no matter what. I reclaim my time. Thank you. Microsoft going up. They're still down by 0.5. Again, dude, big tech is holding up great. I'm surprised the NASDAQ. Now the Russell's the worst on the day, but the NASDAQ is still down quite a bit. But all of your big tech names are kind of holding up here very well. IBM on the low, Kenvue on the low as well. What is Johnson? XLV came down. They're not holding any rotation. Home Depot going up. A lot of you guys were calling that one out. They're holding into the green. Palo Alto, it's hard to tell if it's going to go lower or bounce. So honestly, I think either way, it's either going to flush even more, go past 3 standard deviations, or it's going to have that little bounce. But it's hard to tell the direction. I'm sure the premiums both ways, though. Puts maybe a little bit more money, but you should have something on the table. Teladoc, we only went with those cheap calls, but really, Teladoc is only exciting when they do good. So if they ain't doing good on those earnings, I think that says a little, but it might have one of those bounces, though, too. Again, like VRT, they were down 15, 20, and then started moving. Bonds bouncing a little bit off the low now. Again, equities moved more. How soon can we preview Nvidia? Same time every day, baby. 11 a.m. for the previews. If Nvidia dumps, what'll be impacted? I think all tech, but mainly the chip stocks. And then, what people are saying is that Nvidia, it makes up such a big part of the index that even if it was just Nvidia affected, it's going to bring about a lot of volatility. So I don't know. It's getting kind of weird because I don't feel like people were this dramatic the last time. It just seems that coming into this report now, because again, Nvidia just keeps climbing. It has everybody very, very cautious about the broader effect that Nvidia will create. $3M Solventum anticipated a spinoff from 3M on April 1st. So that Form 10 was for that. I think that's their healthcare spinoff. Nvidia might split. I mean, that'll add to all of the good news. But I do think people are going to be looking at their actual performance. Troy is saying hearing Foot Locker activist interest. Watch Foot Locker. Again, I mean, Birkenstock, maybe that's why they were up. I don't know. That's the second footwear company we've seen go up. ADI Green Shoe. Yeah, they're up. They barely moved after their earnings were mixed. UAL, that's continuing from yesterday. They're only down a quarter. Watch if Foot Locker goes crazy. There's a little rumor there. Crocs is on the high now, too. Fortinet on the high. MP Dubs came down. Lucid on the high. Does my girlfriend have running shoes? Nah, man, she don't run. Or what is it? ONON? Those are the Swiss ones. ADI, they're starting to move up. Again, you're going to need like a 10 or 6% move to get anything on that. eBay, don't they have earnings coming up? I have not looked. I think they were doing good the last couple of days, though. Yeah, they were kind of edging up here. Still within their January range. SPY trying to come up. Is that Burke again? No, I'm tripping. Olma's on the high. ADI, 2% in a couple of candles. SPY trying to work its way up. Bond stopped going up. Another airline, Southwest. That is climbing. NASDAQ still down 0.4. SPY only down 0.15. And Dow down 0.12. Russell and Dow are the only ones kind of clapped. Upstart new low down 3. 3.7. Iova's on the high. Would ADI rip if Nvidia does well? Maybe, but again, that one they just had their earnings, so that's why they're not moving. It's not like their earnings didn't cause that, but tomorrow will be interesting. It's going to be one part Nvidia affecting the broader market, and then another part about direct sympathies. So we'll see, but without knowing how they're going to report, it's very hard to say. Because Nvidia is either going to have a big miss, a big beat, or they're going to come in right in line where they beat the report and then guide within the same range. And then that's kind of how it's been the last couple of earnings. So there's a lot of outcomes that can occur after today. Bonds are trying to fight back a little bit. Iova's still holding. eBay is breaking out to the high. SPY near the high of the day. What does my gut truly say about Nvidia? My gut says kick up your feet and enjoy the show. So that's I think it's just going to be a lot of movement, a lot of action. I do think it's important, but my gut is telling me the answer will arrive afterwards. I don't think you're going to be able to predict this one. Yeah, cart breaking out a little bit more now. Where's MDT? Where's Gilead? Wrapped. Didn't they have earnings the other day? Yeah, they dropped, and now they're back up 42%. They dropped like 75% yesterday. NYCB down 30, or down 3.5. Philip Morris says this year they expect smoke-free products will generate $15 billion in revenue. Philip Morris giving an update on smokeless tobacco. NASDAQ came down a little bit. NASDAQ is like right near the, I guess so is the SPY. It's near the first high of the day, but NASDAQ looks a little better. Even though SPY isn't down as much. Philip Morris, again, they got the headline. They're still going up. TXN on the high. Again, that wrapped. Is it safe to protect your downside with SPY puts? Well, it just depends on, when the volatility arrives and the break even of the plays that you buy to protect it. That's all. All you got to think about, worst case scenario with puts, is that you buy it for insurance and then the market goes down, but then not on the right time or the right level, and then you lose on the insurance and the stock value. Court, PayPal on the high. PayPal, AMAT, they're running up now. I'm going to pay the plug, GG, on Palo Alto. Email you the position so I don't get told to flexing. You good, baby? Oh, Arda. You good. Don't even trip. I'm sure that was a great one for earnings. If you got those two standard deviations hit. So I don't think it's a flex. I think it's just literally playing the earnings. Tesla. Ralph Lauren. Clothing names have been doing awkwardly well. And again, Foot Locker had that news earlier. They didn't move as much. Apple, Meta, Nvda. Is that Apple still in the red? Or who is that? Meta. Apple is still holding up there. It's so weird. NASDAQ seems like every single big name is actually still in the green. Palo Alto definitely hit. Thank you, and thanks to all the Chads, baby. Or not. Amen. It was beautiful, man. I'm glad to see it. I think the two standard deviation strategy has helped out a lot, giving people good exposure, and then when it did work, making sure you got a great play. I love to see it, baby. Started a LT for your daughter. Any suggestions on where to put money into? Not sure, stocks or ETFs? Well, ETFs are near all-time highs. Stocks, go with names that you think will be around when she's still around and older. But, go with high-quality names. Can't have any trouble with that. Lunar, I think it's a space company. I don't know why they came down. They were up yesterday, and then there was news today that they are landing on the moon on Thursday. Palo Alto, 10,000%, 2 standard deviation win, baby. Here's a coffee. God bless Josh in the cult. Oh, we got a lot of hitters on that one. Oh, Arna. Amen. Amen. Yeah, bro. Palo Alto was crazy. Lunar. And Paul, it might go a little lower here. So even Palo Alto's kind of slipping. We've been looking for either the continuation or not. Lunar TSN. Man, all the chip makers are doing nothing. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's here. Peach Nation, get your ass up. A lot of Palo Alto plays, but only one peach. Oh, my goodness. Orna! Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia. Bradley Frizzle here on a Wednesday. Oh, it's here, baby. Oh, you feel it. On Nvda, they say Nvidia is the most important stock. How about the peach? Yeah, you have Nvidia earnings, the minutes, and then the peach. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Hope you're feeling good, baby. My goodness. The peach pump coming up. We'll see. I mean, bonds went down. SPY near the highs holding up. I mean, we're looking for any sort of a bounce or any movement. Again, this is like a weird continuation of yesterday. And now we've already burned about, almost an hour? 8 minutes shy of the first hour. Beautiful Wednesday. Hope you and Chattadonia doing well. We doing good, baby. You got a lot of Palo Alto hits. You got a lot of people getting ready for Nvidia. Some people getting ready for the minutes. Oh, it's quite exciting here to end February. It's the second month of the year. Walgreens is partnering with Adobe and Cloud for Microsoft for leveraging customer data and personalization. Lunar. I have no idea why Lunar is going down, but again, all I know is it's a space company. DFIN on the high. Again, CART needs to get to 29. Where's the China names? Baba coming down. Same with Baidu. They're still up, but not like they were in the morning. Is Walgreens trying to announce stuff as they get removed from the Dow? Amazon dropped too. Nike still keeps climbing. Palo Alto Peach. Peach de Alto. Lunar. What was the other one? Holo. And then C-Pop. These are your runners. Bonds just died. So Bonds flipped. Again, break even to now down 0.10. They haven't really been doing much today, but they are near the low end. And dollar is break even. Microsoft trying to go up. Still in the red. Apple is in the green. Amazon in the green. Where's Netflix? They're in the red barely. So again, all the big tech except Nvidia is bare. Nvidia and Meta are the only ones down. Lunar halted up. Qasim, CHM Ciokas by 60,000 shares. Rahul HD on the high. Iova's going up. Tesla. Couscous, that's my name. I thought you couscous. Couscous, ya habibi. Fed minutes is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern. So 11, 12, 1. So yeah, by the time we should be doing earnings previews, we're going to get the Fed minutes. It'll give us a reaction for like 5-10 minutes, and then we'll be over it. And then before you know that, everybody will get ready for Nvda earnings. Lunar Myrna's on the high. I haven't seen a healthcare medicine name go up all day today. I guess Regen holding on. XLV only down by 0.3. SPY still holding up. It's been what? 30 minutes almost at this level. And then we're about, what, 5 minutes away from the first hour. Let's see where we're at volume-wise. 7 million. Volume's kind of low. So we are still edging lower. Even though you've gotten some of this move, you are still gapped down about 7 points lower, have not moved back up into it. Jeff Bezos sells further tranche of 2.4. Is that another set? Because like the first time he sold 2 billion, then he sold another 2 billion. So are they saying he sold an additional 2 billion? Because I might start to be getting lost here. Homeboy has sold many billions of dollars. Good morning. Upstart getting killed. Bezos cashes out 8 billion, yeah. So he sold another 2 billion. What the hell? So he's getting added to the Dow, but he's been selling like $2 billion a week for the last like 3 weeks. Yeah, he still has a lot more shares. He still owns 938 million shares. I know that's, imagine every dollar Amazon moves, he's literally making or losing $938 million. So SPY got a little Raoul Abercrombie on the high. That's been happening a lot. But Dow Jones, NASDAQ, SPY all took a big red. NASDAQ's down 0.6. Bonds near the low of the day. Dollar still at break even. Oh, the Cody came down. Where is the China? SPY holding trend line. We're just it's just slow, honestly. I mean, there's a lot riding on the table today, both middle of the day and after hours, but this is just a weird continuation of yesterday. That's it. We're just right back to like the low end, still slightly above the CPI levels, but you're just kind of hanging out in this the latest level we had, a volatility zone. I think MPW came all the way back down. They gave up 7%. CLSK still going. FedEx on the high. So, again, there's still a couple of names up. I still want to say it's 50-50, but a lot of weird moves here, more or less. Nvidia staying the same, but call premium going down. So that earnings move, they are literally pinned right at open. But I guess so is the SPY now that you look at it. SPY looks like it moved a little different, but both of them, SPY and Nvidia, all within the first candle. And it has been about 2 minutes shy of 1 hour. MPW earnings was decent. I mean, I think it was actually bad. They missed, but it was decent. And no bad news. They said they're getting ready, and they already have sold a smaller portion of properties. And then it's bad because they got rid of guidance, but pretty much nothing got worse than where it has been. They have a conference call in 2 minutes. The call is 11 a.m. Central. What time is that? Is that like 12 Eastern? I see 12 p.m. for their conference call. So in 30 minutes. Boyle pumping, yeah, it's up a lot. What was up, Ted? Nvidia going a little lower. GM on the high. Did Caesars move? No. They stayed at 1. Roblo. They're down 2. See, how's Roblo been doing? Oh, nice. ARM is breaking out. ARM new high. What is that? I'm looking at those Roblo covered calls. They're up a lot. Nvidia invested in ARM. Yeah. Somebody sold out of ARM, though. I think it was TSM today. They sold out like $800 million worth. $5.15. That's not bad. Oh, it's only 30%. I thought it was 50. All right. Yeah, they sold 850. Oh, it was 850,000 shares? Damn. Well. And then bonds hit a new low. Those covered calls on Roblo, they're up like 30, 40%, but I thought they'd be up 50%. I'd be down to take them because they have a lot of time. And it just depends how they move. And then ARM is still going up. Again, that's the first chip maker I've seen move in a while to the upside. Intel's on the low. Qualcomm going lower. Even AMD and Nvidia. SMCI kind of got a little bit of a bid. That's something a lot of companies do, buy stock in their competitors. Sometimes it just depends on like what the industry is, but you know, a lot of these companies were new and everybody just started investing in them early. But it all just depends on the industry. Alrighty. And the supply chain. All right. I think this is I don't know if this is. But I need to go pee again. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. You got like what? 2.5 hours? 3.5 hours till the minutes? Oh man, you got a lot of time. Global debt rises to new record. Global debt hits, wow, where'd it go? $313 trillion in 2023. IIF.
Rates reduced really back 18 months ago, and that's, you know, as many players came into the market when there was strong demand, you know, some of them are under a lot of pressure. That said, customers used their products really hard through the 22 and 23 timeframe, and there was pent-up demand. So you see strong backlog for many of our OEM customers in the heavy-duty truck market. We've seen a little bit of softening from the peak that was really middle of last year, but not as much as we had anticipated. And so we have projected in the second half of this year to see further slowing and down, as you noted, 10 to 15% for the year. That said, we're bringing a lot of new products into that market. So we are investing $1 billion in our U.S. manufacturing facilities for what we call our fuel-agnostic engine platforms. And these are a key part of our Destination Zero strategy to continue to improve efficiency and performance of diesel-based solutions and also give those customers flexibility to use alternate fuels like natural gas and hydrogen in engines. And we're launching this year into the heavy-duty truck market the natural gas version of that new 15-liter fuel-agnostic platform. So, Destination Zero is really about advancing those engine-based solutions and then also starting to accelerate our investment in these zero emissions technologies like battery electric powertrains, where we're investing with partners PACCAR, Daimler Truck, and EVE Energy to produce battery cells for commercial vehicle in the U.S. So it's a really exciting time as we think about the new technologies that we can bring to market and how we help our customers succeed through what's going to be a tricky transition for them.
Well, before we get to the battery cell conversation, like you said, you're still investing heavily even with this downturn scene. I know that you said that you're already proactively taking some cost-cutting measures in anticipation of that. Could you just walk us through what you mean by that? Is Cummins thinking about layoffs, for example?
Yeah, we did a voluntary reduction at the end of last year in anticipation of some revenue softening. So we've already taken that action. And, we're continuing to look at how do we improve business performance? How do we improve efficiency of our operations? And what are the places that we can drive continuous improvement, which our investors expect us to do while making sure we're delivering well for our customer needs?
And like you said, I mean, this is a pretty cyclical market when you think about the heavy truck industry there. Is there anything that distinguishes this cycle from previous cycles that you've seen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this cycle did not reach the peak that you would have seen in some historic cycles, especially given the underlying demand. And we're not seeing the same trough in this cycle either. So that's why it really is a softer cycle. We're watching what happens with interest rates and other indicators to see if we really do have this soft landing that we all talk about. And I think that will influence what really happens for us in the second half of this year.
Yeah, a lot of hopes and dreams, especially from the Fed policymakers, build on that soft landing. But let's talk a little bit more about battery cells. Of course, you're also investing heavily in electronification, alternative powertrain technologies. Talk to us, though, about demands. Is that transition to zero-emission vehicles taking longer than you expected, or what sort of timeline are you thinking about here?
Yeah, we're paying a lot of attention to that. I mean, the reality is that climate change is a real issue, and we have to take action to address that. And that is what our destination.
Got to take action. Got to take action. The Twitch, I closed it today to rest my voice. Hopefully you understand. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Yeah, that was Cummins, I think, CEO and board chair. Crypto names are coming back up. Ahmed. I'm thinking AMAT. Lynn Spy right at VWAP again. Just doing this little bounce. Bonds did get clapped in this last 10 minutes. Again, bonds, they were not doing anything all day today. Again, they were at break even, and then they just got knocked. Powell. Powell's at 2 p.m. Well, it's not even Powell. It's just the Fed minutes. Even then, though, it's literally every hour that we've gotten closer to the minutes, everybody has talked about Nvda more. It's going to be an interesting one. So we'll see if Powell's hawkish reminder, if the minutes do that. But there is one thing about the minutes that people are talking about that could be bullish. So this is the surpriser for today. But it makes sense if you remember the last Fed meeting when we were going over it. Does anybody know what it is? There's one thing that could come up on the minutes today that is going to get people actually feeling excited. Best chip sympathy, probably ARM, SMCI, or Intel. Oh, there it is, baby. Yes, quantitative tightening. I'm excited. You guys got that fast. Yes, quantitative tightening. So some people are hoping that, maybe the minutes are going to be hawkish, but they are hoping that the discussion around quantitative tightening. If it's more in depth, as Powell talked about, that could end up being pretty bullish. So there will be something that could surprise us to the upside, quantitative tightening. If not, it's going to be the negative hawkish reminders of everything Powell said last time. No, you mean quantitative easing? No, quantitative tightening. So the balance sheet runoff. If you're not familiar, over the last year and a half, the Fed has been doing quantitative tightening. They have been selling off securities and not buying them back. So why it's bullish is they're talking about the end of that. So by ending the quantitative tightening, you are no longer selling your balance sheet. And now they could start buying back again and begin quantitative easing. How the hell is the world at all-time debt if we're not printing as much? Well, we are issuing more debt, but the Fed's just not buying it. So they've been buying less of it, would be a better way to put it. So other people are still buying it, but the Fed is just buying. For the last year and a half, they've been buying $30 billion less a month. Okay, SPY coming back up a little bit, right still where we opened. 4964. My goodness. What a day. Maybe we just dance around until the data. Coinbase coming back up again. A couple of those crypto names were moving higher earlier. Mara and Riot. They were going up with it. And Tesla's still in the green. I think everything except Meta. Meta, maybe Google. Google went up, though. I think Meta and Netflix are the only big techs in the red. NASDAQ still down 0.59. Russell 0.55. Dow and SPY just under a quarter. The data is going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific time. 2 p.m. Eastern for the minutes. And then after hours, we are going to get the Nvda earnings, which everybody is kind of stressing over. Cart hit a new high. He's not breaking out, though. We will go over bros if they report on Thursday or today. So today, please hold. We are going to be going over Nvda, Rivian, Etsy, Synopsys, Lucid, Nova, Dutch Bros, APA, MRO, Suncor, Wayfair, Fiverr, LNG, Nikolai, Numa, and Moderna, and Pioneer. Those will be the ones we'll be covering today. We might be a little late because the Fed minutes are going to come out. Maybe we go a little early. We'll find out. No Nigel today. Unfortunate. It's the end of earnings season. Maybe, though. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see how things go. Zillow maintained at underweight at Barclays. Price target raised to 40 from 32. ZG, Car. They're still a little lower. Wingstop's on the high. They were down in the morning, so they're still down 2.0. That was another earnings. ADI, that came back up and then dropped. AT&T on the high. Cart. Oh, you meant Cart. Yeah, they've done good, honestly. Again, since their earnings has been up there. I want to see what happens above 29. Again, $30 a big level. Etsy on the high. Wait, doesn't Etsy have earnings? Or are they on Thursday? I don't have Instacart in the long term. I have a big flip share position that I've been holding since the end of last year or October. Yeah, Pinduoduo. China gave up a lot of it. That's the thing that sucks. China is just like, it's good for one day and then that's it. And then even on the days that it does good, it'll do very good and then for the first hour, and then we'll spend the rest of the day going down. Microsoft starting to dump a little bit. Abivai even on the low. Abivai's low-key dumping. Again, Microsoft was like right at the cusp of trying to go green. I'd wave Apple and Amazon, because Amazon gave up those Dow Jones gains. AXP on the low. Low ticker's kind of picking up. SPY is near the low. Again, we were just right at open. So you're still doing this dance near the lows. Bonds are trying to come up. Charter on the low. Chata. Interesting. Because I don't think communications are down. There's Twilio. We got out of the Twilio, the Roku. Roku ended up coming down. And then Neo. So I'm glad we got out of all of those. The hell didn't move too much. Baidu on the low. Roku's on the low. So maybe we sold out of that one a little too earlier. Raul. Well, see if we hit a new low. That'll be a determinant. Again, we could get a couple of red candles, but let's see. Again, we've hit here like 3 times. And remember, yesterday we didn't even get to the low. So the low of the CPI close, 49.53, it has been quite elusive. Yeah, dollar. I don't know. Dollar's still a problem on the year. It is actually back to green now, but you know, we're still elevated. We did give up last week or 2 weeks ago's gains, but my goodness, the dollar stair stepper to start off this year. I don't even remember a time you started off a year like this. Maybe 2022, but even then the dollar was more abrupt. This has literally just been a stair stepper up to start the year. Maybe 2021. Yeah, dollar just had a little pop there. So dollar went from negative, break even all day, to green. Again, bonds are barely red. They were break even most of the day. Baba. Can we look at Nvidia's options? I mean, didn't I just tell you 11? We're going to go over them. I know you're just, if you want, I mean, again, a lot of y'all hit Palo Alto, 2 standard deviations. I mean, it's been about 2 months now of all of this. I think you have the ability to go through yourself and do it if you don't want to wait. But like I'm kind of leaning towards nothing on Nvidia. I'm not really feeling I don't know. I think Nvidia is pricing in a lot, and I think afterwards might be the better move. I don't know if it's like expensive. It just depends on what happens, but the range of what Nvidia could do, it could be wild. And then just like, you know, I do think you'll have a lot more certainty playing the post earnings than before. Weekly debit spread at 2 standard deviation. If there's a good enough return, like the reward upside, but like I'm saying, I think I'll double check it when we go over the review, but I am feeling as if we just do nothing on Nvidia. I'd rather go for sympathies or play the post earnings. AMD could be a good one. Like I said, or SMCI if you want that budget. If you want to play smaller plays and then maybe they go crazy. But I do think sympathies, and then even again the stock itself playing right after I don't think that's a bad idea. So, again, I think any of the last earnings we played afterwards, we still got a W on, but even post-earnings is difficult on Nvidia. I just know Nvidia is it's a hard play to play. Just because, again, like we're saying, it's either going to be really bad, really good, or all of the high expectations, they're just going to come in line, and then everybody's like, oh, well, what's the valuation now? And then you're still going to have to fight a little bit over that. Even the $1,000 call is 80. Woohoo! Yeah, it'll probably be up there. It'll probably be up there. Big breakout of bed bugs in Vegas. I did not hear about this. Yeah, the volume was a lot lower earlier. We barely had anything. I mean, even now it's been, almost an hour and a half, and you're at 10 million in volume. Volume is really low today. Again, by the minutes might increase that. It's not as if the minutes always makes us go nuts, but that might be able to do it. And then, again, your boy, Nvidia after the bell. Encore Venetian Mirage. What? Is this like a news article? I have not heard about that. But you know what I was thinking of the other day? Somebody brought this up the other day, and I think it was a very, very good point. But where did that like Vegas hacking go? Do you guys remember when MGM was like taken out for like a month? And it was like the biggest hack. And then all that other stuff. And then all of a sudden it just kind of disappeared. Yeah, bed bugs found at 4 different Las Vegas hotels in 4 months. An outbreak of bed bugs was discovered along the Strip. The Southern Nevada Health District found pests at Encore, the Venetian, the Mirage, and Excalibur, citing health records. And then dollar starting to ramp up a little harder here. Dollar hit new high of the day right now. Airbnb trying to come up. Cat. High ticker starting to tick up again. Again, 10 minutes ago, it was all the low ticker. Apple coming down. EQT on the high. EQT's up 9%. Solar Edge still down 15%. Tesla again. No, Tesla's coming down. Tesla might go red. Again, dollar still catching a bid. JB Hunt on the high. Yen dying. Probably moving with the bonds. Or all those hotels non-MGM. I don't know. I think. Yeah, Encore, Venetian. Yeah, I don't think those are... I think Excalibur is MGM. Livin on the high, LIVN. Tesla. What's the other one? Polyalti. They've stayed pinned. Hey, Matt, Zillow. Again, when's Redfin earnings? Are they today? No, they're on the 27th next week. Next Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Picardi Haswell. Patrick Picardi. How you living, baby? Good morning. Have you heard any Palantir news on share dilution? No. I don't really follow Palantir that close. So hard to say, but I didn't read anything this morning. I see DJ Cohen registers 400,000 of Palantir. So insiders selling, but I don't see any dilution, like new shares. I just see a lot of people selling shares, but did they add shares? AZEK, Iova's going up again. That's the one from last week. Even yesterday had a run. Yeah, Iova, new high, 14.29. Red Fund still at the low. And makeup names were doing good today, but some of them came down. Where's gold? Gold is plummeting. Where's oil as well? Oil 77.47. Ugh. Airbnb trying to get back to green. It's been red for 2 days. And then again, you have booking on Thursday after hours. Yeah, Airbnb's trying. Iova keeps going there. And then bonds are coming lower. We just had the dollar up. Remember, dollar has hit a new high of the day. German 2-year bond hits highest since November 30th at 2.8, up 5 basis points. UK moles restricting arms sales to Israel if it goes into Rafah. And then copper and gold to get largest immediate boost from Fed easing, Goldman says. Uri on the high, URI, Zillow's going. Again, Iova, that's almost 50 cents in 3 minutes. Pretty big. Apple. Nvidia doing nothing. Welcome to earnings. My goodness. You guys feel the tension? Again, Nvidia just sells off 2 days ahead of earnings and then just staying pinned here. It looks like the market. I think this is why everybody is getting kind of nervous here with the market because, like, literally just look at it. It's kind of the same little setup here on the last 48 hours. Again, bonds are the only ones. I guess they're getting near their low. Bonds did a little bit better on the last 2 days. How do you sleep on Palantir? I think I didn't. I bought Palantir the first day it ever traded, and we made like 100% or something. And then I got out of free shares, and then I never like chased the hype afterwards. But it would have been back up again. But I'm not too disappointed with what we did with Palantir. Killing premium Belander. And this was moving in the morning. They had some news. BLDR. Could we play SMCI instead of Nvidia? Yeah, I mean, I think SMCI is going to be more expensive, but in a weird way, I think you'll have a better time making money on SMCI. Because again, Nvidia is expensive, so if you're going to spend the money, you might as well get the sympathy there, which can move way bigger. But then at the same time, it all depends on what Nvidia reports. You know, because again, just like Meta was up a lot and Meta premiums were expensive and Meta did good and then they blew it out the water. So there's still a possibility Nvidia does amazing and that may be the better play, but I am leaning more towards sympathies on Nvidia than anything else. Yeah, SMCI is not cheap, but you're probably going to get more bang for your buck because there's not the earnings premium. Nvidia is expensive. It's more expensive the closer to the money, and then the far out the money is, I mean, you're paying a lot for a very big expected move. You had to play Nvidia. You had no choice. What would you do? I wouldn't play it. You have a choice. You know what I'm saying? Like you fully have a choice. It's either do you gamble on the earnings or do you not? Do you wait till you see? So I think they're more of a gamble just because, again, Nvidia earnings have been all over the place, and even if they do good, they might not go. If you had no choice, but like I do have a choice. There's no, oh, you have to buy a play pricing in $200 billion for earnings. You know, no, there is a choice. There is a choice, my friend. EBS, they've been running all day. Yeah, this thing's up 100%. We've seen EBS a couple of times. Well, remember, last time we waited, if you guys remember, the last earnings on Nvidia, we said the same thing, and I was like, wait till afterwards. And then I even played it afterwards, and I was down like $5,000 for like a week and a half, and then it came back up. So even after hours, like after earnings, it was still hard to play on Nvidia. So that's, I mean, I don't know if I've watched the last 4 Nvidia earnings. They are very difficult to trade. It's not going to be, again, it's going to cause a big move, but which way it ends up and how it gets there, it is going to be very, very difficult to put to the right play on it before everything happens. Iova, dude, Iova is still running. My goodness. Airbnb, they're close to green. Cart still holding up. Baidu went down. Baba, they sold off. Same thing with Pinduoduo. Pinduoduo went negative. Rokunian. Yeah, I think Nvidia is tricky. I think before you want to, whether you want to make a play or not on Nvidia, I think you just need to acknowledge your opponent. That's all. You are going against a formidable opponent. In the last 4 Nvidia earnings, it is not really given a clear cut, wow, it's going to move like this, and then it will literally fluctuate within 20% of its recent value. So just as long as you respect your opponent, I think you'll be better than not. But that is the first step. So when I look at Nvidia, I am out of an abundance of respect of post-earnings, pre-earnings. I think this one's going to be a little bit more challenging. So going to try to give myself the most flexibility as possible. Post-earnings was the play, but then, like I said, last time I played the post-earnings. Earnings were good. Thought it would make a breakout. I went for the upside, and then I was down like $5,000 on that play before I closed out for $3,000 in profit. So, but like it is going to be a wicked one to say the least. Yeah, one bad report. That would, I mean, you saw Palo Alto today, but it would have to be really bad. And by bad, it would have to miss their guidance and then not guide up. So they have to miss the growth that they were expecting this quarter, and then they need a guide down lower. And that's what I'm saying. There could be a mediocre response. There could be a big beat. There could be a big miss. There could be everything right in the middle. So it's going to be kind of hard to read. It just depends on what the actual data is. Alabama Supreme Court ruled frozen embryos are human beings. So what does that mean? Do you have to pay taxes? Alabama. DD on the high. Yo, DD, big pop, DuPont. DD. DuPont, big pop. 2% off nothing. One candle. Nope, I'm not seeing anything. DU or DD. The options gapped up. I don't have any news on it, though. So keep an eye out for it, but there's nothing coming out yet. But that's a big, again, who did that earlier? Wasn't it Birkenstock? So they kind of held up. Again, DuPont 1.3 is up a little bit more because it was lower. Options just went up 300%. No reason. I'm not seeing any headlines on DuPont, but it keeps going. Again, they're a slow mover. I think that's why it's doing it. And then Airbnb about to go green. Meta's on the high. So Meta's recovered half of its loss from this morning. Oh, didn't Bayer? I think they had something. Bayer had something this morning. I think it was earnings overseas. And then Roche and a couple of others did bad. Form, Vaxart on the high. Google starting to break out. Disney's on the low. SPY getting a little bit higher now than open. Dollar and bonds haven't really moved. If anything, dollar's even a little higher. So SPY moving up. A couple of tech names still down 0.51 on NASDAQ. That's actually worse than the Russell. And then SPY only down 0.17. Same thing with Dow. Yeah, Dow's trying to climb. SPY's the best on the day. Again, Google's running here. I got that in the top right. Google just went barely green to now 0.5%. SPY got two big candles right back up to that high level. 22 minutes till Euro close. DD CEO at Barclays conference. There it is. Good call out. So he's probably announcing something. You'll either get a transcript or something. I don't know if we could listen. Oh, yeah, I have it.
It depends what the economy's doing, but if the business is growing 5%, top line, you want to.
This is for DuPont.
The P&L. And then
ARM to introduce two new ARM Neoverse compute subsystems.
Bolt on M&A and all that. So it should be a pretty consistent model year in and year out.
Why does this guy sound so scary?
Conversion, which this year was 100%, but we should be north of 90% on a pretty consistent basis. Yep.
And then on the balance sheet side, I think you ended the year 2.1 times net leverage. What is the right leverage portfolio you think about this business if we look out again 12, 18 months?
Yeah, we reset our leverage target early last year to 2 times. So that's where we're comfortable. We'll be nearly there at the end of 2023. So we'll look to be in that 2 times range. We don't have the debt repayment until November of 2025. So we've got a fair amount of time before we hit that next milestone. And then after that, it's 2028 and then 2038, 2048. So they're pretty far apart with respect to debt pay down. So we're comfortable with 2 times. It allows us to be very shareholder friendly with returning cash to shareholders and also opportunistic as needed on the bolt-on M&A side. But right now, obviously, the focus has been on share repurchase with where our share price is.
And how should we think about the cadence of share repurchases? Obviously, I think you guys talked about the potential for another ASR coming here. Just maybe remind folks about sort of, obviously, you guys have done a lot the past 12 to 18 months, but what do you guys have over the next, say, 12 there?
Well, high level, we just took out 15% of our shares over the last year and a half, and we just announced another $1 billion. Lori, why don't you walk through the ASR?
Yes, we already launched
Terminator.
The first $500 million ASR.
Bro, Iova, keep going again. ARM announced something
probably
new.
will take until the end of the first quarter to complete. And so you can expect us on the other side of the earnings announcement in late April, early May to get started on the other $500 million. Even though we had authorization from the board into mid-2025, we commented on the call that we would look to wrap it up this year. So we've found the last several rounds we've done with an ASR, and we found that to be a very efficient model. There's a lot of bidding to get the program that gives us a nice discount. And it's also just very efficient. You get 80% out day one, and then you get the remaining 20% at close.
And maybe just following on to that, as you just mentioned, I mean, you guys have been very active in the market buying back your shares. And I think implied in that is you feel that DuPont's probably undervalued and your shares are a bargain to scoop up. What do you think investors or the market is missing? Or again, if you look at your share price, I mean, what do you think, 1 or 2 areas you think people don't fully appreciate with where DuPont's trading today?
Well, I think by the way, short term, I think the destock has not been helpful, obviously. You're coming through that, you can see the numbers really crank. But I think, look, we made a lot of moves the last 5 years. I mean, a lot of moves to get the portfolio to where we have it. So a lot of people are just studying it, just getting to know it, what's in it. And then, of course, we had
SPY breaking out, new high, HD going up, Simon Property as well.
But generally, they're all great businesses.
HD again, Mara, crypto's moving.
They got to study what's this top line. Is like 5% in a normal economy doable. It was. We did it 3 years in a row before the downturn, so very doable. But I think it's just a learning process for people. And we clearly feel we're very undervalued, and most of you that own the stock can look at it, say the same thing. We're at basically a 12 multiple. You got businesses in our electronics portfolio and water, just to name 2 of them, which are 18 multiple businesses. So we like buying our shares back at this point.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. One area I do want to touch on a little bit, medical. Now, obviously, right now it's a little choppy, but I mean, you guys have expanded your exposure there a little bit with the recent acquisition. Can you maybe just talk about kind of what makes that attractive, why you think that's an interesting kind of avenue for what you already had in the portfolio, and then maybe moving forward?
Yeah, and that's also an 18 multiple business, by the way. Just add another one. If you just, do the benchmarks on what I do.
Yeah, we've got about 10% of the portfolio in healthcare today. So it's the combination of the existing Tyvek healthcare as well as the Livio business, which was in the E&I portfolio, and now the incoming $500 million business roughly from Spectrum. So those combined are not an insignificant portion of our portfolio. That's edge portion trades at much higher than where we trade today. So we have a lot of affinity for the combination of the Livio business with the Spectrum business. There's already been a lot of customer engagement around how can we broaden our toolkit to be able to bring more solutions to our customers. So, the Livio business was primarily a biopharma bioprocessing, and the Spectrum business was on the medical device side. And we were each kind of in those places and not really looking beyond that. Now with the combination, we can cross-fertilize and look beyond that. And like I mentioned, we've already had a lot of inbound from the customers on the Spectrum side about, hey, how can you help me on the biopharma side with your Livio business? So.
We have one large customer existing customer spectrums ask us to bid on two
is
new
this guy
projects
trying to
we would have
protect
never
his
been able to
identity?
bid on because they saw the combination of what we could do between the Livio and the Spectrum business. By the way, Spectrum is
That's probably the best
performing
joke.
very
That's
well.
exactly what it sounds
up to
like.
the business model that we put together. They're doing
Bro, you
major
sound like
ramp
he's
with
like, yeah,
one
like a
customer I
Colombian
just
drug
mentioned.
lord
That's
explaining
going
the
very
operation
well.
on
The
like a
Livio
documentary.
business, the biopharma
So
one that's going
DuPont's
through
still going up
destocking.
off of that.
Spectrum is not going through any destocking in that end market, but biopharma, that's the one we think.
All right, SPY ripping out here for now. SPY's about to go green. NASDAQ and Russell are the only ones in the red.
Or what have you. I mean, is
DuPont
that just
contracts up like
the
150.
portfolio, the R&D efforts that you guys already have? I mean, just all of the above?
Correct.
Yep.
First you get the chemicals.
And we've recently
then
put them
you get
together
the power.
under one leader as well. So the former CEO of Spectrum underneath the private equity firm now heads up not only the Spectrum but the video business as well. So I think there's further benefit to be had from that combination.
And then maybe just shifting gears a little bit, on the price cost side of things, obviously you guys have done a good job pushing price through the entire inflationary cycle. Not to say that we're seeing that much deflation, but it seems like inflation at least is moderating a little bit. Can you talk about your ability or comfort in holding that price, or I mean, again, how you guys are thinking about managing price cost spreads here as we go through 2024?
Yeah, for 2024, we've got a net neutral spread position right now. So we believe we will have further deflation benefits, primarily just coming from the procurement cycle. So as we went through 2023 and we saw deflation kick in, a portion of that was sitting in inventory and will continue to come out throughout 2024. Our expectation on the top line side with price is that we will have to give back about 1%. That will neutralize what we believe we'll see on the raw material, energy, and freight side. But we'll see how that plays out. So, there's pockets where we'll probably be a little bit heavier than others, just given the dynamics that are involved, whether it's the level of customer engagement or primarily when there's raws that are visible that are made in the product and you go track them with what they're doing from a pricing perspective. It's just different. But in general, we will still maintain net price spread over the 3-year period. So in 2022, when you were in the crux of it, all driving up and we had $700 million inflation, we caught all with price. And then in 2023, we actually saw about a $25 million net benefit being in price, and then this year net neutral as well. So we're to the good over the total time.
We actually haven't given up price yet. We thought we would in one business to maintain market position. We actually haven't done it yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's in our plan. We're going to give a little.
We're going to name that business.
That's why I'm not saying it. I will say it in a private.
Yeah. And obviously, you guys have moved on, or a lot different from petrochemicals and the like. But natural gas is down about almost $1 in the past month or so. Is that beneficial to you guys on the energy side? Is it small? I mean, just how should we think about energy overall?
Yeah, it is a benefit. So we actually had the procurement meeting yesterday before we came down, and we saw an improvement in the natural gas and general utility rates, cycle over cycle. However, it was offset by a cycle over cycle degradation in logistics, primarily from the Red Sea challenges. So we're still net neutral from where we believe we will be from a deflation perspective, but definitely the super low year at the natural gas.
Yeah. See, that's something different for management teams, just in the craziness the last few years. That sounds on a group way. Lori and I sit all the time in procurement meetings. You didn't have to do that in the past. You did it a couple times a year. Now it's like every month.
Yeah,
it's that important.
It's been like we said earlier, a wild 2 years to say the least. If we maybe just turn over again, and I'll open up questions after this. If there's any questions, we'll come around with Mike. But on the liability side, PFAS, you just finalized the water district settlement, got that all taken care of. If we look over the next 12 to 18 months, are there any other sort of big items on the horizon that investors should be focused on? Is it more smaller settlements from here? I mean, just how do you think about the landscape the next year or so on that?
I think there'll be a couple smaller settlements over the next year, getting into detail.
Yeah.
Remember, it gets split 3 ways, between Corteva, Comores, and us. So there's still the MDL with, the AG cases and all. So, but I don't think, I don't think that's during 2024.
Yeah.
So very happy with the settlement we got. I think investors can now scope out the numbers much better. The judge and the plaintiff saying our consortium is 3 to 7% of the exposure, and then DuPont's only a third of 3 to 7%. And I think the water district thing played out where you can see the math for us was not anywhere near the articles being written and what people were speculating. So I think you can zero in on that and do the math on the rest of this.
Yeah, I think anytime you can ring fence or at least kind of put
that was the big one. The water districts obviously was a big settlement for some other companies.
And maybe just to kind of tie a knot on it, maybe just separately remind us just how the cost sharing agreement works for those that maybe don't or aren't as intimately familiar with you guys.
Yes, we have an MOU with Chemours and Corteva that roundly is for $4 billion. Our share is $1.35 billion. So as expenses come in, Chemours pays 60%, and DuPont split the remaining 50%, and pay 71%. They pay 29%.
Okay. Any questions in the audience? Again, I can ask Ed and Lori questions for 2 more hours if Chris doesn't cut me off. But I think there's a question right there. They're going to bring you a mic right there.
Just getting back to what we started, just my graphic standpoint, what you guys are seeing. I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of resilience in the U.S., but Germany seems to be pretty flat. China has plenty of problems. Just be interested in any color.
Yeah, as we went through 2023, we saw China improve, whereby it declined less. And so that's the expectation for 2024 as well. Next 24, we see China about flat. From a volume perspective, it's the tail of two halves again. So the first half still weak, and the second half not seeing strength. So that's obviously the one key market that we pay attention to that was volatile in 2023, and we see some resolution in 2024. Generally, outside of that, the order position growth that Ed had mentioned really is very different by region. So one of the big pieces that we talked about earlier when we talked about the W&P business and the destock that was felt in Q4 was on the healthcare side. Healthcare is about a $500 million business for us with Tyvek. We see that resolving as we get out of Q1, and the expectation for revenue between Q1, the first half and the second half for the healthcare business is about an $80 million lift. That's not insignificant. That's primarily the business for us. But so we're seeing the orders start to pick up, and it will be a key top-line growth driver for us as well as a margin driver for the business.
Any other questions from the audience? Maybe the last one then for me, Ed, I think I ended on this last year, but you've obviously been involved in the industrial space for a number of years now. I've seen a number of different cycles. Kind of as we sit here today, again, maybe not as much DuPont specific, but just a broader industrial economy. What are you most focused on? What do you think is the most pressing issue or thing that people should be focused on this year?
Well, I think we touched on a lot of them. I think it's going to be interesting, like the conversation, people holding price. Everyone got a lot of price. How that going to play out for companies? We got price across the board in every business. So I think that says something about the quality of the portfolio, the fact that we can hold it. I think just watching companies in general, how that plays out over the next year and a half for them will be interesting. And then obviously the destock was huge the dispersion in earnings this past quarter was crazy, And by the way, even within people's own portfolio, I'm excited for us because we're coming into a major, I think everyone would agree with this, a major upturn in electronics and semiconductor, and we're in the sweet spot of the semiconductor play. So I think the next few years are pretty exciting for us to watch us, and but in general, the economy, feels pretty decent. A little bit lower growth probably just globally. The Germany comment, companies can perform well in that environment.
Well, look, we'll end it there. Ed, Lori, appreciate it as always, and thank you for coming.
Thanks, everyone.
I appreciate it too. That was good. I had to use it for a bathroom break, and it caused a little pop there. DuPont was giving out some guidance. Not bad, Chatadonia, not bad. It's still nothing close to what we're going to be dealing with in 2.5 hours, and then in another, 3.5, 4.5 hours after the bell. DuPop instead of DuPont. I like it. I could get behind that. I could get behind that. Boot, 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 boot. So, Chatadonia. How you guys feeling? How you guys feeling? I wonder if Nancy's in the video. I think she is. I don't think... I mean, you guys would tell. You guys have told me all of the Nancy plays. It's crazy. Have you seen the Rolls-Royce DuPont videos? No. What is that like? Check the dono. Did I miss some? My bad. I was in the bathroom. He sounds like Allstate. Are you in good hands? Are you in good hands? Bro, he sounded like a Colombian drug lord. I just felt like, I don't know, we should look into him. He did seem like he was trying, like, that'd be weird. Like, you guys are like, Josh, it's weird that you don't show your face. I think it'd be weird if I masked my voice. If I was like, hello, you can't tell who I am. I have secrets about the option chain that I want to share with you guys. You see what 2 standard deviations can do. If they found out that I found out that they found out that I told anybody, they would clap me. So I'm here now to share with you. If I say anything about Joseph... Hey, it's Josh AI. Sorry. Looked like that conversation was getting out of bounds. We wanted to bring it back in and make sure you guys only hear the right things on the internet. Glad you're here. Hopefully you have a wonderful day. And don't worry about anything the other Josh just said. He has no idea what he's talking about. Awesome. Like the video. Thanks for being here. Bro, I'm not going to lie to you, man. I took a dump yesterday. I'm not that part. I'm pretty honest about that. But I got back into it because, like, I saw it again. I was on TikTok, and the little live people came up again. And I'm like, dude, they're still doing it. It's definitely not as much. But, like, oh, thanks for the road. But, like, they're, like, much more intense now. They have, like, catchphrases. It's not even like, they're like, spicy chili, something, something, something. Spicy chili, something, something. And then, they're much more intense now. Oh, yeah, but, like, I didn't know, like, it's still a thing, bro. It still be, like, they out there, man. They out there. It's kind of nuts. It was very entertaining. And I was like, maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's sad, but, like, they go out in public now. So, like, they do it in public spaces. So they, like, do it on, like, a sidewalk at, like, a crosswalk. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Have you seen the people who glitch? I think is it, like, where they, like, stutter or, like, something like that, and then they, like, and they act like a weird computer? Yeah, I've seen those. It's a crazy world, man. Crazy world. But it was a good reminder that, like, AI humans still exist. So just don't forget. And on that note, you guys should send me roses. If you have them, I don't know if you have any roses, but if you do got a rose on you, feel free to send a rose. I don't know if I have a catchphrase, but, I mean, send a rose, man. Mm-hmm. We have the peach. We'll make the drop of 2 standard deviations in 3 hours. No police. Our EBITDA guidance looks good. I can't even do that voice, man. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the roses. Hey, thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. I need a phrase. I can't. I'm not that cool, man. I'm not as advanced to be a human AI. You cringe at it, but I'm working in aerospace, making less. I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. You know, a rose is like 2 cents. So, like, you'd be saying thank you for the roses. You know what I'm saying? But like, you would have, that's like 50 animations for $1. I mean, it's a lot of work, man. I've seen one of them and the guy sweats. Like, the guy just starts sweating. You have to see it, man. I don't know. Intel pop. There we go. Intel waking up. Intel. Again, they have their earnings, or they're going to be all the contracts just popped on that. February 23rd. Check news. Intel launches world's first system foundries designed for the AI era. So literally, they're coming in with AI news on Intel Day. So we have those plays from yesterday. I don't know if those popped up already. You might be able to make a flip. Some of the contracts instantly went up. Plays from yesterday are back up to what we paid. So we already have exposure. Everything else on the short term might be a little bit more money. Intel says it's on track to regain technology edge in 2025. How many times have they said that? Yeah, it already came back down literally at, 60 cents? Damn, even the contracts just got plummeted. So the spreads are still wide on the next weeks, but the ones on the weekly, they just shot up 200% and came right back down. As many, but I feel like they've said that Microsoft will use Intel to manufacture homegrown processor. Now that's big news. The other one sounds like what they already say, but a Microsoft using them, that's a better deal. Oh, where's GFS? Because again, didn't GFS and Intel, they both got government money, but yesterday on the chip stuff, but Global Foundries, they deal with the foundries, like more specifically. SMCI trading lower. What about ARM? Honestly, it just looks like Intel. All the other chips didn't do much. Even Microsoft, SPY, you're right back to the higher level, right above where we opened up at. Very interesting. So Intel pop and lock off that. IWM new low. It's getting near there. Yeah, it's about to flush through. I don't know about the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's a little lower than the SPY. So again, SPY once again doing the best, or the Dow is. Tomorrow's Thursday. Not bad. Car wanting to break through. Well, again, that 29.30, I think it's going to go crazy, but it's still been moving very slowly into that. ARMK, Aramark, yo, they're dying. Yo, Aramark, big candle down. $30.50 to $30. I saw $29 print. ARMK, Aramark. At the low. SPY trend line. We're like kind of working our way up. I mean, you hit more new highs than new lows, but still pretty awkward. Yeah, I don't see anything on Aramark either. Ukraine's Air Force spokesman, there's no official deal or data on Russia receiving ballistic missiles from Iran. They do food concessions at stadiums. Is Taylor Swift done touring, and that's why? Yeah, I still don't see anything. Couple of movers there. Where's the Intel again? I feel like that Intel news is big on Nvidia Day, but honestly, they're not even holding up as much. One part of it seems recycled, but the Microsoft part I like. Palo Alto's just chilling. Again, chilling after dropping 26%. EQT's been running all day. They're up 12. Solar Edge was clapped. Who was the other one that ran? VRT. They were red to green. Now they went back down 5%. Yeah, Airmark, I don't have anything on it. Google's still running up. Fortinet's running up too. They dropped with Palo Alto. But Google's kind of taken off all day. Middle half of the day, I even think with that first little or second little run here, I think that was all Google. Is AI going to affect retail traders? I mean, eventually, but I would argue you kind of have had you've had your experience with AI before most people. You know what I mean by that? How many plays actually move 3 standard deviations? I believe like 1.7% or whatever the stat would be. Or, 3, like whatever the remaining percentile is. I think technically. Yeah. Yeah, you've already used Josh AI. You're all familiar. Nice. Have a good day. Bye. No, you've already been using AI. Like the stock market and algorithms and a lot of it, in a weird way, you've kind of dealt with a lot of the impacts. Like, again, the algorithms trading against you, those are pretty advanced. And I would argue AI to a degree. Just depends. Damn, Intel's selling off now? At least those contracts died. Oh, man. New low SMCI. Intel got murked. Air Max still dropping. What was it? SMCI. And then SPY right back to VWAP. Right back to where you opened up. The Russell is doing the worst, though. That's actually hit a new low in all of this. NASDAQ has yet to do that. Yeah, and then Nvidia ain't doing anything. So, literally, again, Nvidia right at open, market right at open. Just, 10, 20 minutes ago, it was the opposite, but or at least Nvidia was pinned, the market was moving, but we are not doing anything. Neither is Nvidia. And you have, an hour and a half till the data? 2.5 hours? Oh, you still got a lot of time, Chatadonia. You still got a lot of time. Hey, man, push-up time. Oh, wow. And it's 8 minutes off Euro close. So we have been going down since Euro close. But Chatadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, Chatadonia. Feels good, right? You relax the eyes. Your body needs it, man. And your shoulders, too. Relax your shoulders, man. Why are you holding all of that tension in your shoulders right now. You know, a lot of your trauma is held in your traps. You are trapping the trauma in your shoulders. Okay, so release those trauma traps. Relax, man. It's okay. You got a couple more hours till the data and Nvda. Just breathe a little bit. Drop the shoulders, man. You're going to be good. All right, then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And then legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You're not riding a dolphin. What's wrong with you? Come on, stop mangling that spine. Legs in front of you. Boom, there you go. Look at you, sitting up tall. Wow, you look amazing. You look like you're sitting there trading with pride. Love to see it. Love to see it. And then finally, relax the jaw going. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. IWM still dumperoonying. Oh. Oh, I'm getting the resistances, bro. They feel good. I'm getting good tension. I'm holding it at the peak. Oh, man. Riley on the low? I have no idea. That's not O'Reilly. Just Riley. All right. One more set, and then we hit the wall stretch, and then we balance, and then we're good to go, Chatadonia. And we're good to go. All right. I'll be right back. You can hear me. Echo! Chatadonia! Oh, man. I'm still here. Don't worry about me. We're fighting, bro. We're fighting. All right. Good. Now we balance. Again, move around a little bit, Chad. It's good for you, man. It's to keep you in the game. Okay, now I'm doing the foot balance. We survived this. We made it. And then we'll do it again in an hour. Hopefully get the blood moving before the minutes. And the video, we got to stay hyped all day. It's Nvidia day. This is kind of like a tailgate for the stock market. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Like, that's why I don't know if we're going to move too much, but it seems like everybody is just waiting outside for Nvidia. That's what we're doing. It's the Super Bowl. It kind of is. It's very weird how, like, low-key, man, people made a big deal out of Nvidia right now. Just the last 2 days, it's like we knew it was coming, but everybody just got really hyper-focused on it, and they are, again, they're calling it the most important stock in the world. That is quite the title. It's not even the biggest stock, but it is now the most important one. So we'll see, man. We will see. You love that the Super Bowl metaphor? I feel like the huge expectations are not helping. Well, here's the question. Is it huge expectations, or did the stock just move absolutely hugely and insanely over all of this? Because I think that is a big part of all of it. So it's like, it's one thing, like, if the expectations were higher or lower, like, the stock has just moved insane. I wonder how that plays into all of it. Feel the same for J. Powell days. Today kind of feels like a weird J. Powell day. I think some people think we're going to hear from Jerome Powell, so I hope none of you are under that impression. It's just going to be the Fed minutes. And then tomorrow, even today, we have more Fed speakers. So that'll add to it. But Nvidia, we're kind of treating Nvidia like it's a Powell event. Again, the markets are still like, they're kind of hesitant leading into all of it. It's the most crowded trade in the world with double eyeballs. Double the eyeballs. It doesn't have double eyeballs. That would be unique. What have I missed? Not much today. I mean, again, chips made a couple of moves. There's a couple of earnings. Palo Alto was the big earnings hit. I didn't play it, but a lot of Chads did, and they killed it on the 2 standard deviations. China did good today. Everywhere else was still kind of a little shaky. Our markets are shaky after yesterday, but we're just all waiting for Nvidia and then even the minutes here in about 2 hours. 2 hours and 15. Scared your LT going to get hit mañana, depending on Nvidia. Don't worry about it. Again, your long term, it may react good or bad, but usually after earnings, the play will still keep moving. It's not just about tomorrow. That's the thing. That's why I like even, looking at the market and where we're at, I do think we should be trying to pay attention to clues. We want to know where the market is really heading from here. So, the long term, it's all temporary impacts, but we do want to see where, this end of February pushes or not with everything. But remember, it has to move still. And the market is going to move and pick a trend leading into the March Fed meeting, March 20th. I wonder what 2030 me will think of NVIDIA's impact. It is going to be crazy because we are going to look, no matter what, in 2030, I'm sure we are going to look back to this year and talk about AI. I wonder how we remember it in the future. So good luck. Good luck to the future. Maybe we'll come back to this video. NVIDIA earnings 2024. I tell you, the year is 2024. NVIDIA was on a tear. They were reporting they reported and Nancy bought a lot, and we're gonna make a report. It's gonna be. I remember it like it was yesterday. I swear, on the Amtrak, I was making a NVIDIA chip. I wrote a NVIDIA chip to work. That's how I mined my first Bitcoin. I had to use a NVIDIA. I played SimCity. My first computer game was on the NVIDIA. GTX, GRX, GTC, GTDLC, Bitcoin, GBX. Anyways. Yeah, so sure, I met with Satoshi. I'm not even fucking with you. I met him. It was 1920. And me and Satoshi, I sat him down. I said, hey, come on, what's this Bitcoin crap? You put a little blockchain. What do you mean ledger? What do you mean public ledger, huh? And come on, I know Heath Ledger. No public ledger. He wasn't even born then. Huh? Anyways. Minesweeper. Minesweeper is a good game. Yeah, bro, Intel did not go up after that news. Little pop. So everything got a little bit of clap. Those Intel options moved, too. UAL and airlines breaking out again. Arab B&B came back down. Cartoonius came down. Car still dropping. Oh, and 104.20. That just took a cheat clay. It's not showing up. You see Sam's jail photo? I did. I can't believe it was real. And then, after reading a little bit on the story, my first impression seemed to be correct. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting to see Sam Bankman surviving in jail. All right, yeah, cars still dropping. That one's flush. Remember, last week or two, they've been getting killed since those earnings. Until SMCI is at the low. Bro, then Nvidia is kind of going lower. So Nvda about $2-3 lower than it's open. You see the New York AG say she's prepared to seize Trump's building if he's unable to pay the $400 million. I did not. That whole thing is wild, though. America, election year. And then meanwhile, Sam Bankman is actually in jail. But I'm proud of Sam. I'm glad that he got a new girlfriend. He's in jail, but still, I'm proud of him. I thought he was going to be hung up on Caroline. Yeah, I saw the picture. They blocked out his girlfriend's face. I'm glad, though, he finally, I thought it would have taken him a longer time to move on. So I'm proud. Kevin O'Leary was going off on the ruling in CNBC. I did not see that. I'm sure it was something like, nom, 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 advertisement, nom, 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 buy FTX, nom, 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 capitalism, nom, 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 nom. Kevin O'Leary want promotion. Nom, 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 nom. Kevin want ad. Nom, 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 nom. My name Kevin O'Leary. Take behind shed and kill it. And then go take $40 million from FTX. Nom, 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 nom. That is my live rendition of Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Starbucks 2.4. Bro, Iova is up at 15 now. Last call I was like, what? Right at 13? 13.50 or 13.99? Nvda.com. And then TLT stopped moving down. Dollar came back down. Maybe that's after we had that little pump there. Yeah, SMCI was down that much in the morning. I guess it was down 6 or 7. Now it's down 8.7. Verizon shooting up. They are AT&T, a lot of communication names. They were doing good. Again, Iova is still moving up there too. Wells Fargo. I guess JPM is almost green. Citi was yesterday. But that is weird. Wells Fargo, Verizon. Couple of random runners right now. What time is it? 8:52 or what? 30 minutes off Euro close. And then we dropped a little bit ahead of Euro close. And then kind of held up there. Where is it? New York Mayor Adams to cut aid to migrants by additional 10%. All right. So right now, hour and a half into the day, 30 minutes after Euro close, 14 names green on the Dow, 16 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 58 in the red, 43 in the green. And then S&P 500, 218 red, 282 in the green. So again, more names have flipped green on the SPY. NASDAQ's kind of 50-50, and then Dow doing a little better. Adams had previously announced a 20% cut to migrant aid. So is it 20 or 10 or 30? Podgorja, High Corrupt decides to extradite Do Kwon to U.S. Yeah, man. Estee Lauder, remember, they've been on the high since their, what was it, their restructuring stuff? And they fired people. So just 10% instead of 20. Oh, CART came back down after that little sell. I mean, again, market's still holding up to. Amazon's still up and near the low of the day. Same could be said about Apple. I mean, Google's the only one breaking out. Meta came back up a little bit, but still red. Do Kwon stole your money. Which one was it? Was that Voyager? Or is Do Kwon, which one was it? Terra? Or did you invest in Terra Luna? Luna Terra. Terra Luna. MPW already reported today. So their earnings were like bad, but nothing got dramatically worse. So like compared to all the other ones. So they did report a loss because they took a charge off on some of the assets. And then they said that they are selling some of their buildings. So that is the good news, but bad news, they reported a bigger loss, and then everything's kind of still the same situation. I don't think things got better. I don't think things got, dramatically worse, but it's just going to come down to them selling those buildings and what they get for it. Where was it? Trying to see which ones they sold. It wasn't a lot though. That's what sucks. They only got I want to say they got like only $100 million or less from selling properties. Stewart was the same deal. That whole they wrote down assets and they're trying to recover it, and then they gave them that $50 million bridge loan or $20 million or whatever. I'm trying to see what they sold the buildings for, because they talked about it. And then they're not providing guidance for 2024. That was the other bad news that may end up helping them. Yeah, so they entered into agreements in February to divest 5 hospitals for $350 million, and the sale of MPT's remaining non-controlling interest in Tenet and 2 under-leased hospitals in South Carolina for combined proceeds of $17 million, and then executed the sale of syndicated loan in Median, the parent of Priority, for $115 million. So they sold like $450-60 million worth, but really wasn't. They still have like $5 or $18 billion of assets, I think. I think at least 5, which I'm like, come on, just sell a quick billion or 2, call it a day. You send me NBA All-Star pictures on Snap? Oh, shit, bro. Are you for real? Am I allowed to have those yet? I'll open it after the All-Star. Oh, wait, the All-Star game already happened. I forgot. Everybody was mad about it. They're like, they didn't even play. So, yeah, that's the MPW story. So, not the best, not the worst, but I don't think, anything dramatically has changed to be like, yeah, buy the dip or sell out. Intel is climbing back up again. I think that just neutered the contracts because that was absolutely wild. Card is still up. Baba's kind of climbing back up. I think that's pretty important. Disney got smashed from the morning. My friend needs to sell his dad, said he emailed you. What's the email? Is it tradingfraternity@gmail.com? I had a couple, though, I responded to in the last couple of days. MPW is my UWMC. It happens. But then again, I mean, UWMC came back pretty nice. I'm surprised. And Colt's sister, her shares are up 10%. And she's gotten like 10, 20 back from the dividend. So all depends on where. Altria reaffirms 24-year earnings guidance. Well, we're hearing from these tobacco companies. We heard from Philip Morris earlier today, too. And then bonds are going lower here. MPW conference call starting now. I mean, I had a lot of water in the morning. I'm down to take a pee. Hopefully I don't get too caught up in it. Their conference calls aren't good, though. Anytime I'm like,
of Operations and Secretary. Our press release was distributed this morning and furnished on Form 8K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. If you did not receive a copy, it is available on our website at medicalpropertiestrust.com in the Investor Relations section. Additionally, we're hosting a live webcast of today's call, which you can access in that same section. During the course of this call, we will make projections and certain other statements that may be considered forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. These forward-looking statements are subject to known and unknown risks, uncertainties, and other factors that may cause our financial results and future events to differ materially from those expressed in or underlying such forward-looking statements. We refer you to the company's reports filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission for discussion of the factors that could cause the company's actual results or future events to differ materially from those expressed in this call. The information being provided today is as of this date only, and except as required by the federal securities laws, the company does not undertake a duty to update any such information. In addition, during the course of the conference call, we will describe certain non-GAAP financial measures which should be considered in addition to and not in lieu of comparable GAAP financial measures. Please note that in our press release, Medical Properties Trust has reconciled all non-GAAP financial measures to the most directly comparable GAAP measures in accordance with Reg G requirements. You can also refer to our website at medicalpropertiestrust.com for the most directly comparable financial measures and related reconciliations. I will now turn the call over to our Chief Executive Officer, Ed Aldag.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks to all of you for joining us this morning on our fourth quarter 2023 earnings call. I'm pleased to be joined again today by Steve Hamner, Rosa Hooper, and Kevin Hanna. You will hear from each of them shortly. As discussed in detail last quarter, our primary focus right now is executing a capital allocation strategy that will aim to generate at least $2 billion of additional liquidity in 2024 and help us satisfy our debt maturities for several years into the future. Since outlining this new capital allocation approach last year, we have made significant strides, and I'd like to begin today by highlighting that progress. During the fourth quarter, we closed on the sale of our 4 remaining Australian facilities for approximately $305 million, or a 5.7% cap rate. And in our press release earlier this morning, we announced another $480 million of agreed-upon liquidity transactions, including the sale of 5 hospitals to Prime at a 7.4% economic cap rate, as well as the sale of our syndicated term loan investment in Median, the parent company of Priory Group. We believe these recent transactions and other processes we are actively engaged in clearly demonstrate that our assets remain attractive to operators and sophisticated real estate investors around the world. We are actively working on several additional asset sale opportunities, as well as other transactions that we believe will validate underwritten asset values. And the prices we have achieved to date are broadly
they sold properties,
consistent
and this
with
should be
initial
very
indications
bullish,
of
but
market value that
it's
we've
still
received
trading like
on
people
these
don't
other
believe them
assets.
because they only
As
sold
such,
off a
we
portion.
remain disciplined and optimistic in our ability to continue to execute transactions on attractive terms. And we feel good about where we stand today relative to our $2 billion target for 2024. The board will meet later this quarter to discuss the dividend. The board's policy on the dividend remains unchanged. As has always been the case, the board will review all aspects of the company, including items such as FFO payout ratios, REIT requirements, and liquidity. Before I turn it over to Rosa, Kevin, and Steve to go through our results in more detail, I wanted to provide a brief update on Steward and Prospect. During our last call in October, we discussed Steward's revenue cycle management challenges, which had resulted in a sizable accounts payable backlog. Unfortunately, since that time, Steward's cash collection challenges have become more pronounced, and the resulting changes to vendor payment terms have put pressure on supplies, constraining Steward's ability to perform higher margin surgeries that are a key driver of cash flow. As a result, in early January, we shared that we had been working with Steward and its advisors to develop an action plan to strengthen their balance sheet, liquidity, accelerate recovery of unpaid rent, and ultimately significantly reduce our exposure to Steward. This plan contemplates a wide range of strategic transactions, including transitioning certain hospitals to new tenants and selling its managed care business called Stewardship. While it will take some time for Steward to execute these steps, we are encouraged by the early progress. As this plan is executed, Steward needs access to liquidity to continue to operate its critical hospital facilities. As we previously disclosed in January, we funded a $60 million bridge loan which provided MPT a second lien on Stewardship's business, subordinate only to Steward's ABL lenders. We also consented to a limited and tapering deferral of rent until the end of June or the completion of the anticipated asset sales. In the fourth quarter, Steward paid approximately 25% of all rent and interest owed to MPT. In our press release this morning, we shared that MPT and certain lenders in the ABL group are negotiating a new bridge facility under which each party would fund an initial $37.5 million to Steward, of which MPT has already funded $20 million. Any additional funding is entirely dependent on Steward's achieving significant milestones towards optimizing the amount and timing of MPT's recoveries. Turning to Prospect. Importantly, in California, Prospect is current on all rent and interest due through January 2024, though they have not yet paid February's rent. Prospect's EBITDARM has improved year over year, driven by increased admission volumes, higher Medi-Cal reimbursement rates, and lower supplies cost. We are encouraged by their most recent December trailing 12-month rent coverage, which was above 1 times. While we do not have a meaningful update to share today on the sale of Prospect's 3 Connecticut hospitals to Yale New Haven, as a reminder, our $2 billion of targeted liquidity transactions does not include this expected transaction or the expected recovery of our investment in PHP Holdings. As detailed in our press release this morning, we have moved Steward and Prospect to cash basis accounting and divided our portfolio into 2 categories. Our hope is that this split will make it easier for investors to track the performance of our stabilized portfolio, which consists of more than $11 billion of assets and is accounted for using the accrual method.
Apple on the
As this
low.
breakdown demonstrates, the portfolio continues to
SPY been
perform
selling
well,
off a little harder here.
reinforcing our conviction in NVT's underlying business model. While hospital operators have spent the past several years navigating challenges ranging from the COVID-19 pandemic to unprecedented labor shortages to insufficient reimbursement rates, and some tenants have suffered more long-term impacts from those headwinds than others.
SMCI now
The simple
71.
fact remains that
710.
there are no more essential services than those provided by acute care hospitals. For more than 20 years, our underwriting approach is centered on these essential, infrastructure-like characteristics and identifying hospitals that are integral to sustaining community health over many years. Given the highly diversified portfolio of assets we've assembled over that period, we are confident in our ability to find competent replacement operators as needed and continue to execute sales that achieve our objectives. I will now turn it over to Rosa to provide an update on the performance of the stabilized portfolio during the fourth quarter. Rosa?
Thank you, Ed. It's great to be able to participate in today's discussion and take you through some of the highlights across our portfolio of critical hospital real estate. Beginning with Europe, broadly speaking, we are encouraged by recent market trends, including increased occupancy rate, growing reimbursement revenue, and the continued normalization of labor costs. As private insurance coverage expands in the UK,
1 point from
Circle
the low.
Health continues
Still
to
about 6
demonstrate
points
steady
from the low of
financial
yesterday,
performance.
and that is the CPI
Circle
close.
has seen an increase in orthopedic joint procedures of more than 50% compared to pre-COVID data. Inpatient admissions also remain on an upward trajectory as patients continue to seek high-quality care alternatives to long wait times. In addition to being named Private Hospital Group of the Year by Health Investor UK for the third consecutive year, Circle was also named as an outstanding company to work for by Best Companies in 2023. Let's turn now to Priory, which is the largest independent mental health care provider in the UK by number of beds.
Mercedes
Priory delivered EBITDARM coverage of 2.2 times for the quarter and continues to benefit from the rapid growth of behavioral health services in the UK. It is capitalizing on this trend by driving
now Nvda is
increases
actually moving.
to its already high
spent the first
utilization
2-3
rate,
hours doing nothing.
negotiating reimbursement rate increases,
But I mean,
and
realistic,
ensuring
it's
efficient
$5
cost
lower
management.
than like the low
As
end
a
of
reminder,
the first,
Priory
candle.
is managed by one of MPT's long-term operators, Median, which is based in Germany. Median continues to steadily improve occupancy, although at a slower ramp than originally anticipated following government-imposed COVID restrictions. Negotiated reimbursement rate increases in Germany were above expectations, and a stabilization in energy expenses have allowed Median to achieve its 2023 financial target. Swiss Medical Network had a highly productive 2023, completing several renovation and expansion projects and executing a handful of smaller-sized acquisitions that will complement their capabilities in
I think
existing
NASDAQ
markets.
already hit a new low.
Earlier this year,
So literally,
Swiss
IWM
Medical
was
launched
first,
the
then
first
NASI,
integrated
now
care
SPY, and then
organization
Dow
in
is doing the
Switzerland,
best.
providing a first-mover advantage in an untapped market. Additionally, Swiss Medical remains focused on the development of its Genolier Innovation Hub,
SOGP going crazy.
a state-of-the-art multi-tenant lab,
Again,
training
Nvda is finally moving.
simulation platform, and office space
Yeah, there you
attached
go.
to
Now
their
it's like down
flagship
$10 from
acute
the
care
open.
hospital, which is
a little bit more.
expected to accelerate the transfer of innovative clinical solutions from bench to bedside. The Innovation Hub is on track to open in the second half of 2024. Shifting to our approximately $5 billion Americas portfolio,
I think we hit a new
we have
low
been
of the
pleased
day,
to
but
see
you're not lower
operators
than
largely
yesterday.
maintain hospital volumes while making significant progress in reducing contract labor. Our Colombian hospitals continue to see high demand in their respective communities, and the two Colombian...
You got news out of Israel. Cabinet member Gantz says there are initial signs indicating possible new hostage deal. Without new hostage deal, we will continue operating also during Ramadan. Again, this is the MPW conference call. It's not really saying too much here again, but you do have
reporting
Nvda
steady
now
volumes
finally
across
moving in the
hospitals
background.
during the quarter.
And the market
Prime
hitting new
delivered
lows.
another quarter of strong performance with trailing 12-month EBITDARM coverage of 2 times after removing the impact of St. Francis, which is no longer reported in our supplemental, given the transaction announced today. Prime has successfully reduced contract labor costs, while inpatient and ER volumes continue to increase year over year across our facilities. As Prime remains focused on efforts to negotiate more favorable payer contracts, we expect to see increased surgical volumes over time. Overall, our earnings portfolio continues to deliver steady performance.
I think MPW
While
just
its
didn't
long-term
shit the bed.
acute care hospitals
They're talking about
continue to
selling, let's see them
navigate the
follow through
impact
with it, and
of
then that'll be
admission
the good
criteria waivers that were eliminated
Till
in the
then,
first half
kinda the
of
same.
2023, Ernest's rehab business has offset
No, y'all
any
don't remember
declines
last
associated with that.
Nvda. I am
In
pretty
fact,
sure it moved.
when examining the IRF portfolio exclusive
it
of
was the last,
ramp-up
like, 10
costs
minutes.
associated with their new developments, same-store IRF achieved approximately 3 times EBITDARM coverage. Volumes at our LifePoint hospitals remain relatively flat on a year-over-year basis. LifePoint has made significant strides in reducing contract labor by nearly half as they execute on their recruiting and retention initiatives, particularly on the physician recruitment side, which, over time, we expect will result in improved volumes and revenue. This is particularly true at their Conemaugh Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania, where any underperformance has an outsized impact on coverages for this portfolio. Conemaugh recently dedicated a new, self-funded $77 million cardiovascular and surgical care pavilion that will provide state-of-the-art care for patients. The vast majority of LifePoint's investment, over $60 million, went into the real estate, while the remaining portion went towards new cutting-edge equipment. The new leadership for this market is excited about the positive clinical impact this will have for their patients, and combining this with their physician recruitment successes, we believe this market is well positioned for improved performance. Our LifePoint behavioral facilities continue to benefit from increased revenues resulting from increased inpatient volume. LifePoint Behavioral's ability to manage labor costs in a rising wage environment has further enabled them to maintain strong performance. We continue to make progress on the construction of our new LifePoint Behavioral facility in McKinney, Texas,
That's whack.
along with multiple other expansion projects at our hospitals in Texas and Kansas. Scion Health has produced consistent quarter-over-quarter coverage improvements in the past year by growing revenue while reducing contract labor. Scion Health's general acute hospitals have seen an 11% increase in year-to-date revenue over prior year, driven by increases in both admissions and surgeries.
Like $13.
We are pleased
again,
with our
they're trading
portfolio's
50%
Q3 2023 performance compared to that of public reporting hospitals. Excluding Steward, for trailing 12-month Q3 2023, MPT's portfolio of acute care hospitals reported volume increases that were, for the most part, higher than that of the public reporting companies, and income statement growth metrics that were generally in line with those of the public reporters. Over the years, MPT has carefully constructed a well-diversified portfolio in terms of care settings, operators, and geographies. We have over 50 unique tenants operating across the highest acuity care settings, including rehabilitation, behavioral, and acute care hospitals. After Steward, our second largest operator, Circle Health, represents 12% of our portfolio, followed by Priory at 8% and Prospect at 6%. Geographically, our properties are spread across 9 countries, with nearly 40% outside the United States. Importantly, this deliberate diversification strategy helps safeguard against any operator-specific challenges that may arise, as well as geopolitical and economic
still
disruption.
going lower.
With that, I will turn the call over to Kevin to discuss our financial results.
Give us some
Kevin?
questions.
Thank you, Rosa. This morning, we reported a GAAP net loss of $1.11 per share and normalized FFO of a positive 36
it's not bad.
per
This was
share
their
for the
first
fourth quarter
earnings
of
that
23.
wasn't filled with bad things,
As Ed
even though
mentioned,
they got rid
and
of
described in the
guidance
press release this morning,
and the other
we have
stuff.
moved Steward to cash basis accounting
If they
effective
execute on
January
what they're
1st,
saying today without
2024.
running into any more
We want
problems.
to highlight that included in fourth quarter normalized FFO is approximately 12 cents per share of Steward quarterly revenue recognized prior to this accounting change. In the press release, we also detailed approximately $770 million of charges recorded this quarter, primarily related to Steward. Importantly, these charges were recorded pursuant to U.S. GAAP accounting rules and reflect conservative assumptions regarding potential recoveries. These charges consisted of the following: $154 million of rent reserves and $224 million of straight-line rent reserves.
They took the loss
$81
on
million
Steward.
reserves on unpaid PIK and other interest receivables related to Steward loans and a loan to our international joint venture. $112 million of real estate impairments. With the assistance of a third-party independent appraiser, we analyzed all Steward properties and many others for possible impairment this quarter and identified less than 10 properties where our net book value exceeded the estimated fair value, and we adjusted our books accordingly. We also had $171 million of non-real estate impairments, which again, using a third-party independent appraiser, we adjusted our non-real estate investments in Steward to reflect the current estimated fair value of our related collateral. Finally, we made a $30 million charge in earnings from equity interest to reflect the reserves for build and straight-line rent on the properties included in the Massachusetts joint venture. These charges were recorded on several different line items of our income statement, and we have included additional tables in our release this morning showcasing the impact of these charges. Beyond impairment charges, we did have two other adjustments to normalized FFO that I want to highlight. As is typical, we recognized fair value adjustments in the quarter from adjusting certain marketable securities, like our Swiss investment in EVIS, to market. This $8.4 million negative adjustment is net of a gain recognized on our PHP investment, as the managed care business continues to perform well. Second, and due to Steward and the significant adjustments made this quarter, we recorded a $6.6 million cumulative adjustment to stock compensation expense to reflect our updated estimate of expected payouts for certain stock award grants over the past years. And with that, I will turn it over to Steve for a discussion of our liquidity position and plans. Steve.
Thank you, Kevin. I will wrap up our prepared remarks with some perspective around our near-term recapitalization process that Ed mentioned at the start of the call. On last quarter's call, we described our plans for accessing capital through asset sales and limited secured financing. We announced an initial target of about $2 billion over the course of 2024. This morning, we announced that we have so far agreed to transactions aggregating almost 25% of that initial target. The largest of these transactions is our agreement to sell 2 hospitals to Prime for $350 million. Importantly and encouragingly, the economics of the transaction imply a capitalization rate of about 7.4%. That is obviously much better than what our share price implies, or even what some investors believe our secured financing rate would be. Moreover, we expect to realize an approximate $50 million GAAP gain on the transaction, and the purchase price exceeds our undepreciated initial investment by about $30 million. We expect to receive $250 million of the purchase price in cash upon expiration of a short notice period, and the remaining $100 million before or on the expiration of a 9-month interest-bearing mortgage note due to MPT. In addition, we were able to consolidate our 4 remaining hospitals leased to Prime under a new 20-year master lease with a lease base of $238 million. Notably, the original master lease in place for 3 of these hospitals was otherwise set to expire next year. In addition to the benefit of extending the term of this lease, our relative rent will increase by approximately $5 million. So, the economic 7.4% cap rate is based on the $350 million purchase price and $26 million of net rent. That is the $31 million of contractual rent on the 2 hospitals we sold, offset by the $5 million rent increase that results from the increased lease base added to the new master lease. The new lease also provides Prime an option to purchase these facilities at any time for $260 million, which would represent an additional gain on sale of real estate of approximately $95 million for MPT over and above the $50 million gain I just mentioned. These are all attractive hospitals.
So the people
and
who
in
bought
our
from
view,
them today
Dr.
can buy another
Premreddy and
one.
his management team are amongst the most reliable and capable operators
Very
of acute
interesting.
hospitals in
Still
the country.
small, though.
But the geographic location of these hospitals are not necessarily the best in our portfolio, and yet they traded at a 7.4% economic capitalization rate. This speaks very strongly of continued investor interest and confidence in well underwritten hospitals that are necessary to a community's overall healthcare infrastructure. We have proven that repeatedly over the past couple of years, and Prime is just the most recent example. Other recent transactions that have validated the value of our assets include, but are certainly not limited to, the sale of our Australian portfolio in October of last year at an indicated capitalization rate of less than 6%. The new lease put in place with CommonSpirit in Utah roughly 1 year ago, which effectively placed a mid-7% cap rate on the rental stream. Other recent hospital sales to Prime for $460 million, which generated very attractive IRRs and fully recovered our initial investment from at least 10 years earlier. All these transactions and more have been executed in global economic and financial markets that have not necessarily been friendly to sellers of large operating facilities. And that is why we're encouraged by the progress we are making and our potential path to exceeding our initial $2 billion target, which, as a reminder, does not account for any proceeds from a sale of our Connecticut assets to Yale, any monetization of our interest in Prospect's PHP managed care business, or any possible proceeds from resolution of the previously mentioned so-called non-top 10 operator that we discussed on last quarter's call. Although we are not prepared to announce specifics this morning, the valuation metrics of potential transactions that are currently subject to letters of intent and in-process definitive documentation are, adjusted for geography, size, and tenant characteristics, highly comparable to these recent transactions, and in particular, the Prime transaction. As we realize capital from these transactions, we expect to immediately reduce our debt maturities. In 2024, we have only two maturing loans, approximately $300 million in May and $130 million in December. In the interim, we will reduce our revolver balances, which in recent months have carried an interest rate of around 6.9% for the U.S. dollar borrowings. In 2025, we will have roughly $900 million in bank debt and $550 million in unsecured notes maturing. And as just noted, we expect our planned sales and secured financing transactions will provide more than sufficient proceeds to satisfy these maturities. And with that, we have time for a few questions, and I'll turn the call back over to the operator.
Thank you. We'll now begin the question and answer session. To ask a question, you may press star then one on your touch-tone phone. If you're using a speakerphone, please pick up your handset before pressing the keys. If at any time your question has been addressed and you would like to withdraw your question, please press star then two. In the interest of time, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. At this time, we'll pause momentarily to assemble our roster. Our first question comes from Austin Wurschmidt from KeyBanc Capital Markets. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks, and good afternoon. On Steward, one, have they paid you the partial rent payment that you agreed upon earlier this year for February? And second, I guess just given the additional capital that you and other ABL lenders have agreed to fund, how much confidence do you have in the ramp in cash rent payments, in the coming months that you laid out earlier this year?
So Steward is compliant with our previous agreement for ramping up the rent, and we expect that they will remain compliant through June when that ramp gets all the way back to 100%.
Got it. And then just as far as on the $2 billion of liquidity, I believe 40% of that amount was expected to be through, loans or secured debt, I think more specifically. I mean, how far along are you in negotiations on that front? Any sense when you could close? And I guess what are you hearing around, terms for any such proceeds?
So to clarify, I'm not sure. I don't remember, in fact, saying that 40% would be secured debt. I think all we said is there'll be limited secured debt. We're not in a position this morning to give the details, but I did mention, by the way, that a significant amount of the remaining $2 billion is under either LOI or being negotiated through definitive documents. And but further, we tried to mention that the pricing that you saw, not only with the most recent prime transaction, but with transactions last year, is generally consistent with the valuation metrics, and that means pricing or interest rates that we're seeing in those transactions that are in progress.
Understood. I'll hop back in the queue. Thank you.
The next question comes from Joshua Dennerlein from Bank of America. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for the time. I guess just maybe a follow-up on that. What kind of gives you the confidence that Stewart will be able to ramp up and start paying full rent starting in June?
So it's driven by two key strategies that we mentioned early last month. One of those is the aggressive efforts at repositioning, re-tenanting, or otherwise selling facilities that are now occupied and operated by Stewart. Secondly, it's dependent upon a satisfactory monetization of its own stewardship managed care business.
And Josh, in addition to that, we've been getting weekly cash flow reports from Stewart's advisors, to which they've exceeded every one of them thus far.
Okay, and maybe a follow-up to that answer, just how easy is it to re-tenant a facility, and how do you guys think about just like the transition period if you were to re-tenant a Stewart property?
So the answer to that varies from state. Some states it's really easy, can be done overnight. Some states take a little bit longer. The real answer to that question, I think, for us, is that we've been extremely pleased with the amount of interest we've gotten in almost all of the facilities, and in almost all of the facilities, we've got more than one party who is interested in the facilities.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
The next question comes from Michael Carroll from RBC. Please go ahead.
Yep, thanks. I wanted to circle back on the Stewart Bridge loan. I just want to get this straight. So MPW has already funded an additional $20 million, but the other certain ABL lender that was going to match that, they haven't yet provided those funds?
That transaction is not closed yet.
And then what are we waiting for on that? I guess what milestones need to be achieved for that money to be paid out, and what other milestones need to be achieved for you to pay out the other $17.5 million that you agreed to do?
Well, so those milestones have been reached. So in other words, the $37.5 million each that MPT and the ABL lenders are expected to fund, those milestones have been reached. And in order to fund anything further than that, then additional milestones, which are directly related to those two key strategies that I just mentioned, re-tenanting and selling the non-core stewardship assets, there are some very specific, relatively stringent milestones that have to be met in order to fund anything else. But again, just to clarify, the first $37.5 million apiece, of which we have funded 20, is expected to close soon, depending on having already met the early milestones.
So why hasn't the other ABL lender provided their initial funding yet?
The documentation is not complete.
Okay. And then just if I can squeeze one more in there, I guess for the potential buyers of these Stewart assets, is there concerns of fraudulent conveyance at all related to them potentially selling off parts of their business? And do those buyers have that concern?
I wouldn't know how to answer that for any particular buyer, but clearly Stewart is in a distressed situation, and there are multiple advisors, including legal advisors, and no transaction would happen, under any type of fraudulent conveyance. So that one of the keys to our underwriting over the years has been, we own hospitals that nobody wants to see closed, and so there's a great deal of cooperation, particularly in some of the eastern states. That typically have heavier regulatory hand for the regulators, for the state, for others to help facilitate these transactions. So I don't think there's going to be an issue with fraudulent conveyance.
And Mike, obviously, we've done this before, and there are plenty of advisors working on these transactions.
Okay. Thank you.
The next question comes from Mike Moeller from J.P. Morgan. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. For the 350 of prime sales, I guess why isn't looking at the 8.8 cap rate just on that rent stream going away
low.
The right way to look at it versus netting?
I'm getting earnings
netting
previews
the
while this is going.
rent escalator in there, and then just on top of that, are the transactions you're looking at going forward, the economics are more similar to that net number in the 7s or the standalone number in the high 8s?
Well, the first answer to that question is that very simple. It was all done in one transaction. Second part of that question is that yes, they are more similar to the number that we quoted.
Okay, thank you.
The next question comes from Vikram Malhotra from Mizuho. Please go ahead.
Morning, thanks. Just maybe first one, I wanted to understand maybe if you can give us a little bit more color on the $2 billion of plan, sales. You mentioned there's a bunch on LOIs as well. I'm just trying to understand, can you give us a flavor of what types of buyers these are, timing-wise? Let's just say things get delayed. Is there a plan B in terms of addressing the debt coming due?
Well, we've addressed the debt all the way through this year, and significantly we expect 2025 also. And you broke up a little bit, Vikram, but I think the question was what type of buyers and timing. And from the beginning, going back to last October, we said this was a 3 to 4 quarter transition.
Did not break up at all.
And so in the first of those 3 to 4 quarters, we've done 25%.
I think you broke up a little
That's
bit
not
there,
to predict
Vikram.
that the next transactions will be done as rapidly, but again, just to reiterate, we do have a significant amount of the $2 billion under LOI. We're actively negotiating with highly capable counterparties, and we're encouraged by the terms that we've negotiated, which again are very consistent with what you saw with the prime transaction.
And Vikram, to answer the rest of the question, everything that Steve mentioned that we're working on actively, either in the LOI stage or definitive documents, all have backups with them.
Okay. And then just sort of clarify on Stewart, I think you said on the call, correct me, but last payment was, I think, 25% of the contractual rent. But what about the prior periods where they've made partial payments? Like, just maybe back up and give us a sense of like, what's the backlog so far, or is it just that they've been delayed on those months and that's all going to be paid when things get resolved? And just related to that, are you, given your comments on full payment, are you linking that to sort of, there must be a link, but I'm just trying to bridge that between where you see the dividend going, because it feels like at this point, the proceeds from the dividend or not paying the dividend would probably be beneficial. So I'm just trying to think about like what have they actually paid and what's the backlog.
Well, Vikram, I'll start with the end part of that question. And the dividend is not dependent on Stewart's rent. It's more dependent on our ability to close some of these liquidity transactions.
That is both good and bad.
And again, if I heard the question correctly, about 25%
didn't move more on
of
that.
the rent that Stewart owes on 2 master leases. One is the Massachusetts joint venture, and the other is everything else.
They don't sell those other buildings.
In total, about
then
25% of that was paid.
Question, and then vice versa.
In the fourth
they
quarter.
do close those buildings. They don't have to
think
worry
that was
about
your
dividend
question.
at all.
Because if I remember correctly, the shortfall started. Was it in October or was it prior to October?
Yes. It was in October. All rent was 100% paid as of the end of the third quarter. And any rent that is not paid was October and thereafter.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
The next question comes from Connor Siversky from Wells Fargo. Please go ahead.
Siversky.
Hi, thank you for the time. In the context of some of the write-downs related to Steward that were outlined today in the press release, has your equity stake in Steward already been written down, or any of the loans that have been provided to Steward, have those already been written down, or are those still sitting at full value?
Hey, Connor, yes, they have been written down. I mean, we look at it on a combined basis, the operator loans as well as the equity, and we wrote down in combination around $90 million for those non-operator investments, we'll call it. Non-real estate.
Yeah,
does
that's
that
kind of the
include
good
loans?
news, bad news of all
Yes,
of this.
combination.
So
again, we look at them together.
Things,
so it's $90 million
they have
reduction.
been written
for all
down. They
combined.
took losses on these now, so it's not.
Okay, thank you. And then
it's
in
adding
the press
some color
release,
to the whole idea of
in
what
the
they're
comments,
really worth.
it outlines $5 billion worth of assets that are in the cash accounting pool. And then in the detail, it states $4.6 billion. I'm wondering if Steward and Prospect are the only operators currently in subject to cash accounting, or is there anything else in there?
Yeah, we have three, I would call them small operators. They represent about less than 1.5% of our total assets that we've been accounting for them on a cash basis. One's been there probably since day one, just very small.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from John Pawlowski from Green Street. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning. Could you provide some more details on just domestic operator number one with 0.3 times coverage? What's going on that operator, and do you expect to give financial support to that operator through loans, rent abatements, rent deferrals?
Well, the first answer to the last part of that question is no, we have not.
And John, we have confidence in this operator in this particular market, which we're not going to disclose the particular operator, but we do expect to see turnaround over the course of 2024.
SCDG, that one's
and that particular operator just
up.
made significant investments in new facilities at that particular place that Rhodes is referring to.
Okay. And so you don't expect to give any financial support this year to that operator?
No, it will not be needed.
Appreciate it. Last question from me. Steve, can you give us a sense for the average general acute care hospital in your portfolio right now, what type of secured financing you'd be able to get on those assets in terms of LTV, rate, any details would be appreciated.
So we expect to be able to announce that. We hope relatively soon with respect to at least one of the transactions that we've been referring to that is a secured financing transaction that's included in those that are referred to as being under LOI and definitive document negotiation. But we'll wait until we have something definitive to announce.
Okay. Thank you.
The next question comes from Tayo Okusanya from Deutsche Bank. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon for you, and thank you for the time. In regards to the upcoming, asset sales or the secured financing, could you just walk us through how your unsecured, the syndicators of your line of credit in particular, how they have to get involved in this in any way? I'm assuming just given there's a large balance on the line of credit, they're kind of looking at all this movement, and what kind of conversations do you have to have with them to make sure they're comfortable with everything that's going on?
So as we tried to walk you through a few minutes ago, as we complete these transactions,
so new low of the day, 2 points off yesterday's low,
the pending maturities, starting
close.
with the $300 million
in May.
Day in a row? And excess until the next maturity will absolutely go to the bank group, to the revolver. So obviously the bank lenders are very satisfied to see that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Gotcha.
The next question is a follow-up from Michael Carroll from RBC. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. How tight are your financial covenants right now? And then how confident are you that you have the full access to your line of credit?
Fully confident. We have significant headroom in our own financial covenants, either with the bank group or with the unsecured bond indentures.
And then, Steve, what is the covenant that's the tightest? I don't know if you can provide any color on where it is today. Is it the interest coverage ratio? Is that the one that we should be looking at, and where is it at versus where it needs to be?
Down too, but Nasdaq
that's not a schedule we normally publish, but we have significant headroom in all of the covenants. The one you mentioned is certainly not an issue.
Okay.
None of them are issues for that matter.
Okay, and then last one for me, Steve, is what is the assumed cap rate on the prime purchase options on that remaining portfolio? So if they exercise those purchase options, I guess what would the cap rate be on those sales?
I'd have to come back to you on that. I don't have that right in front of me, but what I would point you to is if they exercise that option, it would be at $268 million. I'm sorry, $260 million, and that includes. Or let me put it this way, that's the lease base on those assets is now $238 million. And that $238 actually includes, I'm not sure we disclosed this, but I will, $45 million in additional lease base that as part of this, as Ed called it, a comprehensive unified transaction, was added to this new master lease. So all of that's kind of a long-winded way of saying the $260 million purchase price will represent almost a $100 million gain on those assets. So I'm happy to come back to you on a cap rate basis, but I think that's very, very indicative.
Okay, and then that $100 million gain.
The point in disclosing all that, again, is just to show the interest and the valuation that the market puts on these assets.
Okay, great. And then that $100 million gain, you quote, that's the depreciated book gain, and the other number you gave us was the gross book value of the assets.
Green shoot off of the low.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
The next question is a follow-up from Tayo Okusanya from Deutsche Bank. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you again. Just quick one. I'm not sure if you talked about this, and I apologize if you did, but the LTAC rent coverage going down to 1.1 with the most recent reporting versus 1.4 the reporting before 1.19 a year ago. Is that all earnest, or is there something else going on there that you could talk about a little bit?
Yeah, no, we've talked about this for the last few quarters. The reason for the decline in the LTACs is that the waivers that everybody had during COVID have obviously all gone away. We only own 15 LTACs remaining. All of the LTACs have a parent guarantee or either cross-defaulted with IRFs that cover obviously much higher facilities. Of those 15 facilities, more than half of them are covering it more than 1.5 times.
Great. Thank you, Ed.
There are no more questions in the queue. This concludes our question and answer session. I would like to turn the conference back over to Ed Aldag for any closing remarks.
Jason, thank you very much, and thank all of you for listening in today. If you have any follow-up questions, please don't hesitate to contact Drew.
All right, not bad. They still need to sell more properties. That's it. They have a plan to sell $2 billion. They were talking about selling a lot, but a lot rides on that. If they close those deals, I think that's where you're going to get good news out of the stock in the future. If they don't close those deals, that's where I think everything goes to crumble. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a lot is riding on those properties. I don't think the stock is moving that much because it's still a lot of talk and a little bit of action. But again, every time they do something good, they're also, again, they took all the losses on the books, which is both good and bad. But, generally speaking, that's why they had a negative report here. They took all those losses. And they're announcing some of this other stuff. They sold some of their buildings. Not a lot, but not a little. And then now a lot is riding on the future plans. So not too bad. But I don't know. I don't think I'm still going to move on that one either. Might have to wait. I don't know if we'll have to wait till next earnings, but they're probably going to give updates on some of this other one. They could still go BK. Yeah, if they don't sell those properties, I think they'll probably cut the dividend again and then play that game. But now they've written off a lot of this storage stuff. They've revalued assets. They've sold some assets. Their maturities and any future money, it all relies on selling $2 billion worth of property. So that's what they were pretty much saying. That's why I said I'm surprised it didn't move as much during it, but, homeboy literally said, as far as the dividend, it depends on selling the property. They owe money. They have debt payments owe. They owe about $2 billion in the next 2 years, right? They owe about maybe $500 million by the end of this year, $300 million in a couple of months. So they can't rent it out because you're not going to make that type of money. So they need to sell off the property to either pay back the loan or pay back the loan and make money, which they said they did today. But in general, they have $2 billion worth that they need to pay back. So they have to sell $2 billion worth of property, pay it back, and then from there they'll be good to go. Because once they pay off that debt and they don't owe anything, again, now based on what they're collecting, even after Steward, that dividend that they have now should be good. So it's decent, but you still got to, like I said, there's a lot of talk, and now you got to wait for the action. But generally, you could take it as a good sign if you want, but I don't know if that's going to really shift sentiment too much. So very interesting. And then market, Nvda finally moved. I think that was probably the other big highlight there. So Nvda has finally moved outside of the opening range. I was trying to show you guys the chart, but it wouldn't show up. Oh, card on the high. But I didn't, I couldn't go back to that day. But during their last earnings on November, they did move about $12, but the stock was trading around 500. So they're kind of moving like that. But then I have the chart afterwards. Again, after their earnings last time, they did move. It was 5-6 days later, they started moving about $50, $60. So we'll see how it plays out. But they finally moved there. Market is right back up to open. Again, NASDAQ and Russell went a little bit lower. SPY and Dow about 1/4 to 0.2. Not too bad. And then we have an hour until the minutes? Not bad. An hour and 10 minutes until the minutes. Chatadonia. Shop. Cart hit 29 there again. We're waiting for that $30 still. RGNX or CGNX. Shopify. 20-year auction. Is that today? I think next week we have a lot more bond auctions. I thought we have a 40-year this week. Oh yeah, 20-year at 1. Interesting. Yeah, you have a 20-year auction in 8 minutes. Interesting. So 20 years, interesting duration. And Fed Bowman. Edgar Canseco. Edgar, not Father Edgar. I got that in the email. Edgar emailed me, and he said he signed it Edgar, not Father Edgar. I was like, all right, that's a good way to determine. Shout out Edgar. Shout out Father Edgar as well. Amen. Not Father Edgar. It's a good distinction. Edgar. Don't we have, I saw something like a 40-year auction. Am I tripping on that? Well, at the very least, you have a catalyst in 7 minutes, so we'll see how that plays out. It's not like bonds have been doing too good. Abivi getting murked, 1%. 1% feels so big, but they have moved. I think they were in the green earlier. And then CART is going up still, and Abivi on the low. I think healthcare faded. And I'm still waiting on LT. I told him to give that guy a call and see. So hopefully we'll have something by the end of the week. I got another email. And then again, worst case, we could always refer it. Firm to a cult real estate agent, hopefully. How cheap was real estate in Rancho Santa Fe when you started investing? I mean, cheap, but not really. I don't know. Like, before everything went crazy, you still had, like, expensive, like, it was expensive for the area. So I don't know. Do you guys remember when $1 million was a lot for a property? Like, I don't know. Like, back in even 2012, 2014, like, $1 million got you a lot of property. But, like, that was still, like, expensive. That was really expensive. $1 million for a house wasn't, like, because, again, you were able to go to a nice area in San Diego and get, like, a full-blown house for, like, 300, 400 grand, you know? Yeah, like 4 years ago. No, a little longer than that. I'd say a little bit before. And then even in, like, 2018, maybe. It just all depended. But, like, that was the big deal with it. So it's like Rancho Santa Fe was like cheaper, but it was still substantially higher than the rest of San Diego. So it still wasn't like again, like Del Mar as well. Those places are really expensive now. And like they've always been expensive. You could have got a beach property for like $1.5 million, but back then, you know, $1.5 million also got you a very, very big property anywhere else in San Diego. So that's kind of the paradox, but it's always been like substantially higher than the average in San Diego County. Oh, car 2919. It's finally starting to move up a little bit here. So again, it has not been around this level since it first dropped. See what it does. Spotify launches in-house music advisory agency for brands. What the hell is that? Spotify. No reaction. I don't know. I feel like news today kind of been weird. Even like Intel, there's a lot of like, let's wait and see. Again, we'll even find out with this bond auction. But that Intel one was the weirdest. That huge pop and then come back down to doing nothing. And then Nike, I think Nike's going off some of the China stuff. And then China's still holding up. Oh, my goodness. Where's ARM? ARM came back up. SMCI still down. What happened to Burke? That was a weird one, too. That one didn't even have any news. Maybe Foot Locker in the morning off of that. No reaction on spot. Citi. Wait, no, they weren't. The Wells Fargo was the bank that was going up earlier. They're killing. I think JP Morgan's even in the green. JP Morgan at 180. Goldman's up. Honestly, banks are doing pretty good. So give it, 2 minutes here. We'll get the bond auction. Honestly, you're going to have to wait a little longer than 2 minutes. We'll see afterwards. And then SPY's right back to open. NASI down 0.67. Same thing with Russell. On Rio, I think you might be better off just buying EWZ. Because doesn't, I think Rio Tinto, they make up a big portion of EWZ. But I think, because I don't like just like pure commodity, pure energy plays. But I think if you're better off just investing in Brazil and calling it a day. That's the way I look at it. But I don't own any of those. I think a big portion of EWZ is in Rio. G up 11. We were just talking about eventually it's going to have one of those big days. 1 minute. Yep, get ready. So again, look for the when issued. Higher number is bad, lower number is good. See how the market takes it. Exxon mulling offshore natural gas production in Guyana after 2029. And then Norway gas system operator Gasco says Karsto gas processing plant is being evacuated. And then EU discusses additional sanctions in response to Navalny's death. UK already imposed sanctions on 6-person managers connected to the incident. SPY of VWAP still going up. MPW going up. Not bad. Not bad. Powell, I think it's March 20th. All right. So be on the lookout. Let me know when you got the win issued. You'll either see all of the numbers come up here. When you go to Treasury Direct. When issued 4.562. Uber CFR upgraded to BA1 outlook positive. So 4.562. I wonder again, I don't know. Last bond auctions were good and bonds still went down. I don't know if you guys remember those. Last couple of bond auctions, they came in strong and then the reaction was kind of mute. So let's see how it plays out, but 4.562. Lower is better, higher is worse. MPW is coming up a little bit now. Highest it's been in the last couple hours. 4.562. Would you average on MPW? If I really like the risk, yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a waiting game. I mean, nothing is getting worse with MPW. I guess that's the only good news. So it depends if you want to keep focusing on the good news or not. Could kind of mark a turning point, but they're, again, a little bit of action, still relying on a lot of talk. They have to actually sell those buildings. $4.562. 4.595. Ooh. Wait. 5.6. That's 4.59. So 0.3, 0.03. Yeah, those came in really, really hot. So literally, 20-year bond was actually pretty bad. 4.59 allotted at high, 41%. So literally, the number was 4.562. So 0.03 higher. But I do think that was pretty bad. Again, I think 20 years are notoriously bad, but that was bad, and bonds and stocks just threw up off of that. I'm surprised, bro. Bonds just took a gnarly dump off it. It's only, I guess today hasn't moved too much. It's like 0.4, 0.5 in one candle. Yeah, SPY getting clapped off of that. So literally, bond auction, very bad, and then TLT, long into the curve, and the markets are just getting murdered off of that. Check the rate cut odds too. I think even then, because if those bond auctions are coming in bad, that implication is not good at all. Zaza hasn't moved too much. Dollar popping, yeah, it might really run off of that. Bro, bonds are vomiting off of that. So again, bonds are down, now even stocks. Those are your biggest candles of the day, but that could have just been a surprise. Yeah, dollar pop. Again, bonds and dollar. Dollar's not as bad yet, but that could get out of hand. But literally, just the overall knee-jerk reaction was pretty big. So maybe bond supply concerns, or again, how people feel about rate cuts. That's just a reality check on, again, rates and what people have been expecting. But that was pretty bad demand. Dollar, no inverse. We'll see. You might be able to move around a little bit. Just don't underestimate Nvda again and how that could move there. But that was a very big knee-jerk reaction, all that. 4.595 when issued 4.56. Biggest tail on record for the 20-year. Yeah, so that was historically bad. That was very, very bad. I think last time we had a big 20-year drop, wasn't that like in August or October? Remember that last time we had so that was tantamount to that. So we've had a day like this before, but that kind of came out of nowhere, but that was literally one of your worst 20 years. Boyle, UNG still going up. 20-year is, I think, the one that's historically bad, 20-year and 30-year. But, I mean, the irony is that the last bond auctions that weren't bad, we actually, again, remember last two bond auctions were strong, and bonds still kept going down over the last couple of weeks. So, interestingly enough, you had a very big reaction on bonds and equities after that miss here today. The bonds are going lower. SPY trying to fight. I mean, it's still at a low of the day. Again, Russell and the NASDAQ both went down almost 1%. Again, if we do end up red today, that'll be the third down day in a row. Nvda could still save the market or kill it. It's actually kind of crazy. I'm excited, though. I'm excited, but not going to go too crazy on it. That's the thing. I'm going to just take it all in, man. It could be historical. It may or may not be. Maybe it's a dud. But everybody, that's it. Nvda is just hyped beyond belief right now. Yeah, 20-year 4.59. Previous was 4.4. Bid to cover 2.39. Previous was 2.53. Directs accepted 19.7 versus 20.5. Indirects 59 versus 62.2. When issued 4.562. Yeah, no Twitch stream today. Nah, we took it down. They told me to rest my voice, so I rested my voice. So we'll do one stream. Keep it calm. Man, this might be a good time. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you. Get ready for Nvidia. I love you. And I will BRB.
Generally the speaker has been more open to compromising on the shutdown. We know that he personally doesn't believe it's good politics, thinks it sort of hands Democrats an issue. But there's a lot of pressure coming from Trump and the hard right to sort of leverage the shutdown. So maybe in some ways irresistible. He's on very thin ice as far as his ability to hold on to the gavel. He's got basically a 2-vote margin. Anyone could call this motion to vacate. Now, his biggest asset's fatigue. That took a 3-week battle in October to replace Kevin McCarthy. People don't really want to go through that again. Mm-hmm. They'll probably end up with someone similar to Mike Johnson, but the threats are out there. On Ukraine aid versus the shutdown, he showed much more of a sort of a hard position, really continuing to demand border control changes. And interestingly, the president over the weekend sort of reversed his position. The White House has been rebuffing the speaker on a one-on-one meeting, now seems open to it. We have all ears to the ground as to when that's going to be scheduled, probably sometime next week.
Mm-hmm. Well, Eric, you just raised the threat of a motion to vacate that Speaker Johnson probably always has in the back of his mind as he's making decisions. But it's noteworthy that there's been news within the last day or so that a Democrat, the Congressman Josh Gottheimer, is now floating a resolution to essentially help change the rules so that Johnson would be more protected from that any one member who may decide to file such a thing. Could that actually gain traction? Because we know the Democrats did not step in to help Kevin McCarthy.
Johnson, since he became speaker, has talked favorably of changing the rules, saying it doesn't really make much sense, to have this one person change. But I think the Freedom Caucus would certainly be rebellious. And, even if that change went into effect, it probably would term limit Johnson in the sense that if they retained the House, he'd be unlikely to get enough support to stay in the job, just because the right would be stung by this rules change. So it's going to be a tough calculation. I think we would really have to be in a very prolonged shutdown or some kind of, crisis like that for this sort of thing to pass through Congress, for Johnson to go ahead and sort of term limit himself.
Eric, it's good to have you. Eric Wasson, one of the few left on the Hill today, Bloomberg congressional reporter with the latest here. Kaylee, we'd be looking at the beginnings of a shutdown, just for the benefit of our audience, a week from Friday. And as we were just discussing with Eric, two-pronged here. This is the laddered CR. So March 8th is the second date, just to get everyone's heads around these spending bills. We haven't even mentioned Ukraine and Israel, or Taiwan for that matter, the emergency supplemental funding request, Kaylee, that passed the Senate but does not appear to have a path in the House. There's an incredible debate happening right now while that is on hold in Washington before the UN Security Council, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, regarding Israel and the actions it is taking in the Gaza Strip, the threat it poses to civilian life, as we have seen civilian casualties, according to the health ministry in Gaza, that are roughly at 30,000 now. The U.S. yesterday vetoing a Security Council resolution that would have called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. That resolution, of course, was put forward by Algeria, which is the Arab member that is rotating on the Security Council currently. Right. But the reason for the U.S. veto this time was they have an alternative, Joe, a ceasefire still, but of a temporary nature.
That's exactly right. And so we'll see, of course, the U.S. with veto power blocking this first draft. Now, maybe the U.S. version will be taken up. That's where Carmel Arbit comes in with the Atlantic Council. Carmel has been a reliable voice for us, helping to understand the contours of all of this since the war began. Senior fellow at the Atlantic Council for Middle East Programs and the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Carmel, thanks for being with us. Will the U.S. version of this ceasefire pass the Security Council?
I think what's really remarkable, and you noted this earlier, is that the U.S. has really been unwavering in its support for Israel during this war. And we've seen that really from day one, where they have said Israel has a right to defend itself, to take out Hamas, and we will stand with it. It has defended Israel at the ICJ today, and as you noted, is bringing forth its own proposal in front of the UN. What it has sought to do is to essentially shield Israel from international community pressure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. ARM. Whoa. Yo, ARM, big pop at the high. I don't know if it's news. And damn, you ate up that whole entire drop there. So again, this is just bond auction, killing the bonds. Equities got murdered, then came right back up. Bonds are still down, and now you got a couple of pops here. High ticker looks pretty active, but again, I think ARM, that's the one that led that all the way. My goodness. Horn. God bless you, Josh, in the chat. Brian, where is the horn? Oh, my goodness. I think I'm missing the... Oh, I was hiding under my resistance. Horn. Oh, what's up, baby? How you living? Happy Nvidia Day. Happy minutes in 45 minutes. 45 minutes until the Fed minutes, too. Brian coming in with the horn. Oh, my goodness. Even MPW up a little bit again. ARM just had that move. Quite the interesting day. I think a lot of, I don't know, there's tension. I feel like tension could describe the day. Again, even that bond auction there, that just added some more tension. And then now you're right back to where you started. Bonds are now clobbered on the day, but kind of matches up. Now bonds just match up with the NASDAQ when you look at it. Oh, man. How would you position for TLT if you thought Powell was going to do 3 rate cuts? I would probably just buy the bonds, or I'd go after a 2-year bond, but even then, a lot of that's already priced in. I would just buy a bond and collect some of the higher premium as rates slowly go down. That's about it. You're terrified? Why are you terrified? Selling out of Nvidia? Well, it's a personal decision. Nvidia, we talked about it again. There's so many outcomes. I don't think I'm going to be playing it ahead of time, but then again, like I've played Nvidia pre-earnings and post-earnings. I've won on both of them, but I had to go down a lot prior. So but then the ones that I played before, I did play it with, again, we were in shares and other positions. We played the pre-earnings run-up, but it's very difficult to say. Again, there's going to be a lot of premium. There's going to be a lot of sympathies, but it's really going to come down to your risk management and what you believe is a good deal or not for you, more or less. But we will see, Habibi. We will see. It's 25% of my long term. I wouldn't trip about. Honestly, though, what should you be doing then? Like, if you bought it and then it went, insane and grew a lot, like, sometimes it may be a bad thing, but in a weird way, I see that as a blessing because, one, you're getting mad gains, but what else should you be doing? ARM, I don't see anything on ARM. Somebody said Intel CEO was live. I don't know if there's a relation, but I don't see anything on ARM. Armistice. But what's the blessing though? If Nvidia grew to be an outsized position in your portfolio, what could you be doing now? Was ARM a part of the Intel thing? There it is. Yes. Well, you could sell calls, but you could buy value. So that's it. I mean, with any of your deposits, in a weird way, you get one growth start running and ripping. It opens up the door for you to buy dividend and value plays. Let Nvidia keep working. You're like, okay, it's outsized in my portfolio. You spread out your portfolio into other areas. I mean, you're going to be able to hold the big gain, hold the amount of money, let it do its thing. And then if Nvidia does come down, I mean, hopefully the other stuff you buy instead is able to hold your portfolio up. So that is the blessing of all of it. I buy some PayPal. I still got to wait. I got to wait a week and a half. We're almost done with this week. ARM is still going up. I think ARM just kind of recovered and started breaking out here, but they're moving more than any of the other chip makers. Again, Nvidia did move a little bit off the bottom, but it's still kind of pinned there. And then again, market is right back to the bond auction level. Bonds are still clapped. Nvidia. $574 at the Fed Reserve repo, reverse repo. It's not bad. Still dwindling. It's higher than last time, I believe, though. Can Nvidia drop 20%? If it does really bad, yeah. I mean, if they disappoint, I don't even think they need to do bad, but I do think disappointing would be really bad in their context, in their case. Again, if the stock is up 50% from its last earnings. You guys realize, like, Nvidia was, like, solidly at, like, $480 to, like, $503 the last time it had earnings. You guys are aware of that, right? That was about, 90 days ago? Maybe 60-something trading days ago? We all realize that, correct? Are we on the same page? So if they disappoint, I mean, even if they do good, they could still drop. That's the weird part. So again, as far as like valuation and how much they've moved, I mean, that is kind of the issue when it's all said and done. When Nvidia doing bad help AMD? It depends where they do bad. Does it affect the overall industry, or is it, do they do bad in something AMD has already reported they did good on? That would have another big difference in all of that. They did good, 37 of 40 quarters. They have done good, but like their stock doesn't necessarily like move good, if that makes any sense. So again, I mean, last earnings they kind of just they went up a little bit, held within what was priced in, even though they beat and raised, and then they traded at a range for the next like 3 to 5 days, and then proceeded to sell off and dump, and then ran up another $100. So as far as people figuring out what they're worth, that's going to be a little different. Oh, I didn't mean to type that. I was typing in JPM, and I was writing down the when issued number. Goldman on the high again. I was looking JP Morgan 52-week high. Nvidia announces split with average earnings, it skyrockets. I think that would help it out a lot. I think that would help the sentiment out a ton. That's your password? Yeah. 4562 JPM. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, banks are going up. And then SPY getting some decent candles here. Bonds are trying to recover from the auction. That was your first set of bad news this morning. Microsoft yen. Oh yeah, and healthcare went down. Is Uber still up? No, even Uber sold off. If they don't beat or meet, they'll go down to 500. Wouldn't they need to split? Well, I don't know. How do they not meet though? Like, right? What if they come in line? It's still a high bar. I don't know if they'll drop to 500. I don't know what's going. I'm telling you, Nvidia is an ultimate wild card. You know, it's one thing about sentiment. It's going to be another thing on the numbers, but we'll have to see. But I don't know if there's a guaranteed need to split, but it would help them out. I mean, it would be it's always a good piece of news. And make it harder to move after how much they've already went crazy. I think they already raised their buybacks. We'll probably get more of that, but still, Nvidia. I think guidance, this 50% pace, and then even how they did on this quarter, that's going to just be, I mean, that could be enough. Again, but it has to be ridiculous. And then obviously data centers, if they do have a rebound in gaming, that could help out too. But I really just think, you guys have to realize it's been almost now a year of them guiding up 50% and then like meeting the bar. So that is the craziest part about all of it. At this point, if they come in line, it's been at least 3 quarters of guiding up 20 to 50% and then meeting that bar and then guiding up again. Isn't it bad the market's waiting and riding on one stock? It is and it isn't, but like mainly, it's not that like their earnings are like so important. The fact that it's so important is that it literally makes up like 30% of the index's move. So that's all. It's one of the biggest companies in the world. All the indexes are comprised with it. It makes up a big weighting. So no matter what happens, it's like one thing about the company and this industry and this new wave everybody's getting on, but like it's also just like sheer weighting on the whole entire stock market. So it's kind of just, this has been part of the whole, get this massive melt up. I mean, a couple of stocks contributed to it. So now when they do report, if they do move a lot, I mean, it's pretty intense. Again, I think based on the at the money option price, what it's pricing in, it's literally pricing in, I think, like a $200 billion move either direction. So very, very big, Habibi. Very, very big. Very, very big. This could be a black swan. It would have to be like really bad, and then I think it'll just change sentiment up until the Fed or until the next big data. Is Bowman live? Michelle Bowman. Cisco is selling $13.5 billion of bonds in 7 parts for Splunk deal. So Cisco selling bonds. Oh, they were selling a unit at first. I said, ooh. Where's that? January? What's Exchequer Club? Guest speaker, Michelle Bowman. I don't know if there's a live feed for it. You didn't realize you get to keep the fractionals when you do an account? Yeah. They got rid of all of it. We talked about it a little. That's what happened to me. But yeah, you could start it over again. So like I already have fractional shares coming back, but they will sell out everything. MPW moving more. Honestly, love to see it. See if it goes up even more. But decent for now. Jobless claims. I don't think jobless claims are going to be that important. Again, I do think the minutes in Nvidia's earnings will probably have more impact on where we go from here. ARM still at the high. SPY at VWAP. Bonds came up a little bit, but they're still overall clapped. And then market right at the bond auction level. I think Bowman speaking says new capital rules would hurt U.S. lending. I don't think Nvidia has done layoffs. I don't know. But yeah, ever since the account transfer, all my share amounts, they're solid. I got like AT&T, Abivi, we got a drip, and then like JP, and then O. Well, all the other amounts are solid. So yeah, it sucks. But again, if you got more than one share, you get to keep that one share. So just anything in a fractional amount, they sell out, give you cash. Bowman's been speaking for the last 20 minutes. No way. I don't have a live feed to it, but that's crazy. Didn't Nvidia mention they're going to lose sales from China in the last earnings? Sounds familiar. Remember, there's a lot of chip drama. It sounds familiar, but I can't really say that with like pure confidence. What do you do with the cash? I think I ended up putting it in other stocks. It was just in my cash pile, so I ended up using it. But chalking that up just to slippage on everything. But a lot of them, we had good amounts. Like, I think I only missed out on a couple of fractionals on, like, Altria and all those. But, like, we got full share amounts. Like, Abivi, we've collected, I think, like 18 shares now. 20 shares on drip, I believe. So I think if you had, like, if you never even averaged down, too, that's the crazy part. You should get back, like, for every 100 shares of Abivi in 2020, it's giving you back 19.24 shares of drip. So you just sold off the quarter of a share. As you know, 68% of SMCI's revenue came from Nvidia. That sounds familiar. I think that's been their issue. I think that's why they're so linked to each other, though. And people are expecting more growth. You don't actually own fractionals, do you? I don't know. I don't know if there's like a technical ownership or if you just kind of have a right to it at the value. But I don't think you own it technically. The Roku went up. Yeah, I sold out earlier. I wanted to collect some. That could have hit 1,000. I sold out at like 500%. And then I got out of, what's the other one? Twilio and then Neo. But we got to collect back like 150. So not bad. Two of those were gainers. What was the other one? Twilio. They told me you own them under certain clearinghouses and not others. Yeah, I'm sure it's a gray area. Yeah, I got out of the Neo. I don't know if those came down or not. The stock was up like 12% though at one point. Nvidia creeping back down. Yeah, I think that's going to be big. Again, the first time Nvidia moved, the market was going down with it. XLE on the high. Is energy coming up? Oxy's on the high as well. Again, they're selling off some unit. Oh, honestly, we got to do push-up. We got to see. We got to either do push-ups or PHILO. It's going to be a little interesting here because we have 30 minutes until the minutes. We'll see, you guys. We'll get your body up in the meantime. We'll see. Let me go to the bathroom. Let me see. No, we might have to. I have a PHILO. I got an interesting PHILO, but we might have to delay it. I might have to give you guys PHILO tomorrow. I'll give you a midweek PHILO break. We'll see. Let me go pee, but before I go pee, I need you guys to stand up. Okay, get the body moving. Do 10 push-ups, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. But just I need you to get your body moving, and I need you to drop your trauma traps and relax your shoulders and put your chest to the sun, and then flex your core, tuck your hips in, and make sure your legs are not wrapped behind your computer chair. Okay, buddy? It's good for you. Okay, buddy? I'm saying buddy because I don't know who I'm talking to. I don't know your name per se unless I see you in the chat, but you got to just legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair, okay? And then relax your jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Not your buddy, pal. Yeah, we'll see. Boeing House head of 737 MAX program. Oh, no. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get my stretch on, my balance, too. But give me a second. It's 3:30 or 10:30. 10:30. PRB.
Gabbard, both on this so-called short list. Jeannie, is he gaslighting us, or is this the actual list? Will it be one of these?
Yeah, I trust him completely, Joe Matthew, never to gaslight anyone, and I'm going to get you and Kaylee those sneakers as soon as this pre-order session is over.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but you guys are worth it. I think, there were the name I think that stuck out to most of us on the list from last night was Tulsi Gabbard. But, as you think about it, I like to follow what's going on in the right wing, and she has been somebody who has been turning up at Turning Point USA. She is somebody who is attractive to people on his side. So when you think of it from that perspective, it's not that surprising. But I think in the end, if you go back to what he did with Mike Pence, the reality is he's going to want somebody who brings something to the table like the evangelicals and who does not steal his thunder in the earned media. And so I think those two things combined, perhaps we aren't seeing the complete list yet, and that'll be forthcoming. But it's going to be fun because this looks like it may be a very long general election. So we may have a lot of time to think about the Veep stakes.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Can't wait. It's going to be very, very exciting. Chapin, I want to ask you, though, about something else that Trump said in that town hall on Fox last night. He was talking about all the legal issues he is facing, including that ruling that came down in New York that he has to pay well over $300, perhaps over $400 million in that civil suit related to the Trump organization. He compared that to what happened to Alexei Navalny, who died in Russia in a prison in the Arctic last week. He said it is a form of Navalny, it is a form of communism or fascism. Who is buying that argument that these things are in any way comparable?
Well, first of all, his supporters, the people who support Donald Trump, believe the things that he says. What I would say about some of the things Trump says is he has his style, and the way he says things people tend to grasp onto the way he says things and talk about how awful it is, when the point that he's trying to make is about political opponents coming after. They're using the courts and the court system and sort of trying to use every method other than the ballot box to defeat their opponents, which is what he feels like is happening to him, and his supporters certainly feel like it's happening to him, and even non-Trump Republicans are very uncomfortable with the way things seem to be going down. The Attorney General of New York said she was going to find a crime to prosecute him for. Right? That's not how prosecutors in this country are supposed to conduct conduct themselves. So it makes people wonder what exactly is going on. So to answer your point, I think that people, he needs to keep his people motivated. Saying stuff like that will keep it motivated. And to, I forget who made the point earlier, I think it was Jeannie, about his just mastery of earned media. Saying things like that gets him right back in the news, gets him right back to the top of the hour on every single show, gets his supporters all up and angry. He probably can raise money off of it. So there is a method to his madness. Do we like what he says all the time? No, of course we don't. But hope that answered your question a little bit. That's that filibuster.
It is quite a line. When asked about the fine from his New York business fraud case, he said, quote, "It is a form of Navalny," unquote. With our panel, great conversation. Chapin Fay, thank you for being with us here in New York. Jeannie Shanzano in Washington.
Great conversation. A lot about Trump. All I heard, I was walking away. She said, "I'm going to get the shoes." It's like, you got the shoes? How'd you get the shoes? You got the Trump 45s? I got the J6s. That's literally the best joke. I love it. Love it, man. Love it. So, Chattadonia, get ready here. We have the minutes in 30. I don't think we're going to do PHILO. I think I'm gonna punt on PHILO. I'm going to give you guys a day off of PHILO because then I still got the earnings previews, but we're going to have to work it in a little bit later. I don't know, unless we want to do the earnings previews early, but then we might run out of time coming into the minutes. So it's going to be a lot of juggling. Maybe we wait till after. But 25 minutes until the minutes. Again, there's only two big things to watch out for. It's going to be the tapering stuff and then any discussion on those rate cuts, but should be there. Double up on PHILO Friday. PHILO Friday, man. Friday PHILOs. I mean, we had a good PHILO on Friday, but even after hours on Friday, we were getting into it. So, and you never know. Punt on PHILO. It's a day-to-day. We have a lot we're dealing with here today. We got a lot we're going to be going back and forth with. I hope yesterday's PHILO was good. I do got a good mini PHILO, though. I got a good mini PHILO I could drop. But it's okay. I'll let you guys wait a little bit. I'll let you guys wait. Calm down, breathe a little. There's a lot of tension today. The bonds are clapped. The market's holding up at the bond level. This could be 3 days in a row after melting up for 16 weeks. You have 3 days down. Last time you saw this was the first 5 days of the week. First 3 days of the year. Plays did not go. I guess Neo hit. That was about it. Then we closed out some other ones. But if you hit Palo Alto, you would have got, what's it called? You would have got 30,000%, I believe. 10 to 30,000, depending on which ones. But I didn't play that one. But that one hit on 2 standard deviations. That one was a killer. But other than that, no other plays hit. Took a little bit of older profits. And then now waiting for our earnings previews. And then again, Nvda, I think a lot of people are excited about Nvda, but there's going to be a couple of play opportunities. We talked about them, but I really, I think the best decision is not play anything or like find an extremely cheap Nvda play. But even then, I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be the easiest. I do want to sell the premium, but I just don't. Like I said, I think it'd be better if I did nothing at all. Because there's many ways to get into trouble with Nvda. I even got into trouble on Nvda, and I played it afterwards. Do you guys remember that? I got murdered on that. Do you guys? I don't know. Have y'all not been scarred by Nvda? Boeing says head of 737 MAX Ed Clark to leave. You guys posted that a little bit earlier ago. AMD. I have played AMD as sympathy. I played Marvel. I played a lot of them as sympathy. Like do you guys remember that? It was literally Nvidia, and I played it like right after earnings with shares, and then I literally went down $5,000. That doesn't ring a bell. And then I sold out with a gain, but like I remember it was just like what the. And then even all the other earnings prior. That thing, I don't know. It doesn't scar you guys at all. That's good though. Have no fear. You guys are warriors. So I'm talking about. Be a warrior. Nvidia premium juiced. Just it. Spy doing nothing though. Again, a lot of tension, bro. A lot of tension. The Palo Alto was insane. That was a very, very good hit. Again, that was the first cyber company that even like did bad. Most of them were holding up pretty well. No cyber though, they say not so much. Etsy going. They have earnings to air today after the bell. They're up quite a bit. You think Palo Alto, small LT to get exposure, 120 discount. It's up a lot, though. That's the only thing I don't like. I like their company, but again, like last year, Palo Alto was at like $130 a share. So you're telling me $130 discount. They were trading at $130 not too long ago. The biggest market dump? I don't know. 2020 was pretty big. But before that, like 2018, 2015, 2010, 2008, but I was really I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing. Hawkish Fed. It depends on what the minutes hold. So generally speaking, the minutes are not going to be new. So that's the caveat to all of it. But will there be a new discussion on the timing of rate cuts? And then the timing of quantitative tightening. Those are the two most important things there. Quantitative tightening, that could be the bullish aspect of today, but then if we find out that they really weren't talking about rate cuts at the last meeting and that the market's really far off from that, anything new to that discussion, then we'll start to get that reaction. But other than that, it's kind of simple, but it depends. This is the first one since NYCB. What do you mean? The minutes? Oh, yeah, it is actually. Because NYCB, that day, that was the day of the Fed. Or like the day before. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if it'll come up in the minutes. Very interesting observation. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to talk about it on the minutes per se. But other than that, though, we're just trying to remember. Last Fed meeting, Powell was just a little bit more hawkish. He said a couple of things elsewhere. He said the jobs number, doesn't really matter as much as long as the inflation trends keep coming down. But he was pretty adamant on not hiking rates. So that's what should show up in the minutes, that hawkish bias. But then again, Powell was very favorable about talking about quantitative tightening. The charts for the last meetings, the market did nothing. So that's what I was showing on the watch list yesterday. But the last Fed minutes, we did absolutely nothing. That's what you have to realize about today is that it has a high probability of doing nothing. But if we get out. Hello, am I back on? I'm back on. So, but that's why it's like it shouldn't do anything. But if we get any new information, then we will be clapped. So, let me turn off the VWAP. Again, January 3rd. So this was your last minutes. You did absolutely nothing. You are actually coming off the lows. Went a little lower the next day, then bounced. Then November 21st and then October 11th. So November 21st, market already kind of bouncing. Went up a little bit, then stayed pinned for a couple of days. October 3rd. Kind of moved around. We're already lower that day. And then bounced 4 days later. These are all the last Fed minutes. Then August 16th. Where is it? August 16th, we were going down and then you went lower. So August 16th, You actually had a decent range, went to the low, and then the market proceeded to drop for 2 days before bouncing. And then I think July 5th, I actually think we moved. Yeah, July 5th, you gapped down, went a little lower, then 2 days later you went up. Boeing news hits CNBC, the dude leaving. So, yeah. Pretty much Fed minutes, it was like August, September last year, we saw more moves off of it. Other than that, nothing's usually new. The market doesn't really change its opinion too much. I mean, we have been volatile with rate cuts recently, so we'll see how that plays in. But other than that, I mean, today's pretty straightforward, and that's why, like, sadly, people have given more importance to Nvda earnings than the Fed minutes today. Would I ever go with Boeing in the long term? Yeah, if they went down to like $100, maybe lower. You know, I wanted them at one point, but like when they were at the lower prices, but I wouldn't really buy it after everything that's gone on and them being at a higher price than even last year and still kind of holding up a premium. I'm not really down with them. So I don't know. I think it's a good company. I don't think it's going anywhere, but I do see a lot of people willing to pay a high price for them. So, you know, I'm pretty cheap with them. If they go lower, I'm down to buy them, but I'm not going to really like chase that stock unless it starts flying. But Boeings don't fly. Okay. You bought at 116. I do again. Not a bad price. Not a bad price at all. CPI factor in camel milk inflation. I wish. There's too many alternatives. You know, I haven't. You know, camel's milk is real. It's apparently really expensive and really good. I still want to try it. It's like a dessert. I don't know if that's just for my cousins, but like legit, I saw it on a cooking show. Bowman apparently has been speaking. I have a couple of Bowman comments. Says housing market isn't influencing Fed rate cut discussion. Says time for lower rates is certainly not now. So she's kind of more hawkish. Says a new capital rule would hurt U.S. lending. There's not too many headlines coming out. Or like market moving. Again, market's still staying the same. I think bond market is still reeling from the bond auction earlier. Uranium plays are going up. I think uranium had an upgrade yesterday. I think people looking at these Fed minutes like junkies looking for the next hit. It has to have something good, though. I don't know. It's a very specific junkie. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a junkie. Like, if you just have weed, it's not going to get excited. You know, it's a real junkie. It needs something good. So without it, it could be a dud, but we'll find out. You feed your dog camel meat? What? You killing camels to feed your canine? What, bro? That's offensive to my people. The 20-year bond auction was dog shit, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what your dog shits. Maybe it shits out a camel. That's crazy. Yours gets kangaroo meat due to allergies? What the fuck? Y'all killing national treasures? Will anybody feed bald eagles to their dog? What the hell? Y'all killing camels and kangaroos? Fucking man, watch out. Pandas and eagles ain't safe now. Y'all crazy. All raw meat, bones, and organs. What kind of dog do you have? I should have asked that question. You can actually order kangaroo meat in Australia. How do you know this? What? Oh my gosh. I would eat a kangaroo. I'd be down to try it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I won't act all high and mighty. I would eat a kangaroo. I feel like it tastes good. Smoked kangaroo. I don't know. I'm sorry if you're Australian if that's offensive. Someone just told me they feed their dogs camels. Mm-hmm. Like, damn, Bond's still selling off. That could, I mean, comments from Bowman were like 10, 15 minutes ago. Bonds are already selling off a little bit before that. Market's coming up. I think we're right above VWAP. Yeah, a little bit above it. $4,964. Dude, you're still low. You didn't hit that for, did we hit it? No, 495. You went lower than yesterday, but you didn't go down to the CPI close. So you're still holding it. You're not holding 5,000, but you're right below it. Pinterest on the high, Folk, GPK. My goodness. Yeah, Nike's on the high. TLT hasn't rejected 100 since '08. Let that sink in. The daily looks horrible. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a 40-year bond bull market has been destroyed since 2022. That's what people mean when you like really look at the bonds. I mean, bonds haven't had a loss like this in 40 years, maybe longer. So again, I think it's like 1 month we will be inverted longer than was it the 80s? And then in like 4 months, the yield curve will be most inverted ever. But again, the losses in the bond market, again, we have bank failures and all that, but it's literally been the biggest bond losses in consecutive for, a lifetime for some people. I guess half a lifetime. But I mean, some people in here, even if you're 40 or 50, you haven't even seen a bond market sell off like the one we've witnessed in the last 2 years now. I guess it's been almost 2 years, like a year and 8 months, which is kind of wicked to think about. Probably not an ominous sign. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of ominous signs flash and then things happen afterwards, but the timing of which is what makes it difficult. NFG, National Fuel and Gas on the high. Again, I don't know. There's a couple of things moving a little bit tilted to the high ticker. Banks keep going up, but literally, I mean, bonds at the low, SPY right at open. I got ARM near the high, but where's Nvidia? Still just hugging its low. People don't want our debt now? What do you mean? Are you saying with this sell-off? No, I mean, it's just because we've raised rates, right? So by the rate at which we've changed rates and how everything is played out, interest rates have gone up. It's not as if people don't want our money, but, we're raising the price at which we're selling the cheapest amount of money. So really, you can blame rate hike cycle for all of it. Your bias is stocks go down this year. I mean, hey, I don't really shame you for it. Again, it's been a wild couple of years. I think this year you got everybody talking soft landing at the same time, just as much as odds of a soft landing. We could go down. So I don't know. I mean, it depends. Again, like we were just talking about, we're about to hit records that were last seen on the Great Depression and then the 1970s and 1980s. And then again, the bond market hasn't sold off like this in like 40 years. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't shame you for it. I don't shame you for it at all. I haven't looked at equal weight. Again, equal weight has been underperforming again, or AKA 7 stocks. The market breadth Hasn't been this bad since March 2009. Equal weight's actually in the green today. Equal weight's not even down. And then SPY still down a quarter. NASI 0.7. Russell down 0.51, so NASDAQ stayed lower. Russell came up a little bit. And then S&P down a quarter. Dow down 0.13. Hold on. We only got 5 minutes. I just looked down. Here's something, actually. I think now would be a good reminder. What the hell just happened? My Nvda chart. Why is it doing that? But you could do the 2 standard deviations on the SPY. It didn't work last week, but do you guys get what I'm saying here? This is in relation to the minutes. So let's see. What are we pricing in? 5 minutes ahead of the event. 495. We're looking at like what? 250? We'll go with like 240. So $2.40 is priced in. 495, 34. You're pricing in about 0.5% of a move today. So right now the minutes are expected to move the market 0.5%. So Russell goes back to break even or goes down. NASDAQ will still be negative, and then SPY and Dow could still go green. So based on the daily options right now, you are pricing in a 0.5% move. Let's see, what's the end of the week? 23rd. So that'd be like a $4.80 move. $515. Oh, those expense. $1. I'm going to say it'd be like, what, 486? $490, $55. These are all expensive. But yeah, 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviations for tomorrow. I mean, those are still actually a lot of money. So yeah, I don't know. But pretty much coming into the event now, you got about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Market's pricing in 0.05. All right, so get ready, Chattadonia. It'll come out on the Fed website. You will get probably on the wire a lot of stuff. So analysts, some members may have discussed the possibility that neutral interest rate neither stimulates nor slows the economy, might be higher than now compared to before the pandemic. Most economists expect the Federal Reserve officials believe no rush to lower interest rates. Minute and a half. Despite recent data showing higher inflation, more jobs, we anticipate that the minutes will indicate that officials might not be swayed by these positive signs. I'm getting these analyst comments, but I don't know where they're coming from. All right, first event, 1 minute remaining, Chattadonia. 1 minute. Minutes will be out. Again, you'll get the pre-written. It'll be in red over here. If you ever go to the Fed website, go to meeting calendar information, and it should show up right here. It'll come up next to it. It'll refresh like it says here on the other ones. But yeah, and then again, we're pricing in about 0.05. All right, 30 seconds. I already got Nvda up there. I'm going to keep an eye on the banks. And then you're literally right at open, right below the bond auction level. Powell does not speak afterwards, no. This is purely just a document. Algos, we'll be done with this in 5-10 minutes. And then focused on Nvidia. All right, one. Boop. All right, minutes saw policy rate likely at peak. Officials wanted to see more progress towards 2% inflation. Officials remain highly attentive to risk. Powell plans to start next 5-year review of statements in later half of 2024. A couple officials noted downside risk of rates staying too high. Consumer spending was surprisingly resilient in 23. Officials saw possible upside inflation risk in geopolitics and elevated wage growth. Staff saw upside risk to inflation, downside risk to economic growth. Fed balance sheet talks to guide eventual decision on runoff. It's not on the website again, so I'm just going off of the statement. A couple of policymakers pointed to downside risk of maintaining overly restrictive stance. Most officials noted risk of cutting too quickly. That's not as good. Again, I think all of this fits with the hawkish bias. Several policymakers emphasized the importance of communicating clearly about data dependent. While risk to achieving dual mandate goals were in better balance, officials said they are remaining highly attentive to inflation risk. It is looking status quo. Again, it has a hawkish tilt on it, with most members, warning about, about cutting too soon. Most officials noted risk of cutting too soon. Couple pointed downside of maintaining high for too long. Several emphasized importance of communicating clarity about data-dependent approach. Noting reductions in overnight reverse repo usage, many officials said it would be appropriate to start in-depth balance sheet discussion at next meeting. That's very bullish. So again, it does look like, quantitative tightening right there. Noting reductions. Many officials said it would be appropriate to start discussion in March. Some officials saw risk inflation progress could stall. Again, that's a little bit more of the hawkishness. Staff economic outlook was slightly stronger than December. Few officials noted balance sheet runoff could continue after rate cuts begin. So once they start quantitative tightening, then they're definitely not raising. Some policymakers said slowing pace of balance sheet runoff could help smooth the transition to ample level of reserves, could allow balance sheet runoff to continue for longer. So they're talking slowing it down. That Boeing news hitting again. So again, I think slightly hawkish tilt, a little bit of bullishness on the quantitative tightening. It does seem like that will be a gauge of when if they're actually done raising for sure, but then more so that'll be a gauge of again, they're going to be ready to start easing off of the rate cuts after they get that in motion. Yeah, yields up slightly. Again, market dropped a little bit. Honestly, I think no, I don't think the minutes hit. Again, if anything, if it's going to hit, it's going to hit upwards, because I do think that quantitative tightening stuff was good. So we are getting them. Otherwise, I don't think there was any bad news from it. Hawkish stance, but kind of what we were expecting. Again, of many officials warning about, holding rates up for too long or also cutting too soon, and that maybe they overestimated some of the economic stuff. But yeah, I think if anything, upside on quantitative tightening. Everything else was not really not too bad. Yeah, bonds are going up. Even oil market, 2 decent candles. Damn, SPY's actually getting 2 big candles off of that now. So bonds went up a little bit more. But yeah. So again, I think quantitative tightening was bullish. Everything else came off hawkish, but nothing too crazy. But I don't think, again, I do think Nvda is now the main story out of all of this. But I don't think that wasn't mind-blowing. I don't think the minutes brought us anything too groundbreaking. Is it even on the Fed website yet? Fed funds continue to price in June as first rate cut. Short-term interest rate futures add to earlier losses. Analysts during the meeting, the majority of participants underscored the risk associated with swiftly adjusting the policy stance, advocating for a cautious approach. They emphasized the necessity of thoroughly evaluating incoming data to gauge whether inflation is consistently trending towards the 2% targeted goal. And again, I think this is old Boeing Katie Ringgold to succeed Clark as Vice President and General Manager, 737 Program and Renton Site. All right, so NASDAQ barely moved off that. Again, SPY and Dow moved a little bit more. I mean, again, you did get like 0.1% on the NASDAQ. I think we're just dancing around. I think it's going to be a dud. Again, maybe you get a slight upside surprise, but other than that, sadly, I don't think you got anything too groundbreaking, Chatadonia. I'll give you a little Anna Wong.
They received the Q4 GDP number, which really surprised to the upside. And I think based on that assessment, they're thinking that maybe the neutral rate is in fact higher than what they thought it would be before the pandemic. And this is why that the Taylor rule, that the reaction function they're following, in fact, is experiencing a level shift upwards. And that could explain the rationale for why they're choosing to hold rates higher for longer.
Mike, come on in on this in terms of, we've talked a lot about the neutral rate. Your take on what Anna's saying, and maybe there is a reassessment here.
Well, there's definitely, if not a reassessment, certainly a focus on it. We've heard from several members of the committee since the meeting that they are looking at the possibility that the neutral rate has gotten higher, R-star, as they like to call it in eco-nerd talk, that the economy is stronger and they will need to react to that. But the minutes make it clear at least as of January 31st that they would do that by leaning against faster growth at the same policy rate. They weren't going to raise rates going forward. They would just leave rates where they were for longer.
I did, for both of you, actually, we'll start with Anna on this, but one thing that has really struck me is that the chat has indeed turned to the possibility of interest rate increases. Obviously, since this FOMC decision, since the CPI announcement, since the jobs numbers. And I wondered for both of you, do you see that more as a possibility, especially you, Anna, if you wouldn't mind starting, given your assessment of where the Fed thinks the neutral rate is?
Yeah, so I think that the likelihood is still tilted toward rate cuts rather than rate hikes. Our NLP Fed Speak model does suggest that the probability of a rate hike is 13.3%, and that is quite similar to the assessment of former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. But I think that given all the range of policy Taylor rules that the Fed follows, none of them would say that the Fed should be hiking at this point.
And then, Mike, what do you think about the possibility of a hike at this point?
I agree with Anna. The rules and also what Fed officials are saying rule out any kind of rate hike at this point. If they felt the economy was accelerating too much and inflation was starting to become more of an issue, they would just leave rates higher for longer to see what would happen. It's not on the table. Larry Summers put it there, an interesting discussion point, but it's not something that Fed officials are considering right now.
Well, I go back to, Mike, some of the conversations we've had around this table that as the Fed gets, to the end of its cycle and we
we think we've peaked out here in terms of rate increases, according to what we got from the Fed chair. But having said that it is more difficult towards the end. Is there some truth to this, as we continue to see data points that come in stronger that make you think, well, wait a minute, is it just a case of staying higher for longer, or the possibility that we could, considering some of the data points we could get down the road, that the Fed would have to raise rates? I mean, is it silly for us to rule it out
there
completely?
is a slight chance of a rate cut or a rate hike.
I wouldn't rule anything
Again,
out
that
completely.
started
We
coming
don't
up
know what's
this
going to
morning. I don't
happen
know if
down
you
the
remember
road,
me
but it's
saying
going
that.
to be some time before
Larry
that
Summers
even
and a couple of other people
would even become
they brought it
an
up
issue to
to
be
the,
considered.
brought it into
the strength of the
discussion.
economy, sure, and the fact that we haven't had an effort to try to
again,
get
I don't think the
down
minutes gave
to
us
a
too
2%
much.
level before.
They haven't talked about the quantitative tightening yet.
It could be very hard.
For the
to
most
do
part,
get
that is
last
the
mile,
only
that
upside
last,
surprise I see
percentage
today.
Into,
Everything else,
out
again,
of
fairly
inflation
neutral,
rather
and
down
now
to
we're
2%.
punting till Nvda,
so
baby.
Fed officials are going to be making a decision on when to start
Nvda.
cutting based on what progress they see in that regard, but they're not at this point looking to push down inflation any faster.
All right, get ready.
Mike, if we could just stick with you for a second, because I want to go back to the text of the minutes, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about what officials were thinking about their quantitative easing / quantitative tightening program.
There you go. That's what I want to hear.
Well, they don't go into a lot of detail about it, but they do say that it's been proceeding smoothly at the pace they've been going at, and that at some point they would make a decision, but they don't put any timing on that. They will have an in-depth discussion in March towards an eventual decision is the way they said it, but it has been working all right, and they have been seeing the reverse repo funds decline as that's become less important, and so it's all pointing towards the fact that sometime in the future, maybe not too long from now, they will start a taper. They did suggest that a gradual reduction in the balance sheet sell-off is appropriate, and that they would make that decision down the road.
All right, so not a ton of market reaction as we've gone over. Having said that, Anna, I want to go over to you in terms of what's your next focal point when it comes to thinking about Fed policy moving forward and really the health of the overall U.S. economy?
Yeah, I think the next focal point would be the core PCE. We got CPI and PPI data last week, and that seems to imply that the January's core PCE and Powell's preferred super core would be running pretty hot.
She's not saying Nvda.
And if it's true that the January readings is just noise reflecting seasonality factors, then it could be possible that the February inflation reading would be ugly as well, because typically these seasonal factors also repeat itself in February. So it is really only after the February inflation data that do you really get a good signal of what really is happening to inflation. So I would say markets should be ready for a wild ride, even for February's CPI data.
Shocking, as we've often talked about the volatility that we've seen certainly in the rates market and the Treasury trade. Hey, Mike, also to you, last question. I got to cheat a little bit, heard you earlier on television. You are looking ahead to when Fed Chair Jay Powell is up on Capitol Hill. That's important.
That's going to be important. We have a lot of Fed speak between now and the end of the month, but a lot of it will just kind of go away in the sense that Jay Powell rules all. And March 6th is the first day of his semi-annual testimony to Capitol Hill. He'll be talking to the House Financial Services Committee, and that's the one that the markets are going to focus on. That's where they're going to expect to get some guidance. Don't know what he'll give them, but that is going to be a day where we will probably see markets move in terms of the Fed and not Nvda.
All right, net, it's data point to data point, Fed speak to Fed speak, and anything that Jay Powell does. All right, guys, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Of course, our Michael McKee.
Easy. All right. Chattadonia, we have got the minutes out of the way. Kind of a dud. You are slightly higher than the bond auction, but maybe it gets you a little bit of an uptrend. Again, some people were worried today would be the third down day in a row. You haven't seen that in a while, but now, today is the main event. We are getting ready for it, and now it is our moment, Chattadonia. Are you ready? Do you know what time it is? I heard, dude, you know what I heard in the background? I heard these. These were hitting each other. Wow. Wow, this is how we started. Yes, earnings, baby. It is earnings preview time. So, That being said, we're going to go over the earnings. Nvda is the big one. There's still a couple of others after the bell, but we are going to go over Nvda. Then we're going to go over all the other plays as well. But I have to give you the disclaimer. Not only is none of this a recommendation, but what we are doing here. We have a tutorial called Ghetto Standard Deviations. If you search that on YouTube, it'll show you exactly what we are doing. I am going through the option chains, and I'm going to price in all of the options. We're going to look at one standard deviation, what the option market is pricing in for earnings, and then we are going to double that number to get the ghetto standard deviation, the 2 standard deviations, and then we are going to see if that price is good enough to make a low probability play with a high return. Now, why am I explaining it like that? Because that is the facts of it. And these are all low probability plays. So yesterday, we didn't hit any of the plays. The one that I didn't make, if you use this strategy, you would have had a strike price well in the money for about $80. The whole idea is you could use this and do this yourself. So I'm here to share info with you. I hope you work this into your strategy, but these are low probability plays. Most of the ones that I am taking, approach with caution, take the info, work it into your strategy however you see fit, and have a good one, and do not blow up your account. Do not let this stuff hurt you, ladies and gentlemen. Do not let this stuff hurt you. So on that note, before we begin, I need a like on the video. Yes. Oh, yeah. You thought we were just... I already sent out the stream alert. They already know I'm getting them on board. They won't miss any. I need a like on the video. Oh, I need y'all to come through today, baby. What's up? I need y'all to show some love. I don't know how many we're looking for. That's it. You know, you guys got on members only from the morning. You know what I'm saying? So I still got to tax you on the likes. Unfortunately, I got to make sure you're here. I need to make sure you all heard what I said, that you are in the game, that you are listening. You know what I'm... So let's get it. There you go. I got a little bit. We got like 10, 20 in there. We need like another 10, 20 more. Get to a solid level. I'm down with that. The likes are almost there. I got the previews ready to go. Maybe I'll open them all up. We'll see one. Let me open it up here. I don't even know. I can't even read my weird computer handwriting. No. I want it here. No, I don't want it. Why is it? It keeps opening up over there. There you go. There you go. Look. Oh shit. I was trying to make them all, so then we could just like go through them all. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why it keeps opening up there, but I'll take it. MRO. See, I'm getting all the previews. You hitting the like button, I'm getting the previews. I'm making sure they're all ready to go. We have a lot. I'm missing surprisingly. I remember I didn't have this last time. I don't have Rivian. So I don't know, Troy or anybody else, if you guys got a preview, hit me with one. But otherwise, Rivian. I know a lot of people want Rivian. Again, Rivian, all that matters is delivery numbers. I could tell you that right now. So we'll see how it plays out. But are you guys ready? That says Nvda if you can't see it. Keep up the entertainment. Enjoy the quotes. Don't let this hurt you. Yeah, man. Don't let it hurt you, bro. Oh, shit. All of that work was for no reason. Because now it's still going to... Man, I guess I could go in order, though. I could go in order. All right, you guys ready? I already have 2 Nvidias. Man, I'm just all over the place. Oh, look at this 2-year chart. Look at this 3-year chart. Let's go to a 5-year chart. Wow, Nvidia. Wow. Do I have Vimeo? No, I did not see them on the list. So we will see. All right, Chad Adoni, are you ready for it? Nvidia, the legend, the first one. We got to start with it. So they are expecting $20.4 billion versus guidance of $20 billion plus or minus 2%, or 19.6 to 20.4. Data center, $17.0 billion, gaming, $2.7, ProViz, $422, automotive, $274, and OEM another $82 million. Non-GAAP gross margin is expected to be 75.4. Palo Alto flushing. Guidance was 75.5 plus or minus 50 basis points. Non-GAAP operating expense $2.21 billion versus guidance of 2.2. So analysts think they'll spend a little bit more money. Non-GAAP operating income $13.16 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 64.4. EPS of $4.59. Cash flow from operations $10.25. Free cash flow $9.92 billion. Revenue next quarter expected to go up to $22.21 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.5. Non-GAAP operating expenses 2.6. Non-GAAP operating income 14.3. Non-GAAP operating margin 64.8. EPS $5.02. Cash flow from operations 11.3. Free cash flow 10.2. Since last quarter, Nvidia is up 38.0%. Since November 21st, S&P is up 10.3. XLK is up 8.6. Near-term options imply 11.6% move. In the last 4 quarters, Nvidia has lost 2%, gone nowhere, gain of 24, then gain of 14. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. Nvidia, so they are killing it on the quarter. Again, SPY on the quarter is only up 10, only. Still a lot, but they're up 38%. And then again, last 2 earnings, they barely moved. And then the 2 earnings before that, Nvidia moved a lot. So it's pricing in lower than that last one or 4 quarters ago. And then, or higher, yeah, lower than both of them, honestly. And then literally half as much as the biggest move. So that's Nvidia. Let's see what they're pricing in. We'll get real-time numbers up to the minute right now. So we'll see how this one plays out. Nvidia, $69. We'll go 675. Yeah, 60, 67. I'm getting like $68. So we'll see. $68 divided by 673.63. About 10% priced in, not too bad. A little lower than a couple of days ago. So $68. So one standard deviation is $68. Ghetto standard deviation is 136. 68 times 2. So 136 added to 674. You're left with 810. Jeez. So go 1 extra week, 810. Still going to run you about $650. Expensive stock, but very expensive on that side. So 136. 538 to the downside. So they were just there. Those aren't bad, but still $200. So you're going to have to, if you wanted both ways, 2 standard deviations both ways would still cost you $800. But then again, I mean, it is pricing in 10. The last time they moved more than expected, it was a 14% run-up. So I don't know. I feel like you might get lucky, but you still got to spend a lot of money on that one. I don't even, how much is, like, what would be a $80 play? 70? The 1230s, how much? I don't even, that's 100% difference. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's going to be a cuckening. I want to sell premium. You could sell premium $160 both ways, but then again, I don't want any of those problems on a falling or running up Nvidia. I'll play the report on shares. I'm down with that, honestly. I think I'm probably going to go after hours, but yeah, you're looking at $800 both ways for 2 standard deviations. I'm going to have to pass buckaroo. I don't know if I've ever used the adjective buckaroo, but yeah. Any questions on Nvidia? Any questions on Nvidia? I'm gonna play shares afterwards. When Nvidia, we have already gotten it off of the list. Any questions, buckaroo? What does it mean? I don't know. I feel like I should start using that, buckaroo. What you got, buckaroo? Any questions? Young buck? Buckaroo? No questions, pal. Is it worth playing the 500s? Yes and no. I think it's still kind of expensive. If they do bad, you'll like that play, but you still got to spend about, like, what, $200? So it's expensive. I mean, it's going to move. So, I mean, if you just, like, and the thing is, in a weird way, I do kind of feel, though, that Nvidia might move big. I kind of feel it. You guys always like, what's your gut, Josh? What's your gut telling you? My gut has to poop. That's what he's telling me. Okay, but I do, yeah, that's a big cheek lay on the market, low-key. They're selling off a little bit, but I do feel in my gut that they have a better chance of making a bigger move because they haven't made more than 2% move in the last 6 months, right? And then on top of it, like Meta had this reminds me of Meta. Meta was one of those plays where it literally, but then again, I don't know. I know it can make a big move, but it's still like expensive to play. You still have to spend like $100, $180 to get somewhere near 3 standard deviations. So I don't know. I could play a whole day of earnings plays on $180. I sound like a pilgrim or something. Hey, I could go a whole day of earnings off that one play back in my day. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like shares afterwards, I might be a little bit more exciting too. Shares afterwards gets the blood going. The stock moves around a lot, and then you could actually have the data. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm really feeling the options. So you tell how many of you guys are playing. Let me throw up a poll. I'll throw up a poll. I think anybody could vote on this one. Let's see. Bro, SPY dumping, though, out of nowhere. So, again, conclusion from the minutes was that participants remain cautious, indicating they're not ready to claim success yet. Despite positive trends, officials attribute recent improvement to isolated factors, emphasizing the need for more evidence before considering rate cuts. UAW to announce $40 million commitment to organizing auto and battery workers over the next 2 years. My gut says wait for the data, stay in the game, to play the game, baby. Amen. Bro, you're dumping now. So again, Nvidia kind of coming down here a little bit, but SPY just woke up to the downside. Said hi. Interesting. All right, so no more questions on Nvidia. I think the market's kind of more captivating now, but we have the next one on the list. I'm going to move on unless there is any pressing comments. And then SPY is literally dumping into a new low. I think even NASDAQ. NASDAQ's down 1% now. Data. All right, you guys ready? Etsy. They're up next. They're expecting 827.8 million versus guidance of 2.3, implies 823 to 831. Gross margin expected to be 71.8. EBITDA 227.6 million. EBITDA margin 27.5 versus guidance of 27 to 28. EPS 77 cents. GMS 3.98 billion versus guidance of 395 to 399. Ending active sellers 8.6 million. Ending active buyers 97.8 million. Revenue next quarter expected to be 654 million. Gross margin 70.2. EBITDA 178.8. EBITDA margin 27.3. EPS of 56 cents and GMS of 3.09 billion. Prices 3 since last close November 2nd. Etsy is up 22%. S&P is up 15.9. XLP is up 7.5. Near-term options imply 11.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 14, loss of 6, and then gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Short interest is 12%. All right. That's it. So they're pricing 8.56, it looks like. Let's see, 7 to 7. I'm getting 8 1/4. Oh, I guess it is 50 cents in the more money. Yeah, we'll go with 850. So 850 is priced in for one direction, which is more than 10% at this point. So that'd be what? 850 times 2, 17. 94.60 to the high side. $0.60, not bad. Still kind of up there. It's a cheaper stock, but it's still in the near the hundreds. And then 60.6. Those aren't bad at all. The puts aren't bad. But you do got to spend, like what? You're going to spend $90 to play it? Puts are a lot cheaper. And then I do think the calls even went up here today, too. What was it? Was it a 94? Yeah, these went up 50% today. Scammers. That is the only problem. But then you're spending... Yeah, that one's going to run you 90. We'll come back to that. We got a couple of other ones. I don't think that one's too bad, though, but it's still, you still need a 20% move. But Etsy, again, actually, Etsy hasn't moved 20% in a year. So we'll come back to that one, but no play for now on Etsy. So any questions on Etsy? Again, I think like 60 and 94 were the strike prices. Lawmakers probe Teva, Pfizer, Sandoz on medication shortages. They've beat a lot, yeah, but they don't really move too much. So like Etsy, it's had 2 quarters this year in the last year that have moved like less than 5%. All right, Synopsis. This one's going to be expensive. I think it even reacted to Palo Alto. But if no questions on Etsy, we'll go to the next one. Synopsis is expecting, then SPY's going lower. Synopsis is expecting $1.65 billion versus $1.63 to $1.66. Non-GAAP gross margin 81.9. Non-GAAP operating margin 38%. EPS 343 versus guidance of 340 to 345. Revenue expected to be $1.56 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 81.9. Non-GAAP operating 35.1. EPS of $3. Full year guidance revenue expected to be 6.57 to 6.63 billion. EPS of 13.33 to 13.41. Since last quarter, November 29th, Synopsis is down 2%. S&P is up 10. XLK is up 7.6. Near-term options imply 9.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 1, gain of 9, loss of 5. Revenue is beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS is beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue is beaten 13 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS is beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So not bad. They're pricing in a lot, but literally they've only moved once in the last year what they're pricing in. So this one's kind of a pump fake. Or it's probably pricing in a lot, and it's a $600 stock. And they only have the March 15th options. $50. $51. Say 51 for earnings, so 102. So $640. Cheaper than Nvda, $350. And then 436. 145. Not bad. Let's see. What platform for the previews? I don't know if you've asked me this before, but it's proprietary. It's all created through the Stock Market Live dash YouTube. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it. Yeah, Synopsis, I like it to the downside if it's cheap enough, but other than that, and the only reason is because of Palo Alto. So again, I think they're in the similar space. So we're going to have to see how that one plays out. They have like some cheaper ones on the chain, but I don't know. I was trying to get a really low bid on these, but you have to keep raising it. It's not worth it. So we'll see. But that one, that's just again, Palo Alto, similar one. They have a lot of meat on the bone. Again, 2 standard deviations is, quite possible. But they haven't moved anywhere near this size in a while. All right, any questions on Synopsis? No play. So far, no play on anything. We're kind of dry here. We'll come back to, what's it called, Etsy. And then Nvda, we're going to play right when the earnings come out. I feel much more comfortable doing that with shares. Next one, any questions on Synopsis? I don't have Rivian. That's the only one I need. Will Nvidia pump if it hits expectations? Yeah, I think if they hit expectations and then they guide into the right expectations, yeah, I think, or it might just hold up. California announces settlement with DoorDash. Alrighty. So next one is Lucid. Let's go, man. Where my Saudi Arabians at? Where are my people who like whipping around town cars? Where you at, baby? Don't be shy. What's going on, Lucid? Woo! All right, Lucid. They're expecting 179.9 million. Gross income loss of 311 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 627 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 365%. EPS loss of 30 cents. Cash flow from operations loss of 442 million. CapEx 420 million. Free cash flow, 978.3 million loss. Customer deliveries, 1.8 thousand. Since last quarter, Lucid is down 16. S&P is up 13.6, and XLY is up by 9. Near-term options imply 18% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, gain of 12, loss of 6, loss of 12. Revenue has beaten 1 of the last 9 quarters. EPS has beaten 4 of the last 9 quarters, and short interest is 32%. Yeah, pretty bad. So, I think they're pricing in a lot. I don't know. It's still this one. I don't. Do they have options? I feel like you should just go with shares. So Lucid, yeah, they're pricing in like what, 75 cents to 80 cents. 75. No, 75. So $1.50. They'd have to go to like what, 5.10. Hey man, you could get it for 10 cents. Or they'd go down to $2.10. 4 cents for that. But again, the max these puts can make is $200. If the stock literally went to zero. SPY going lower. SPY day after gap is closed after CPI. 4950, it has. There you go. So yeah, you are now finally below there. Last time we went here was what? You kind of wicked into 4945, and then I think at that point 4941, then 37. Then you're going to start going down 20 points at a time. But yeah, we are back at CPI level. Very interesting. So yeah, Lucid, I mean, it's not that expensive. I mean, the call side isn't too bad, I guess. Because again, you have unlimited upside, but you need a 36% move. I might just go with shares if you want to play it, but I don't really like Lucid. I think Lucid, though, it doesn't really matter how much money they burn, kind of like Rivian. All that matters is the, what's it called? All that matters is the delivery numbers. So that's Lucid. No play on that for now. SPY just went to a low. Any questions on Lucid? Sell puts if you want to buy Lucid. But again, even if Lucid dropped 50%, the company is still worth like $5 billion or something. Selling puts on Lucid. If you want to own the stock, just make sure it pays out enough where you're getting a better return on a covered put, a cash secured put. Make sure it's a better return than a bond. Okay, no questions on Lucid. SPY still going lower. Next one up is Rivian. So Rivian cash reserves likely shrank by more than 20% year on year for the fifth consecutive time last quarter as the automaker struggled to find buyers for its EV. It sold 80% of the vehicles it made in the period, burning through an estimated $789 million in cash in the process. Analysts expect 24 production around 80,000 cars in 24, though it will likely deliver 66,000 of them. Revenue estimate is $1.25 billion. Adjusted loss per share is $1.33. Loss per share estimate $1.53. Adjusted EBITDA loss $1.05 billion. Operating expense $1.01 billion. Production estimate 16,500. Deliveries 14,300. Negative adjusted free cash flow loss of $788.9 million. Capital expenditure $367.4 billion or million, and then cash and cash equivalents $8.74 billion. Yearly production 80,472. Adjusted EBITDA loss estimate $2.55 billion. Capital expenditures $2.37 billion. They have 15 buy targets, 10 holds, and 1 sell. Average price target $23.75, 55% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 14%. Adjusted EPS estimate has beaten 5 of the last nine quarters. Shares are down 22% on the year, while SPX is up by 21.7. Rivian. See what they're pricing in. Ukraine IMF near $900 million payment amid stalled U.S. aid. Yikes. This is pricing in a lot. 242. Damn, son. We're like 210. We'll go like 220. So 440. So 220 is one standard deviation. That's still a lot. So they're pricing in 14.3. You'll need a 28% move. So 440. So that'd be what? 1970, 1960? 1970 to the upside. 35 cents. That's quite a lot for a $19 stock. And then 440 to the downside. Like 1080. But again, downside limited. Yeah, it's still kind of expensive. Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think Rivian is kind of like, it reminds me of Lyft. It just has upside, but then like they have to actually do good. I think Lyft is actually better than Rivian. We'll go with 1. I'll go with a cheap out the money with time. This is way more than 2 standard deviations. But this one, again, I think it's too expensive on the shorter term options. I don't want to pay $30 for 1 week on Rivian for 2 standard deviations. If it's going to surprise, I think it has to be bigger, and I'd want more time. But I did $20. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Rivian 70 call for 20 cents. Rivian. Yes, that's the only one. That's my first play, I think, of any of these earnings. But again, like just like this one's just way too far out the money. So I didn't go. This is like 4 or 5 standard deviations, but I think I don't want to spend $30. And then if I played both ways, I don't think the puts are worth it. But if you're going to be spending that much on Rivian for a week, you might as well just I'd rather play the time, and then maybe we get lucky on any sort of run up there. But again, you need a 28% move for 2 standard deviations. Yeah, that one's really, really far out. Any other questions on that, Rivian? Any questions on Rivian? And then we move on to the next one. We did Lucid. Oh, dude, I got a good one coming up now, too, dude. Oh, dude, are these all still after hours, dude? I think they're all after hours, dude. What date? January 2025. Yeah, these are all after hours still. What time is it? 11:47, 13 minutes till power hour. Still making good time. We got a couple more to do here. All right, any other questions? Final questions? We made our first play today of the earnings. It is a Rivian, and I went way, way far out the money and thought it was a better deal. All right. So Palo Alto's still dropping. Next play is Dutch Bros. Oh, for all the coffee people out there. For all the coffee people out there. All right. So Dutch Bros, they're expecting Q4 same shop sales 2.2%, company operated 1.9, revenue 252.9 million, company operated contribution 28.8, company operated shop, what are this? Oh, X pre-opening and company definition 26.8, franchise margin 61.1, adjusted EBITDA 29.9, adjusted EBITDA margin 11.8, EPS of 2 cents. Ending stores 831, company operated 540, franchise 289. Next quarter revenue expected to be 257.6 million, same shop sales 2.4, company owned 2.4, franchise margin 71.3, adjusted EBITDA 31.5, adjusted EBITDA margin 12.2, EPS of 2 cents, and 875 ending stores. Since last quarter, they're up 1.4. S&P's up 14.2, XLY's up 9.7. Near-term options imply a 10.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 18, loss of 12, loss of 10. Revenue is beaten 7 of the last 9 quarters. EPS is beaten 6 of the last 9 with 1 in line, and short interest is 13%. Not bad. Bros. I thought they moved. Wasn't their last earnings actually good? Well, let's see what they priced in. All right, Bros, 2.7. Damn, it was priced in 10. 2.9. We go 2.7. Yeah. 2.75. That's one. So about 10% is priced in. It's 2.550. So 32.880 is 2 standard deviations. Okay, what's the downside? $21.85. 10 cents. Again, I think you could only make so much. Is that 25? No, it's 23. Is it 21? I don't know. The downside might be a little bit more limited. Bros has a 700 PE. What? How come I've never noticed that? Damn, son. Dutch Bros really Dutch broing out here. So is it 32? These went up a little today. Very sustained. It's literally a 690 something PE. It's kind of wild. Yeah. Didn't they have a really good earnings on one of these? So, yeah, I think it's kind of expensive for the price. Otherwise, I would just go with one call. I'll go a little further out. I was contemplating the 33 call, but I don't think I'm going to play it. Yeah. And then again, you might be able to go with a little bit more time as well. But I think it's just too expensive for how small price this stock is. So that was Bros. All right, the next one. MRO, Marathon. I think these are after hours as well, too. MRO, did they buy somebody or did they just sell a division recently? I got to get the preview. So, again, it's an energy name. So production is expected to be 403.2 million barrels a day. CapEx 332, cash from operations 1.03 on EPS of 63 cents. Next quarter expected to be 397.9 million barrels a day. CapEx of 557.1 on working capital or cash from operations of 935 million. EPS of 61. Since last quarter, November 2nd, they're down 17.5. S&P is up 15.3 and XLE is down 2.6. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, break even, loss of 1, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. So MRO, I don't really like the energy ones. But pricing in 5, I mean, these ones are the more ideal ones, the lower the pricing in, but it's not like it's moved over 5 in the last year. About $1.07. That's priced in, so 5%. 214 would be 2 standard deviations, so 2575. Get those 2550s. 214 would be 2150-ish. 9 cents. You can play it cheap. So literally 2150 put or 2550 call. I'm not gonna play. I don't think I played it. I played a couple of the energy ones actually, but I just never like them. Never really like them. That's for MRO. All right. Any questions on MRO? Please hold while we connect your call. Okay. No more MRO. The next one now is NEM. Newmont. So those are materials. That chart looks wicked. And then SPY bouncing from the low there. Again, a couple minutes ago, we were just dumping. So NEM, they're expected to do total gold production 1.71 million, revenue 3.41 billion, adjusted EBITDA 1.3 billion, EPS 43 cents, capex 768.8, free cash flow 348.5 million. Since last quarter, October 25th, they're down 9.5. S&P's up 19.6. Materials are up 14.3. Near-term options imply 5% move last 4 quarters. Gain of 2, loss of 6, gain of 2, break even. Revenue has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. Damn, they cannot get a break. So Newmont, gold, they're not pricing in too much. 170, how about 170 priced in? So 170 for one way, a little bit more than 5%. That'd be what, 340? So 340. So 36.68. That'd be 36.5. 33.28 minus 340. 29.88. I'm down, but I don't think they're going to move. This one's pricing in the least. So I spent $17 on the call. What's the other one? 340 was in like 30. 29.50. I don't know if these puts will even hit. All right, I grabbed the put at 8 cents. So 29.50 put, and then 36.50 call. Spent about like what, $25? NEM, all for next week, not a recommendation. What was it, 36.50 call? Yeah, 17 cents. All right, not bad. That one's at least cheap. We'll take it. Any questions on that one? So who mines gold? Is this the 1850? It's pretty funny. All right, no questions on NEM. It's good. There's a lot less questions when it's not on members only. Oscar bought the SNPS puts. I was looking at what price you get them at. I wanted one of those a lot cheaper, but I'm just being really, really cheap. 75 is a lot, Habibi. You know what I'm saying? Habibi, it's a lot. I paid 45 for this one. They want to pay me, I buy this one. 45, good deal, Habibi. Good deal. Yeah, we already covered Nvidia. How bullish were the coffee futures? I have no idea. I'll look at any of the other earnings afterwards. We're almost done. I think we only have 2 or 3 left. We just did NEM. I think we're into the morning movers now. Yeah, Fiverr is next. I think they're tomorrow morning. And Nvidia plays. I'm just going to go after the bell and play Nvidia. I really think that is going to be the best bet. Just so you guys will get to see some live action trading. One Piece, the live action trading film that's going to be today. It's going to be called One Earnings. Brought to you by Nvidia. No, okay. All right. Oh, Fiverr. So Fiverr, they're expecting revenue of 92.6 million versus guidance of 88.1 to 95.1. Non-GAAP gross margin 84.6. Adjusted EBITDA 16 million versus guidance of 14.9 to 16.9. Adjusted EBITDA margin 17.3 versus guidance of 16.9 to 17.8. EPS 48 cents. Active buyers 4.16. Spend per buyer 276. Take rate 31.5%. Next quarter revenue expected to be 97.3. Non-GAAP gross margin of 84.1. Adjusted EBITDA of 15.4 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 15.9. EPS 48 cents. Annual active buyers 4.22 million. Spend per buyer 277, take rate 31.7. Near-term options imply a 18.4% move. Since last quarter, November 7th, Fiverr is up 17.2, S&P is up 15.1, and XLK is up 13.6. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, loss of 18, loss of 2, and then gain of 19. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 19 quarters. EPS 16 of the last 18 with 1 in line. Short interest 15%, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 17 quarters. Interesting. I want to see what they're pricing in now, because they've moved a lot. Why have they dumped like that in the last 3 days? Was that just the market? They don't even have the weekly options. 3 9-day 460. Is this 450? I'll go with $5. $5, 1 standard deviation. That's still a decent amount. Still 20%. Yeah, literally 20%. Yikes. So you need a 40% move for 2 standard deviations. So $10. Stock either goes to 35 or goes down to 15. Puts aren't that bad, but again, limited downside. Calls are still kind of pricey. So it'd have to break out of like multiple high levels here. Kind of wild, honestly. That's pricing in a ton. I don't think we'll make a play. That one could move a lot, but I mean, that one is also, there was 1 quarter it did absolutely nothing. But it is pricing in a ton. And it's moved in line with tech and the SPY. But the last 3 days, I mean, granted, you were just trading at 31. Kind of reminds me of Toast. Didn't they have that little sell-off right before? So, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make a play on that. Palo Alto is pricing in, I want to say, 10 or 14. So, Palo Alto was pricing in a lot. Yeah, it was pricing in 10%. So, they moved 26. And they're a multi-$100 stock. But they were on the higher end. So, this is even, again, Fiverr's pricing in even more than that. And then Synopsys, I think they're pricing in 10. But yeah, Fiverr, I don't think I'm going to make a play. That one's way too much. Any questions on Fiverr? Any questions on Fiverr? We got 2 more remaining. 2 more remaining, Chattadonia. Power hour is here about 4 minutes ago. We're looking good. We're looking good. Power or sour or hour. What's up? Love you, bro. I love you too, Matt. How you living, baby? Good morning. We doing earnings previews. So one of the final 2. Shout out to Chad, baby. Amen. All right, Wayfair. You've heard many things about them. Nvda dumping here in the close. Again, SPY even coming down, but Nvda just taking over another low. Get ready for earnings. Oh, my goodness. All right, Wayfair expecting $3.11 billion in revenue, implies plus or minus 0.3 versus guidance of growth to flat. Gross margin 30.7, guidance of 30 to 31. Adjusted EBITDA 92.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 3% versus positive LSDs. EPS loss of 15 cents. Orders 11.89 million. Average order value 261.28. Ending active customers 22.5 million. Next quarter net revenue expected to be 2.77 billion. Gross margin 30.8%. Adjusted EBITDA 83.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 3%. Orders 10.19 million. Average order value 271.79. Average ending customers 22.63 million. An EPS loss of 35 cents. Since last quarter, Wayfair is up 13.6. S&P is up 18.1, and XLY is up 14.7. Near-term options imply a 16% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, gain of 16, gain of 16, gain of 23. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and short interest is 25%. Wow, I don't know why I'm clapping. Wayfair, I'm excited. I'd say we got one more after this. I thought this was the last one. Oh my goodness, Wayfair. So honestly, pricing in a ton, but it does kind of move like this. So they're pricing in 16%, but literally 2 of their last 4 earnings, they have moved 16% on the dot. So 48.20, 722. It's about right, 720. So 720 is 1 standard deviation. 1440 is 2. So what, 50? It's like 6260. Oh, it's kind of expensive. And 14 down would be what, 34? 34 flat. 20 cents. The puts aren't bad. We said what, 62? All right. I grabbed a Wayfair, but I got a little bit more time, and I went further out the money. Again, there was still like 50, 60 bucks for the 2 standard deviations. They need to move like 26%. Yeah, I like the idea. Again, it was just at 90. That's the only thing I like about it. It was recently in the 90s there, so we could go a little bit off of that. You got to get lucky, but I'm just going with the Marches. So literally March 15th, 85 call, one of them at 13 cents. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Do not use smartwatches or smart rings to measure blood glucose levels. Why does that sound really bad for Apple? I know they already got clapped with some of the Massimo stuff. Very interesting. They're not really reacting yet, though, or at all. See how's MP Dubs. They're still holding up. All right. SPY going a little lower. The video was just selling. We made one play on Wayfair. That's it. FDA, don't use smartwatches, smart rings for blood glucose. So it only applies to diabetics. So there's a little context on that. Again, SPY and NVIDIA both going lower. And now finally, your last earnings of the day. I hope you're ready for it. PXD. Is this oil? Was this Pioneer? PXD. $200 stock. We'll see what he's holding. Production, 729.4 million barrels a day. Average realized price on oil, 78.24. Natural gas, 24.28. Gas, 267. Cash from operations before changes in working capital, 2.18. CapEx, 1.1. Free cash flow, 1.08 billion. EPS of 5.37. Production next quarter expected to be 731.5 million barrels a day. Cash from operations, $2.02 billion. CapEx, $1.14 billion. EPS, $4.95. Since last quarter, they're down November 3rd, down 4.9%. S&P is down 14 or up 14.9, and XLE Energy is down 1.6. Near-term options imply a 2.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 1, loss of 4, break even. Revenue has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 or 2 in line. Not bad. Not pricing in a lot. I'm sure this is going to be expensive though, but or at least on the higher end nominally. But they don't really move too much. So that's both a blessing and a curse. For 520. What? 470. Yeah, I'm getting 525. That says 430. That's very far off. It is $1 in the money. I guess. We'll go with $5. But yeah, that's not priced in a lot. $2.1%. So $10 both ways would be 2 standard deviations. 241. Yeah, it's still $1.07. I don't know. These may have traded lower. Spread is insane. Yeah, the spread on all these is just weird. You can't even play it. Yeah. Well, on that, is PXD? I don't know. That does sound, or they bought somebody. I don't know. That was the first. Who's the first one we did? We did another one today. Was it Marathon? Wasn't Marathon and PXD both related? So I don't know. AKRO on the high. I feel like we've seen that a couple of times. But Chad, that's our earnings, and surprisingly, we only made a play on what, 2 plays? We grabbed NEM both ways for like $25. We grabbed a Rivian for $20, and then we grabbed a Wayfair for $13. So I spent what, $45, $58 for 3 plays, honestly, and they're all kind of. NEM is the only like strict 2 standard deviation both ways play. Oh, I didn't have the preview for Myrna. That's the only one. I didn't have a preview for Myrna. I skipped a couple of them, but I'm kind of happy with that list. I do want to go back to Etsy. So we spent only $50. Maybe we can make a move back on Etsy. Let me go to the bathroom. Let me go get that. I'll see if I have a buffalo chip. We'll sit on it for a little bit and come back to it. We got 45 minutes. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Good morning, good evening, good night. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I hope you're ready for Nvda earnings after the bell. But yeah.
Inflation. They're looking at housing inflation. Everybody thinks that goods inflation is going to keep going down, but the question is, do services keep going down, and how much pressure do service industries need for labor? How much pressure does that put on inflation overall? Those are the things they'll be watching for closely. Unfortunately, we didn't really get a roadmap in the minutes today.
Yeah, we do show a little bit maybe of a roadmap going forward, Michael, at least for the data that we get with that PCE data coming in at the end of next week, and then got to wait a couple more weeks before we get the next big CPI report here. I know we've had this speed bump from the most recent reports that we got last week here, but is there any sense that that overall trend line of disinflation was really disrupted?
No, the general feeling is it was maybe sort of a one-off or a 1 or 2 month off kind of thing. The categories that did not cooperate are not things, well, they're volatile. They're not things that continue in the same direction regularly. So it is probable that we're going to see some sort of change over the next month or two. The big question is with the PCE, how much will it reflect what we saw in the CPI of higher and stronger inflation, and how much of it will continue to be run much lower than the CPI has. There will be a lot of attention paid next Friday.
Absolutely. Michael McKeon, of course, will be all over that as usual. A nice breakdown here of some of the data that we've gotten, the Fed minutes that we got today, Gina, and of course the big inflation prints that we're going to get over the next couple of weeks. That PCE data is going to be interesting because everybody was so focused last week when we got the CPI data and the PPI data and wondering how that's going to feed into PCE.
Yeah, and for stocks, I think there's a lot of mixed emotions with respect to inflation, because generally, as long as those consumer prices are rising faster than producer prices, which has been the sweet spot that we've been in now for about a year, that's a great condition for margin growth. But at the same time, if those consumer prices are rising a little bit too quickly and they prevent the idea of an interest rate ease coming at the Fed, it's not great for valuations. So the equity market, I think, has reflected this conundrum of, well, on the one hand, it's okay, on the other hand, it's not okay, and the result is this really mixed sort of outlook for stocks on top of what is clearly some distress evolving in the tech space and the AI theme.
Yeah, we're going to have Rich Clarida on a little bit later. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts on that, a focus on the macro as well as a focus on the micro with about 44 minutes into the closing bell. A lot of earnings coming after the bell tonight, including Nvda and Rivian and Lucid. Rivian reporting quarterly results, and investors are hoping the EV maker can, well, pump the brakes on burning through cash as EV demand slows. We're going to talk about what to expect out of that report and why the stock is moving in the way it is. That's coming up next on The Close. This is Bloomberg.
Bro, I ran out of buffalo chips. I found a Annie's fruit roll-up thing. I don't know if y'all have heard of those. Did somebody add to this chain? Someone try to buy those? It's crazy. So give me one more second. I don't want to chew in your ear. Oh, Nvda after the bell.
For the type of growth and moat that they have currently.
Let's just say, Josh, there's an upset. Doesn't have to be a Palo Alto-like upset, but what kind of floor do you think is under this name? Given everything that Stacy said and the way you feel and Bryn feels about the stock, the thought that any upset here in the stock price, dip buyers are going to come right in a hurry.
That's what I think. So, and I'm not saying people should jump into earnings ahead of time based on this, but I would be surprised if they have a great quarter. I would not be surprised if they have a great quarter. There's some sort of knee-jerk lower because some or other algorithm picks up on something that maybe wasn't as good as what they had programmed into their own expectations. And then that were to trigger some sort of narrative that something's wrong. And then by midday tomorrow, we're talking about the stock going green after opening at a gap down. Like, I could totally envision that scenario happening. And that actually fits really well with the history of NVIDIA And I went through this yesterday on the air with you, Judge, but let's all keep in mind, I know that there's a very big move being priced in by the options market right now, but truthfully, the last two reports, one day was -2%, the other day was +3%, which means a lot of the betting activity is taking place in advance of the print, not just on the heels of the print. And so it's not in the stars that we're destined to see this massive rally or sell-off. You might not get that.
How would you, Stacey, view the potential floor into the stock, dip buyers, and how you judge the overall price action in how this may trade post-earnings?
Yeah, I mean, I always joke sometimes, like, you could probably hand me the earnings report right now. I'm not sure I could tell you what the stock would do, like, post-earnings in the aftermarket. It's one of those. And, like I said, it tends to move on, like, how did they sound? Like, how bullish were they? Like, did they give us any incremental color, like, going forward, rather than the numbers themselves? Because the numbers should be fine, right? In terms of talking about like a floor on the stock, it kind of depends. Like if it goes down, it sort of depends on why, right? Because then you start to wonder, like, what is the narrative? Is there something that breaks the narrative, or is there not? Like, if there's nothing that breaks the narrative, I don't think that it probably, it's like I said, if it's 30 times earnings now, like the trough multiple for this stock when things are good is not that much lower than that.
Stacey,
clearly, if the narrative breaks, then yeah, you have a big problem. But I don't think we're anywhere near something like that at this point.
Stacey, you said, quote, at this point, China is out of the model. Anything from China is upside. Is that an example of something that they could say where they're re-engaged and they're back in the Chinese market and they have resolved some of the issues? Do you see that as like a meaningful example where people could get shocked and say, oh, wait, look, China's back? Or do you think it's not that big of a deal?
I think it just depends. So China is out of the numbers right now in the sense that they can't ship anything yet. They have new products that they're developing for the China market. I think it's an open question how many of them they will sell. But the problem is that they were forced, due to the sanctions, to very much haircut the performance of those products.
Right.
And there are like local products in China that, at least on paper, have better performance because they're not constrained by those same kinds of thresholds. At the same time, you have software compatibility and everything else with the NVIDIA parts that may make it easier. So you get some uptake, but I don't know how much we will get. However, there's nothing in there now. It's like whatever they get would be upside. And I'd love it if they could sort of, at someone size for us, how much is China? China used to be 20%, give or take, of their data center revenues.
Be quick.
Like, what is it now? Or like, where do they expect that to be like at the end of the year? Like, that might be something that they could shape for us potentially.
Two quick things, one from Josh, one from Bryn. The mega cap trade. We talked about the chips, what's riding on it. How should investors in these stocks feel going into this number? Perilous position? Okay.
Perilous.
Well,
my bad. I was chewing.
think the big thing is that
I put out a stream alert. I did make a trade. It got filled. I got Synopsys, SNPS. I ended up getting the 390. Not a recommendation. I got the 390 for 45 cents. So I don't know. Remember, I said I'd make a deal. I say 45. I put in an offer, and then I got filled on it. So that was the only one I wanted here. But that one's a little bit more of a risk. But it's you either Palo Alto or bust. So I don't know. You could be reaching with that. But now I don't think I'm going to go after the Etsy. That one filled as I was eating my my fruit roll thingy. It's organic. It was healthy. Don't worry. Win on the low. Well, I let that one sat there. So literally I just put that order. I didn't think it would fill, but sometimes those wide spreads and then earnings volatility, things happen. Things happen. I will take it, though. And then even then, market's been selling off. Nvidia been dumping. I don't know. Is it ominous that Nvidia is trading at 666 about 30 minutes ahead of earnings? Is this really what we're doing? Synopsys, it's a cybersecurity company, I believe, right? Or do they do software? But they're pricing in 10%, so still pricing in a lot. It's just an expensive stock. But then again, after your boy Palo Alto. Yeah, software design and test integrated circuits. Win. Why is Win dumping? Yo, Win got a pretty big candle down. Oh. The whole world watching 666. I mean, it is pretty wild. If that's where it closes. My goodness. 666 on earnings day. Hi. Where's Wynn? Caesar offered to acquire Wynn Resorts. Oh, no, that's in the morning. To acquire Michigan iGaming business from Wynn Resorts. I don't see anything else. Yeah, Michigan Gaming. They're not Caesar's buying all of Wynn. That'd be interesting, though. And speaking of gaming and gambling, where's DraftKings? They're down 40. Everything go down. Airbnb tried to go green for a little bit. I think all the big names are down. Meta, they were trying to fight back. Google did good today. Amazon getting added to the Dow, but only up 0.35. Iova, we have seen that literally all day. And then we've already gone over, again, we didn't do much on earnings. Just a couple of plays. Synopsys, Wayfair, NEM, Rivian, and that's it. And then we got out of the Roku today, the Twilio, the Neo. That Neo one went up 50%. That one's actually kind of moving back up now. Nova. AMAT. Some of these companies too. Again, we should maybe talk about Nvda sympathies. That Synopsys, it probably took like 20 minutes to fill. I just let it sit there. Because again, I saw that one. It went for 45 cents or 50 cents earlier. So I just put in the offer there, and then it's just widened out on the spread. But I just put it in there and let it sit. It is a good replacement, Amazon for Walgreens, if you really think about it. SPY rocketing a little bit off the bottom. Still very low considering NASDAQ just above or that 1% down threshold. Russell just went 1% to 0.99. SPY and Dow down by 0.46. Yeah, I was going to say Marvel, that could be a good one for the sympathy. They kind of move like Nvidia again. SMCI, that one moves the best. It's actually insane. Nvidia. Dude, SMCI just looks... You can't even compare it with that crazy candle. Bro, Nvidia. Nvidia is down almost $100 in the last couple days. Yeah, man, this is going to be a wicked earnings. I grabbed a put on Synopsys. And again, that play I think is more of a lotto than anything. It's like slightly outside of 2 standard deviations. That's why I only got it for $40, but it's like the only way that hits is if Synopsys does as bad as Palo Alto. You need a real big shocker after what just happened, but otherwise I don't know if it'll go down like that. Because it's one of those stocks that's up there kind of moving, but we'll see. Rivian, I did one bullish play, no downside, but I got one where it's further out the money. I just went with a lot of time, just playing the upside potential. It kind of reminded me of Lyft, but I think Lyft was a little bit better. Montenegro court says Do Kwon should be extradited to U.S. Nova, why does that? I think they have earnings today after the bell. Sonova Energy. I think I saw them on the list. I didn't have a preview of them. Fed minutes was, no reaction, but we are lower since when it came out. So I thought there was a little bit of an upside surprise. Today's bond auction was bad too. Bonds got murdered all throughout the day, but we are lower from the minutes, but I do think it's fairly neutral. There was a little bit of an upside surprise with the quantitative tightening, but then the overall message was no rate cuts, and it did have a hawkish tone to it. Pay attention to the super chat. Oh, Nikolai. Oh, I don't have one for Nikolai, unfortunately. I forgot to answer that one. I had it in my head. I remembered. But yeah, there's no preview on Nikolai. I didn't even have a I had to go and scrape one up there. Troy had to get it for Rivian, but there's no one on Nikolai. Unfortunately, hydrogen vehicles are not getting the attention they deserve. You know, it's all about these EVs and Lucid. You know, now when I looked at the numbers, I don't know, was there anything you guys noticed between Lucid and Rivian? Just any glaring differences? Kind of stood out to me. I don't know. We did make a play on Rivian, nothing on Lucid. Any glaring differences that you saw between the two? MPW, it was decent. It wasn't the worst. I mean, they're talking about selling assets. They sold assets. They realized losses, which wasn't good, but now we kind of have an updated number on all the bad shit that's happened, so that's kind of good, but they pretty much hinged a lot of their plan on selling $2 billion worth of assets. So if they accomplish it, all problems are a lot of major problems for MPW will be thwarted or avoided, but if they don't execute on this plan, they'll do bad. Lucid is worse. Delivery, sales. What about sales? No. Anybody? You got what about sales? Something about the sales between Rivian and Lucid. We're balanced. We're juggling topics here. I'm going between MPW and that one. Market on close 463 at 330 ramp. Pop a little bit off the bottom. Expensive cars, no. Surprisingly, the thing that blew my mind is that Rivian brings in over $1 billion in revenue, whereas Lucid is still like, I believe, 179 million. So, you know how you guys are like, oh, I see more Lucids, or I see a lot of Rivians. Like, if you break that down in like a sales perspective, I mean, there is way more Rivians being sold than Lucids, which is kind of crazy to think about. But Rivians, there's quite a bit out there. Yeah, 179 million. So they're losing a lot more than Rivian is, but Rivian's still selling $1 billion of these EV trucks a quarter. You got your swab thing to switch. Don't worry, it's not that bad. It's not as bad. I barely noticed it, kind of, except for when I tried to switch. You saw the pickup truck. I've never seen a Lucid pickup truck. Yeah, more and more around. Yeah, and just like in general though, like, I mean, Rivian kind of has some traction. I mean, that's a lot more cars. Because even if you see Lucids and you think you're seeing Lucids everywhere, there's way more Rivians being sold. Oh, the Rivian pickup. I was going to say, I haven't seen I know they're making a Lucid SUV. That's a big green shoe. You're right. We're up at VWAP right now, or right below it. Hi. How are you? 49.16. This was pretty much the low of the day. You know, you're slightly above. Remember, we were bouncing right off of that CPI low, but you are moving quite a bit. 330. Welcome. 30 minutes left. 28 minutes. Go along end phase. I think there's another energy company today. And you already had one that reported, man. Iova is still killing it. My goodness. Vital on the high. Vital Farms up 9. PHILO after hours. If you're lucky, man, we'll see. I plan on trading Nvda after hours, so I don't know. We'll see. I don't know which one is going to. It depends how that Nvidia trade goes, I guess. But if anything, I got you for tomorrow for sure. IRM is tomorrow morning. They've been killing it. I don't know. How was O's earnings? I forgot. O had earnings yesterday, but I didn't really look into it. Again, MPW stole the spotlight as far as REITs are concerned. Isn't they did 108 versus 102 billion? Same store rental revenue 2.6. Full year guidance 417 to 429. Estimate was 426. Same store rent growth 1%. So in line. We did good, though. They missed on EPS. Revenue beat. EPS was down by 4 cents on FFO. Or EPS or FFO instead of EPS. SPY 496. Well, remember, we were talking about the, what was the prices? We priced it in. Today's minutes, we're pricing in about a 0.5% move, 0.5%. I forgot, where were those? Wasn't it like the 501s? These are going for like $70. I think they both went down. And the 490s, those held up a little better. But I think you have moved. I mean, you're right at VWAP now. Again, I think bonds were the issue. Look at that price. Nice. Let me know how it is. See what's good with it, baby. Socks. I mean, right now, SPY's coming up. I want to check Nvda. Talked about Rivian for a little bit. Again, we talked about everything except for what matters. All that matters is their delivery numbers. But we've gone over that on the preview. Yeah, Iova's crazy. Nvidia's starting to come up. Everything. I mean, bro, you're right. Now you're above open. So you literally just went from low of the day to like new high in like 10 to 15 minutes. Like no exaggeration. From 20 to 30, 15 minutes. Literally hitting low of the day. What, about 5 points lower than the CPI low, and now you're back up. That's about 20 points in 15 minutes. So a little bit faster than 1 point a minute. Hi. Now maybe those SPY calls are moving. I think they came back to value, so in a weird way, market is actually moving right. You're like right at CPI level, or excuse me, minutes level, which is kind of crazy to think about. That's on the 1 day contract. My goodness. So contracts kind of sucked on that, but you're pretty much still moving within that 0.5%. NASDAQ did go down 0.5%, but now right back to barely unchanged. What about announcements on more companies buying their EVs for Rivian? They just it has to show up on their delivery numbers. So I don't know if you noticed from the preview, but the problem with Rivian right now is that they're making more cars than they're selling. So I don't know if that's good or bad, depending on how you want to look at it. But like literally, they are producing like 12 to 20,000 more vehicles than they're actually delivering. So they're making all these cars, but they're not delivering all of them. So they have to just, whatever is good news and companies doing this or that, they just actually have that. Those numbers need to translate into sales. But, you know, it's a little different if you think about it compared to like Tesla. Bro, look at the market, bro. You're going insane right now. Hold up. Bro, you're low-key. If we break out after hitting that low, bonds are coming up, end phase. High ticker is like absolutely gassing, but like Apple's starting to rise up here. Nvidia is still surprisingly low, but it's getting back up to, market is trading higher than when Nvidia was here, but my goodness. Bro, that dude, you just went insane. 330, we're like, bro, we just literally hit the low of the day 15, almost 20 minutes ago, and now you're about to hit a new high on the day. I'm kind of like hesitating saying that, but you're like right there. So we'll see a couple of names still moving. Some, again, small cap names all the way down to like Apple. They got some candles, and then obviously Nvidia is taking over. We taking over one chip at a time. We taking over. Mark, you know something? Well, it's not Nvidia. The breakdown, it's been mostly 50-50, but we have fluctuated to the green side earlier than that flip. But Dow Jones, you have more names up on the Dow, 17 versus 13. NASDAQ, 50-50 practically, 53 red, 48 in the green. And then S&P 500, 294 in the green, 207 in the red. I don't know. And then the leaders, NASDAQ still down 0.5%. Russell's still down 0.7%. So if anything, SPY and Dow, SPY might be able to go green. I think, remember, equal weight was positive earlier in the day. You missed the Twitch. It's okay. You'll get it tomorrow. Don't worry. The Twitch is good. We get to all like come together today. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get to all come together with earnings and Nvidia. It's like we get to camp around the earnings fire. This is the day that the earnings trade, I will wait, 'cause the premium's juiced, You know, so it's a good day, man. It's a good. Glad to have you all here. It's honestly crazy how hyped this got. This was like, we all knew it was arriving, and like, it wasn't supposed to be this much of a party, but like, everybody is like hyping this up ahead of the party now. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of wild. Kind of wild to think about. Everybody is getting real juiced off Nvidia, and now I'm starting to feel it. I don't know. It's gonna be juicy. I like what's his name? Was it Josh Brown who said it on CNBC? I like how he said a lot of the move has kind of happened prior. A lot of the betting, the gambling, it's not necessarily on the day of the earnings. You know, I think a lot of it kind of has already happened when we look at it. And it's a lot more even beyond just the after the earnings. It's going to be a little bit bigger than I think, even a little bit more drawn out than we're expecting. But my goodness. Well, SPY is getting up to new highs of the day, dude. Kind of crazy. You're like 3 points off the high of the day, 3.5 points, give or take. So you're still working up. Again, this is all off the low in the last like 20 minutes. So absolutely kind of wild here. But again, NASDAQ still down 0.5, but SPY does have a shot at going green here. Very wild 30-minute ramp capital. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. But we're still kind of low. You're still barely above CPI levels. Again, we just rallied from underneath the CPI levels, but you're still within the trading range of that day. So very interesting, especially given the minutes. And then again, we have PMIs on Friday. We have more data, PCE next week. But my goodness, I think Nvidia is really going to, it'll give us some wind, some opportunity, they say. Some opportunity, they say. My goodness. Freedom Caucus raises government shutdown risk. AMD outlook revised to positive on improved growth prospects. A- rating reaffirmed. S&P. AMD, good credit, Habibi. SPY, look very good. Even Bond, Nvidia make a $10, $11 move with the market. Everybody, they feel so much excitement for the earning. You know, the Nvidia make a report, a graphic card. Then I don't know. How does a graphic card make an AI? I don't know, but still, you get it. Very good for business, Habibi. Like a T1, like a calculator, T100, or like a chip? I thought T100, Texas, the Texas calculator, huh? No. Was it Marvel? And then SMCI, they got murked. It's going to be an exciting one. And then Mercked actually went up. Pfizer down. Abivai went down a little earlier. It's only down 0.5%, but they were in the green. Feels a lot bigger. And SPY hovering right around the high of the day, 2 or 3 points below it. Airbnb went green. That's good. You got booking Thursday. War, get ready for war. With like Nvidia, or are you really like amped up on like geopolitics? Great to be with you too, Darcy. Are you ready for earnings? This is where it gets really crazy. This is where everybody's waiting. Even then, we just hit a new high. That is actually, it's a pretty wild move. I guess today's range was just tighter than we thought. I mean, it was like almost 30 points. You get rid of most of these little pops. I mean, we did spend a lot of time within a small range, but damn. So literally, you hit 49.74, new high. You haven't filled yesterday's gap, though. Still 1 point below that, but yeah, you hit a new high. Bonds are still at the lows of the bond auction. SPY is barely above the minutes. Again, the minutes, if you asked me what it did, I would have said nothing today, but at one point it looked negative. Now it's back up. So welcome, and then Nvda. Get rid. Nvda sold off like $100 almost in the last like 3 days. It's actually kind of wicked. Damn Dizzle. Synopsis. Where's Polyalti? Dude, they dropped another like 3%. That one was still absolutely wicked. AMAT call. I was looking at those. I was considering it because I think AMAT, that could be a sympathy here to what's it called? That could be a sympathy to Nvidia. Barb gifting the Chad. Floor Slayer, Brian Lockett, welcome. Look at all the activity. Look at all of that coming in the earnings. Yeah, the AMATs. The AMATs aren't bad, but some of them are still juiced. So the contracts we bought came down, but like I'm looking at like 220s to like 210 ideally would be the best one to get. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also patient with it. That makes sense. Nvidia is at 420. No. So maybe I'm going to go now then. So let me land the plane now. So then I could just go poop now. And then I'll come back so that now you want to make me wait till 420? Rolls-Royce earnings. Possible talks of dividends. Dividends, what's the ticker? Royce? Rice CF. They've actually done good this year. What, get in, get out? No, that just sucks. We gotta wait. I don't like waiting for the earnings. So I hope you guys are ready. You only have 3 minutes till 10-minute rigged, and SPY's near the high. And again, bonds have came up. No landing. I should have. There's only 10 minutes left. And then you have President Biden delivering remarks. Man, Biden's going to be speaking while in the video. Oh, man. Maybe we'll just listen to that as we wait. Thomas Vanacek. How you living, baby? Good evening. Good afternoon. Happy Nvidia Day. This is crazy. This could become a holiday. I don't know if you guys realize that. Everybody now. What do they say? Everybody's in the pool. Everybody has their hand and eyeballs on Nvidia. Yeah, Airbnb flipped green a little earlier. That was pretty wild. It's wild how a lot of stuff is still down though today. I've seen a lot of stuff on the high and it's still trending lower. Again, even Rolls-Royce. But yeah, this one it's a little liquid, but I feel like I've heard a lot of people talk about Rolls-Royce. I don't know, as weird as it sounds, are they becoming a meme stock? But I've never really looked into them. Again, I like the cars, but I don't know how their engine business is still doing. But I know they are involved in everything practically. Qualcomm had, I think, all the chip makers. My goodness. So, again, I only have Intel as a sympathy. I have the Global Foundry play from yesterday, but that got clapped. And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous to trade Nvidia after earnings, man. That one, Nvidia after earnings, we just got to play any extreme run up or run down off of the first candle. But my goodness. 20 more seconds and then 10-minute rig. Studio Big Brett. Welcome. I should say welcome back. I feel like you were already a member. That's your first time. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat, Britt. Nvidia gained $10. I mean, the whole market just went up literally 30 points in 20 minutes. Now it's been like 30 minutes. 2 quarters ago, I bought shares after and got clapped. So have I. That's why I was talking about this a lot today. Nvidia is definitely not it's not easy, man. It's not easy. Even after hours, before. It's even if you know the report, just like this range is so nutty. I mean, you could get caught up in this in many, many directions. So good luck. Good luck. Market on close, $350 million to the buy side. And then SPY hitting a new high. Cigna's kind of running. I don't know. That looks a little bigger than usual. Cigna and Johnson & Johnson. Kind of a decent pop on Cigna into the close. A lot of healthcare names. NVO, again, kind of looks like SMH, though. I feel like every industry just had a hockey stick straight up. XLV is on the high ticker, though. But again, J&J, Merck, Cigna, XLV on the high ticker now. I don't know. It could be something there. Could be all of them. Where's Humana? I'm still in the Intels. They went up for a little bit, then came down after that little news pop and lock. But yeah, they're down 53% actually. Those Intels got murked. Intel sold off. Yeah, I'm kind of down for more Intel. Like, low-key, I think Intel is the cheapest way to play Nvidia. It may not go up in the same respect, but in general, they just get pulled up with all the other chips. Twilio calls. No, I sold out the puts today, but I don't know, maybe though. I've always liked the upside on Twilio. It just depends how much they are. SPY is green. It is. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So I wonder how that compares to the pricing. Yeah, you would have made a little bit now, 70 to 90. I'm surprised the 2 standard deviation calls didn't go too nuts, but my goodness. I didn't make that play either. Holy. But, Chad, I did make another play right now. I don't know if you want to know about it. I don't know if I could keep it to myself if you would like. It's not that big of a deal. But I love you. Did you guys like the video? We need 5 more likes for 2,000. Holy crap. 2,000 likes on Nvidia earnings. Make my day. I just made a play. I believe in you. You guys are going to like the video. You guys are a great audience. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed an Intel 47.5 call for March 15th. I bought one of them at 43 cents. I think Intel is my ghetto sympathy to Nvidia. So that's how I'm rocking with it right now. That's how I'm rocking with it right now. I think ghetto sympathy, again, why I call it ghetto, because like they don't have to move with Nvidia, but it's like playing SMH, but I think Nvidia options are a little cheaper and they are still trading below that earnings level. So we'll see, and then we are going to play Nvidia right when it comes out. They will come out a little later, but Chad, we got 5 more minutes here. 5 more minutes here. This is amazing. So amazing. So amazing. Oil even climbing up a little bit. Where's China plays at the end of the day? Nasdaq. No, I don't know if Nazi could go green. You only have 5 minutes. But SPY is closing green, man. That's the craziest part about this. And the Dow just went green. So Russell and Nasdaq are going to be the losers depending on, again, we'll find out if that holds any weight depending on what Nvidia does. But my goodness. My goodness. Yeah, bro, you're ripping still. So SPY's still going up, and then Chadadonia. Are you guys ready? I got to give you guys a couple of disclaimers. Earnings comes out after the bell. Nvidia is like 20 minutes after, so we might have to wait a little bit, but the market is still open. We are about to close out today, and as we close, I have to give you guys a warning and disclaimer that it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers if you are sensitive to any loud noises, and they cause a host of issues within yourself, namely dormant BBB coming back to life. Maybe some of you it's herpes, it's bleeding or ruptured eardrums, whatever the reports are. We've had a lot of alleged reports. We just want everybody safe. So that's why if you are sensitive to loud noises, when you hear me say earmuffs, just mute your speakers, and you will be safe. All right, sound good? Everybody on the same page, bro. SPY is on a different. That move is insane. We've seen a lot of crazy moves, but that one just had something about the velocity, the speed. That one was insane, bro. No, man. Welcome to earnings. That one's insane. That's crazy. Before I tell you earmuffs, that one, wow. You filled the gap. You could have just done this all in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You could have done the whole entire day. That's amazing. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. That looked like a Bostic pump without a Bostic pump. Without any Bostic. But, don't worry. It's all going to change in a couple of minutes, Chad. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, earmuffs. Earmuffs, please. It is about to get loud. It is about to get loud. I want you guys prepared and safe, okay? Earmuffs. Mute those speakers. Mute those speakers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So you make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees, partly cloudy, not looking like a good day unless you bought calls on the absolute low, expecting a 30-minute massive ramp up there coming in Nvidia. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Core Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. Chadadonia. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 30 seconds. Shares, options, futures. You got to make up your mind. Are you playing Nvidia? Are you playing the sympathies? Are you playing the NASDAQ, the Qs, the SMH? What's going to happen tomorrow? We still got more data. The chips and the big earnings on the way. You already got to hear the Fed minutes, but you have now less than 10 seconds to bring it home. Shares, options, futures. Make up your mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I need a GG. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're here for the earnings, baby. It's on until it comes out. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Where the Chads at? Oh man, I'm trying to get let me get him in. Let me get him in, baby. Let's go. I got you, baby. I got you. Break it home. I need that GG. It don't matter. Members, non-members, streamers. I don't care who you are. Everybody needs the GG. Everybody needs to drop the GG. Let's go, baby. You're here right now. Here for the earnings or not. Everybody. Stronger is one. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You showed love. Doing the dono, baby. God bless you. You didn't have to, but you showed love. You answered a question in the chat. You were in the game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. GG. Let's go. Nvidia earnings. Out in the next 20 minutes. It should out any second. Any second. That's what I say because I hope it does. But some people are saying 20 minutes, baby. Let's go. GG, baby. Way to bring it home. You better drop that GG or you will get banned. That's all. That's what they say. That's what they say. 9 out of 10 dentists. I know. It's intense. It's intense. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Who? No. That's it. That's it. I think we got a couple of earnings here, but all we care about is Nvidia. We might have to wait for 20 minutes. Sunrun and Lowe's partner to bring solar and self-storage to homeowners. Self-storage solar? What? Oh my goodness. Get ready. So what were the results? We had almost 5,000 people vote in an hour. Are you playing Nvidia before earnings? Out of 5,000 people, 60% said no. 40% said yes. Wow, that's pretty insane. So, again, I think a majority of people have not played it before, but that's still a lot of wagers before earnings. 5,000 people voted. Oh, my God, we're going to end it. I'm ending the poll right now. 5.1 thousand. That's crazy. That's crazy, Chattadonia. So I hope you guys are locked and loading. We're waiting here again. It says it's going to come out at 4:20, but maybe it comes out earlier. I don't think that's too unknown. We have seen it come out prior. Again, there might be any of the other ones, any of the other earnings, but we'll see how it comes out, man. Anything could happen here. So, Chattadonia, let me get up the numbers. I don't know if you care about any of the other earnings. Spock, Cedar, Nvidia falls to 674. That's the closing price. Where is it? So here are the numbers. I'll keep the SPY up as well. But this is what we're comparing the backdrop. Again, 20.4 billion or 20.4, the high end of guidance. That's what's expected. And then next quarter, anything higher than 22.1 or 22.2. I think that's going to be the key. You got Sunrun. They're coming out. They're getting murked. Sunrun revenue 516, estimate 523, pro forma adjusted loss 133, estimate was 28 cents a share. Wow, that's pretty bad. It reiterates cash generation outlook for 2024. So good guidance, bad earnings. We've seen that one a couple of times. You have your entire home on Nvidia. Can you give me like $5 before anything happens? I'm just asking. If you got $5, let me know. You could throw it on there. Fuck it, man. You know, you on credit to bet your home. You know, if you got some credit, you got $4.99 to spare. Fuck it. I'm just saying, man, get you a membership badge. What? Y'all LOLing at me. We live in a cold world out here, bro. They'll sell you ads on spending money for if you're going bankrupt. Like, what do you mean? Oh, Josh asked for $5. At least I asked. I was pretty transparent about how I asked for it. Like, what are you getting mad at me for? There's way more predatory lending, predatory lawyers, a lot of things going on, man. I'm just saying, he said he threw his house on the video. I'm like, let me get a membership badge then, dog. Hold up. All right, well, yeah, we just got to wait. And the video is going to move around. I'm kind of tempted to play it. Let me get my trades queued up. Should we get Nvda? You guys want me to get you a Nvda up here? You guys want to see like a Nvda chart? We'll give you the other look. I'm gonna have a lot of things up here. This will be the Nvda. I don't think if you guys will be able to see it. So any place after, yeah, I don't know. This is kind of, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Too much going on. Too much going on. But I don't know. I kind of don't want to play it, but I do. Etsy, 62 cents. Estimate was 78. Revenue, 842. Estimate was 827. Fourth quarter EPS, 62. Estimate was 78. What about their guidance? Etsy's on the high. Now they went lower. So by the time I clicked on it, they went up 4%, and now they're down 4%. My goodness. Lucid coming down. I'm not too sure. I forgot they report. Lucid down a little. Etsy's down 5, so they missed on EPS, beat on revenue. Synopsis is out. Let's see. Synopsis not moving. Synopsis 356, estimate was 343, revenue 165, estimate 165. Still sees full year 657 to 663. Sees second quarter revenue 156 to 159, estimate was 156. They may not do anything. They came in line. Redfin is next week, I thought. Bally's is out. Outlook, Long, Bido, BuzzFeed had earnings. Then Sunrun, Dutch Pros, fourth quarter EPS 4 cents. Estimate was 8. Revenue 254. Estimate was 252.8. Sees 24 adjusted EBITDA 185 to 195. Estimate was 190. Sees full year revenue 1.19 to 121. Estimate was 122. So they're down off of guidance. Again, Synopsis, they guided within line. So honestly, not much here after the bell. Oh, Sal, showing love. Angel, oh, thank you. Let's go, baby. See, they wait, did you guys just bet your houses on Nvda? Is that why you're doing that? That was a very specific request. Oh man, this pandemic is bigger than I thought. Best chat ever, baby. Mo, Mr. Kanan, God bless you. I hope y'all didn't bet it on Nvda, right? No? Okay, all right, I'm making sure. Because I hope y'all know that was like the trend. Lucid is out. Oh, Caleb, showing love to the chat, baby. Let's go. We need more Chads. Hey, man, the Chads I think you get called to be a Chad at your own respect. You know, in the right time. But, you know, not everybody wants the Lexus. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody knows about the long-term chair. You know, at the right time in life, it will call to you. So Lucid lost 29 cents a share, a loss of $653 million. Revenue was 157. So I think they beat revenue, but still a big loss. I don't have delivery numbers. 8,500 people in the chat. I guess so, man. I think Nvidia earnings, man. I mean, a lot of people voted. 5,000 people voted on the poll. So I think a lot of people are getting pretty crazy right now. I think this is like a lot is riding on this. We're going to be able to make a little bit of a move afterwards, but A lot is running on here. Rivian pop. Oh, decent move. Let me see. Rivian. I don't see Rivian numbers out yet. I don't know. The hard numbers might be out, a.k.a. the filing, but I'm not seeing anything. See, Lucid number 157. Estimate was one. I thought they... Oh, damn. So they missed on revenue. Adjusted EBITDA loss 604. Estimate was 606. Loss per share 29 cents on Lucid. And then they see 24 production, about 9,000 vehicles. Yeah, Rivian. I don't see Rivian yet, believe it or not. Every day, every trend day is very entertaining. Keep up the good work. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. I hope you're ready. This was all about after hours now. It's kind of crazy. Rivian is out now, I think. That has to be Rivian. No, I don't see it yet. Why won't it load up? Nova's out. Rivian got clapped. Oh, they released fourth quarter results. Rivian's out. I don't have the easy numbers. The company produced 57,232 vehicles and then delivered 50,100. Sees full year production 57,000. Estimate was 80. Cuts 10. That's awful. Awful. So Rivian, I mean, again, they were pricing in like a little bit, I think 14 or 20%. But yeah, Rivian, that's awful, bro. 50,000 versus the 80,000 number. There's actually no way. That is crazy. Was it? Full year? No way that's for the full year. They produced 50,000 in 23. No. There's no way that's the actual one. Oh, no. 57,000 in 24 in line with 2023. The company is guiding towards capital expenditures of 175 and an adjusted EBITDA loss of 2.7 billion. Holy shit, yeah. They're expecting 50,000 cars now versus 80,000. Well, yeah, that's just a W. That's a L right there. They're still selling a lot, but yeah, full year 23, they are expecting 50,000 versus 80,000 estimate. So again, they were already delivering way less, but yeah, that's probably going to kill it. Dutch Bros wasn't too bad, but I think full year revenue, they missed on that guide. I don't know if, again, the puts, it's still a cheap stock on Rivian. That's the only thing that sucks with it. So you got to watch out for that. Yeah, Nvda earnings in about 8 minutes. So get ready. We've had everybody else. Vimeo, they came out. Oh, somebody asked about that one earlier. Rivian was probably the worst one so far, though. Out of like Rivian, Synopsys, Etsy. I think Rivian, like, that's a big one. Synopsys up 1.5. But no, Rivian, that was a pretty big miss. Again, that's almost 50% production decline. Etsy's down 3.1. Who was the other one? Bros, they weren't too bad. They're barely moving. I thought Fiverr's in the morning. And now we're just waiting on Nvda, baby. Now we are just waiting on Nvda, Chatadonia. All right. So Rivian, I think Rivian is moving what it was priced in now. I think that was worse than what was expected, but then again, the stock is still pretty clap. But maybe it goes below double digits. Maybe Rivian goes to $9 tomorrow. We'll see how people take that. Bust out the popcorn. Bro, everybody is waiting on this. This is kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, Lucid was another one. I forgot about that. Well, I think Lucid and Rivian both missed. So Lucid, they just sold a little less and I think made less revenue, but then profitability a little better, but still negative. Tesla didn't move at all on any of this. All right, man. Get ready. Get ready. You put Rivian in the long term. You believed, man. You believed. You didn't put Rivian in the long term. You just bought Tesla. You tried to buy Tesla. That's the way I'd look at it. You know? You saw, like, we all tried to tell you, it was like, no, that's not Tesla. You're like, it's Elon Musk. Trust me. It looked just like Elon. I think that's what happened. Too many Chads. Nah, Chad's going good, man. Chad's going good, man. So let's go, man. Like the video. Show some love. It sucks. We already took down the poll. 5,000 people voted. 60% of the Chads are not making a play on earnings before Nvidia. So, again, you got about 5 more minutes till the release. We're waiting. We are waiting 5 minutes till the release on Nvidia. We're going to have that again. Rivian was probably the worst earnings of the day. I don't know why I have Tesla up here. See, but Rivian moved what was priced in, believe it or not. Plymouth, whoa. Cake, Cheesecake Factory, CRCN, TPL. Cheesecake Factory sees comparable sales up 2.5%. Plymouth, RRC, Range Resources, NGVT, NVRO. These all just dropped. I forgot Cake. Somebody brought up Cake too. We didn't go over that one. Where's Cheesecake Factory? That sounds really good. I would love Cheesecake Factory. You should call out the 3,000 people that voted in the poll and didn't like your video. I don't need to. It's fine. Because if they don't like the video, whatever happens as a result is not my concern. Have you ever seen Holes? You know the movie Holes? It's kind of like a Hector Zeroni situation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So you ain't going to like the video. You're going to act all Hollywood just one day. Okay, and then you're going to have to carry a descendant of answers up the mountain, up the long-term mountain. So that's all I'm saying. If just, you could like the video or not, Hector Zeroni. The Zeroni fan, if that's what you want in your life, that's up to you. That's up to you, man. That's up to you. All right, we'll go one step at a time. So like the video, man. Like the video. Are you nervous? Are you excited? How do you feel? Oh my gosh, Nvidia. So again, just remember these numbers. For current quarter, 20.4. However much higher than that, the better. However much lower, the worse. And then 22.2 for next quarter. I'm very nervous. I'm getting my trades ready. I'm setting it up just in case. Maybe we get opportunity. Rivian's coming back. Why do I still have Tesla up? So again, the Rivian is probably the worst earnings. I don't know how those options will play out, but anything below here is starting to delve into 2 standard deviations, but you do need like 30. Rivian says overall there was a 147% increase in deliveries fourth quarter 23 than fourth quarter 22. Rivian expects to produce 57,000 in 2024. Again, previous expectation was 80,000. Didn't BuzzFeed do good, I think? I think BZFD was up. Yeah, BuzzFeed up 67%. I don't know the earnings numbers on that. I didn't look. Again, we got 2 minutes now until Nvidia. So I wish you guys the best of luck. May thy options be with you. May thy sympathies prevail. Like the video and good luck, my brethren. That's in the video. We got in the top right here. 1.5 minutes. It may lag a little bit, or it's going to come out right on the dot. Right on the dot. So again, 22.0 and then 22.4. Or no, 20.4 and 22.2. 20.4 and 22.2. God, I'm talking about revenue guidance for next quarter. Even margins, too, can be a big factor. There's BuzzFeed. I might keep up BuzzFeed. That one looks interesting. Other than that, Rivian, that was the only other big earnings mover here. So get ready. Get ready. Rivian's in the 12s. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Conference call, I have no idea. All right, hopefully it comes out right on the wire. Nvda, 30 seconds. Bum, 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 bum. Can they double revenue again? We'll find out. We will find out. The most important stock in the world right now in 15 seconds is about to change everything. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Nothing. 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 I don't see anything yet. I don't see anything yet. Where is it at? 420. Oh. Oh, all that hype. Oh. Wait for it. Where is it? My goodness. Wait, hold on now. No, don't worry. It's hiding there. It's creeping. You'll get it. Don't you worry. I see him. There it is. There it is. Nvidia EPS $4.93. Revenue was 22.1. So they beat by 10%. I don't have next quarter yet. EPS was 5.16. So they beat. I don't have guidance, but they literally beat revenue by 10%. Net revenue $12.29 billion. So they literally beat by an additional $2 billion, it looks like. Data center revenue up 409%. Visualization up 105, 463 on professional visualization. They see first quarter revenue $24 billion, plus or minus 2%. Estimate was 21.9. So they beat. They beat. All right, 679. Oh, 670, 666. Oh, dude, they just dropped like $20. All right, I bought 24 shares at 664. 25 shares there. I'm buying one of the knives here. I think they beat and raised, but it's going down again. But let's see. I'm already down. Down $10 a share. Damn, Nvidia. I'm buying first dip down. Pop, lock, and drop. But that's a big move down already. That's why I was saying wait for the knives, but you've dropped about 6%. Still can move about double. So down to 648. Bro, SPY. Yeah, look at this SPY. Oh, my gosh. Really, though? Bro, the SPY is actually insane. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, check out SMCI. AMD's moving. Wait, fourth quarter gaming revenue up 56%, not flat. Announces fifth quarter. Again, EPS 516. I think they killed it on that too. Yeah, 459. So again, I think they're just up 200, but they beat guidance by 10%, and stock is up 50% since that last time. Yeah, it's doing what it did again. I don't know about not good enough, but definitely just it's doing what Nvidia has done. We have watched Nvidia pull this off before. I can only imagine SMCI. But they beat, and then they also guided up here. We'll see about the conference call. Margins, I do not have. I see automotive revenue down 4. I have to wait till the easy numbers come out. Data center revenue, 60.9, up a full record full year revenue, 60.9, up 126. Record quarterly revenue, 22.1. I see gross margin 76. I think they beat. Then non-GAAP 76.7. Nvidia says generative AI has hit the tipping point. Nvidia adjusted gross margin 76. Yeah, they killed it on margin. So now it's coming back. I'm up on my shares for now. We'll see where this takes us. It's coming back. It has to like really run it, but it doesn't seem bad, but it's literally just what we dealt with last time. That's it. Remember last time they had a good earnings and then they went up a little bit, stayed pinned, and then sold off. That took a couple of days, but they guided up. I mean, it might cuck, and then at the very end of the day, I mean, it's still down $100 in the last, 3 days alone? It's just not good enough. Well, we'll say that it might be good enough in a month or two. But for now, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Tomorrow. So again, EPS 516 versus 460. Again, revenue beat by $2 billion. They guided up by $2 billion. Data centers beat gaming revenue 2.9 versus 2.7. So even gaming revenue did better. Honestly, not bad at all. I think it's great. Seems like growth is slowing. Data centers to China declined significantly. So that's your first negative headline off of that. It's up earnings, up 300, beat by 20. It beat. That's why, I mean, it is a good beat. Look, dude, look at this SPY moving like a penny stock. I'm up $10 a share on my purchase there. Wait, now it's coming back down. But I don't know. I think we got to wait for a little bit more color on the guidance call, but it's probably going to cuck or it's going to break out at this point. I don't know. If it does really flush again, I don't think there was a reason to like sell off $100. It might go down to the low 600s though, but if anything, I don't think that was that bad. It was a beat. I mean, it was a beat. It was a guide up. Everything's looking good. I mean, I'm sure some people are going to start questioning the growth rate and all of that, but so far it's been a year of this now. 4 quarters of really just nonstop growth. Even some of the slower stuff came up. So I'm not too against it, honestly. I don't think this is bad for sentiment. You see what it's doing to the SPY. ARM is going up here now too. SMCI is insane. TSM. I think Marvel or what's it called? Marvel or ARM could be a good sympathy, but I grabbed those 25 shares in Nvda. I'm up almost $500 on those, so I'm just gonna hold those out. So it's already moved up 2.5% from the low, but it's practically unchanged right now. So that's it. Nvda is actually holding up right where it was at when earnings came out. So again, earnings were a beat. Everything looking good so far, but not too crazy of a move. Jensen Huang says accelerated computing and generative AI have hit tipping point. Demand is surging across companies, industries, and nations. Professional visualization, 463. Estimate, 434. Auto revenue, 281 versus 272. They make money up. Yeah, man. I think that's it, man. I think that's it. I think Nvidia is a beat. I think the stock is just going to go crazy depending on what they say during the conference call. Otherwise, chalk it up to a cuck or maybe go a little higher than sell off in a couple of days. But so far, you just kind of skirted the market events. Now, we punt until PCE next week. Yeah, fourth quarter revenue, $24 billion plus or minus 2. Bros already came out. So again, Bros wasn't even that. Again, Nvidia, AMD starting to break out a little bit more. So we'll see. Earnings call not till 5. So you got 30 minutes. We'll see. I'll give you guys Bloomberg for a second. And then we'll wrap it up. Please hold. But yeah, so far so good. It's about to break out a little higher than the earnings.
So you look at, I want to use the Sam Altman $5 to $7 trillion AI chips opportunity maybe as a backdrop for this particular calculation. So when you look at what Sam is suggesting, he's not just talking about the chips. He's talking about foundry, silicon design. He's also talking about data center, and then all the electricity and infrastructure that's required. Having said that, you saw a $20 billion quarter for the most important company, or $22 billion quarter for the most important company in AI chips. and you'd say there's a lot of growth ahead. So if you look at a forward multiple and you say, can NVIDIA continue this growth rate, and are all these conditions, whether Sam goes and partners with Intel or whether Microsoft builds its own accelerators, can NVIDIA keep growing this way, law of large numbers, a little bit like what we saw with AWS in the cloud, you start to say, maybe it isn't that expensive. My biggest concern, though, is the gross margin. Romain, you pointed out a few times, 76% gross margin, but AMD's not really shipping at volume a competitive product yet. Intel doesn't have a competitive product yet. Mostly what we're hearing are competitive products entering the space, and we're also hearing demand time coming down, and you're wondering supply time is coming down, and you're wondering, is there any issue with demand? So all these things are going to impact whether NVIDIA can keep this high margin. If they can keep the margin and AI keeps growing like we forecast it will, then it may not be as expensive as some people think.
I'm glad you brought up that competitive landscape, because I too think this is a big key. This has been the 500-pound gorilla in the space for the last couple of years. It's kind of the only player. At what point do those competitors come to market with products that diminish the market share of this company?
Well, the reason I'm a little bit skeptical, in 2020, I said NVIDIA would be the next trillion-dollar company. In 22, when it was trading at around 130, 140, I said that NVIDIA was an absolutely massive opportunity for investors.
Dude, look at this SPY.
Now we sit here at the other side of this.
Don't even look at NVIDIA. Look at this SPY.
AMD's starting to ship. Lisa Su's talked about a $4 billion forecast.
My NVIDIA shares just shot up there. That's crazy.
Intel had Gina Raimondo.
That's it. So I think this might be the first time the optimism may continue.
And of course, all those
you may even,
if
this actually holds up,
question of how
earnings are good.
Build these
Nobody's picky about it.
Language models
you might have just changed some of that February
GPUs are really good for doing a lot of
things.
This
is actually kind of wild there.
Lower cost, lower power,
and it barely even went down from the first reaction, but now you are ripping.
Companies like Microsoft that they're building, AWS has had for a number of years. Meta's built their own. Google's built their own. You got startups like Grok and Samanova that are building very efficient language processing chips.
You're up 8%.
The margin's going to to come down. I don't see any way that they're able to protect this margin when you see 2 or 3 entrants into the market, let alone 15.
All right, Dan, great stuff, and I always appreciate you jumping on here right in the thick of things for that instant analysis. Dan Newman over at the PHILO Group, a closer look at NVIDIA. The shares have been oscillating between gains and losses right now, up about 3% here in after-hours trading. And, of course, there's been so much talk here about AI and, well, whether it's, just hype or actual substance behind it. One of the interesting surprises out of NVIDIA, and quite frankly, out of the 13F filings that we get from hedge funds, was NVIDIA's 13F filing, which showed its investment strategy in this space, taking up sizable stakes in several companies using generative AI, and that includes biotech firm Recursion Pharmaceuticals. Joining us now for an exclusive conversation is the co-founder and CEO of Recursion, Chris Gibson. Chris, great to have you here on the program, and I think this is really important too, to sort of kind of cut through some of the hype and get to sort of the nuts and bolts of what generative AI really is, and more importantly, what it could actually mean in terms of practical applications. Big Pharma kind of figured this out. At least they tried to start figuring it out several years ago. And we've seen this application and being able to identify the shapes of proteins, being able to identify potential the use of drugs and how they interact with each other, molecules as they interact with each other.
Just looking at those sympathies, that just went up $50.
In that process where regular folks on the ground are going to see the real world benefits of it?
That's it. All the sympathies went up.
Early innings.
ARM again, even Nvidia, it goes above 7
using
points.
Tools
Barely
like
up right now. That's the crazy part.
To try and understand
it's only up
4%. We've seen some
so they're not even moving what was priced
in the last couple of years there. But the process of discovering and developing a medicine is hundreds of steps, and we're really just seeing ML and AI start to play a role in the first few dozen of those steps. And as we start to put together these tools at different levels across multiple of these steps, we're going to get compounding efficiencies. So from our perspective, it's very, very early days, and that's a company that's been working on this for a decade.
So the promise, though, is that as this technology evolves and as application of it improves, the idea is that the amount of time it would take to get from idea to an actual drug that can be brought to market, that gets shortened. I mean, how much is that going to be shortened potentially?
Yeah, I mean, there's some pieces of that are pretty hard to shorten. The clinical trial process, you can't change the scale of biology in humans. It's going to take time. But ultimately, the most important piece of this is that 90% of drugs that go into clinical trials actually fail. And so the biggest lever to be pulled is increasing the probability of success. What we always tell the team is if 80% of our drugs that went into clinical trials failed, we would be twice as successful as the industry average. And I think that's the bigger lever that we're going to see. Time and cost will be an important one, but it's really about that probability of success. And this is not going to happen overnight. This is going to take a decade or two for us to see really meaningful movements there. But ultimately, this is a massive market, right? A multi-trillion-dollar biopharma market with 90% failure rates in the clinic. And so the upside for human health and impact, I think, is pretty extraordinary as these tools start to take hold.
Talk to us about the ultimate cost reduction here. What does this mean for the end consumer cost? Clearly there's an embedded cost that starts to go away. It's diminished materially over time. If we're looking 5-10 years from now and this is truly effective, what does it mean for the price of drugs?
I think over the next decade, we're going to start to see the price of drugs fall. Of course, part of that will be other forces in the market. The biopharma R&D engine is one component, but PBMs and other things are actually a much bigger component of the price of medicines. But ultimately, if companies can start reliably discovering and developing meaningful, impactful drugs that make a big difference for patients, and they can do it with less failure, that will drive extraordinary cost improvements. And so I think if you're looking 10 to 20 years out, I'm very, very optimistic. Next 2 or 3 years, I don't think we're going to see any real effect.
Can you talk a little bit about your use of large language models? I think you have some real life applications, and this is oftentimes a really difficult concept for investors to get their head around.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that makes us very different from many other companies in this space is that we have a massive laboratory full of robots that are generating.
Yeah, this is the RxRx guy. This ain't your boy. So after Nvidia was better. It's holding up. Again, the thing that sucks is just killing options. It still may come down, but I do think conference call in how long? I think that's in like 30 minutes. That's probably going to move you the most out of anything here. So not too bad. Insane bottom tick. It was scary. It went down another $20, but that was a nice run up there. I do think it was good earnings. Again, I did this last time and got clapped, but this time around, I think it was another good earnings. Maybe the market will reward it a little bit. It may level out here, but $700 is nothing to balk at, and then now it's bringing up everything else. So we'll see how it plays out. But Chad, that's it. I was just eating my salad there. I was chilling there, so we good. But now I gotta go. I gotta go take this dump. I'm gonna hold those Nvidias for a little bit. I'll probably sell out during their conference call. You got a good gain if you grab the shares though, so do what you need to do. But Chatadonia, that is everything, unless you guys want to stay here for the conference call. But then we got Call Real Estate at 2, and then, it's just Wednesday, so we're going to have to leave. Yeah, thank you for the GGs, baby. But, Chad, we're going to wrap it up there. So check out the links, baby. First link, Scream Alerts, Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Second link, Nightly Watchlist and Main Channel. We're going to recap everything. We'll go over the plays. I'll go over what I'm doing within the video as well. Check out everything else. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. How option trading works. How to set up the long term. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. And don't forget Call Real Estate. I think it's up here. 2 p.m., baby. 2 p.m. Right here, right now, right when we end this. They're going to be on. So enjoy it all. Pray for me, Chad. I'm going to be praying for you as well. But that is the day here now with earnings. Nvidia has cleared the way and no bad news. I don't know how you feel about that. You know what I'm saying? So far, it's been now almost a year of trying to think that this whole AI stuff would die. But they came through again, Nvidia. They came through again. So, Chatadonia, I love you all. God bless every single one of you. Read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Chad, don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And we'll talk about some broadness, things being broad, baby. We'll talk about it. But Chatadonia, why do we keep going and never give up? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. So, Chatadonia, that's it. We'll see y'all on Call Real Estate. That is the day. I got to get going, though. I'll see y'all out. I'm still in the Nvidia shares. I'm probably going to sell out during the conference call. is either going to, hopefully for more, it's either going to die on the conference call or it'll hit another leg before that. We'll see, though. I think we got a good buy for now. But Chattadonia, I love you all. Enjoy your day. I will see you tonight, and peace out. Yeah, we already hit the horn. Come on, now you got to tell them, look at AI, proliferating, you can get a job without a degree. They're making it's called a fab. You know, they call these things a fab. It's called like fabulous. Like, you look fabulous, huh? It's a F-A-B-O, hello, U.S., huh? No? Hey, I love you guys. You have a good day. You have a great, I'll see you in the morning, ma'am. And I have a bye. Leaving, bye. This is a buyback? Who's doing a buyback? Quintas? Anyway, all right, see you later. Bye. Exactly. Now, Joshua, how does Nvidia keep making record profits if they can't sell to China? Oh, they can sell to China. But they can't sell to China, but they can sell to China if they don't sell something else to China, but they can sell something really similar to China. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so they can cross the border. Mm-hmm. Why did Nancy Pelosi buy this stock at $2? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.